Read by Keith Knobs.
For Lisa, my guiding star. Chapter 1. Butler. The sky was getting bright, but the sun had yet to rise as Cole carried his saddle pad to his horse. He tossed it over Ranger's back, but the quilted pad fell through the horse to the ground. Cole whirled. Dalton? His friend stood a short distance away, arms folded, leaning against a tree trunk. Not bad? Cole picked up the saddle pad and shook off the dirt. Really good, actually. He swiped a hand through the horse, feeling only a vague, cobwebby sensation. That looks perfect. I moved Ranger last night after you conked out, Dalton confessed. The illusionary horse disappeared. Couldn't sleep again? Cole asked. I tried, Dalton said. I couldn't shut down my brain. It took some time. Dalton! Another voice called. Taller than Cole and Dalton by a few inches, though not much older, Jace stormed over to them, his deeply tanned face flushed. Where's my saddle? Dalton cracked a smile. Isn't it over there? He asked, pointing. Cole followed his finger to where Jace's saddle leaned against a mossy log. Ha ha, Jace said. I already tried to grab it. The saddle vanished. That's two really good seemings at once, Cole said. How long did you maintain them? Since right before you two got up, Dalton said. 15 minutes or something? Jace huffed. Good for you. Maybe you and Sky can set up your own dazzle show. Now where's my saddle? Dalton looked around innocently, then craned his head back. Cole tracked his gaze up into a tree where a saddle straddled a high branch, and a laugh spurted out before he could hold it back. That better not be real, Jace threatened. I'll drop it on your head. The saddle disappeared. 3 seemings at the same time? Cole asked. It's over by that stump, Dalton said, nodding toward the one he meant. As Cole watched, the scarred old stump melted away to reveal Jace's saddle. 4, Cole said. And they all looked great. Dalton shrugged. Nice waste of time, Dalton, Jace complained. We're on the run. You'd do the same thing if you could work seemings, Cole said. I'd make you two walk off a cliff, Jace said. You'd kill us? Dalton exclaimed. Into a lake, Jace said. I get 2 of the highest screams ever. We'd cannonball in and make 2 of the biggest splashes ever, Cole said. Then we'd come for you. I'd be pretty scared, Jace said with a snort. You guys better hurry up and get ready, we're moving out. Cole turned to reach for his saddle, but Dalton restrained him. Wait for it? Jace hoisted his saddle pad and saddle together, marched over to his horse, and flung them onto its back. The saddle fell through the illusion to the dirt. Jace turned and glared. Pick up the pace, Dalton called. The horses are this way, we're heading out. Dalton grabbed Cole's saddle pad, and Cole claimed his saddle. They walked together toward where Dalton had moved the horses. Cole glanced at his friend. They had come to the outskirts together from Mesa, Arizona, and when they arrived, they knew nothing about this world. They'd never heard of Shaping or the High King, or even knew that a place like the Outskirts was possible. A slave trader had kidnapped dozens of kids visiting a neighborhood haunted house on Halloween and brought them to a bizarre new world. Shortly after their arrival, they were marked as slaves and scattered across the 5 kingdoms. They started out alone, strangers in a strange land. But they were gradually figuring things out. Cole had managed to find his best friend, and Dalton had some crazy strong abilities. That was amazing. Cole said. But why go after Jace so hard? He's a hothead. You're going to get punched in the face if you don't watch out. He hid my saddle yesterday, Dalton replied. If he wants to make jokes, he has to take them too. I didn't hide your saddle, Cole said. I didn't want to make him the only target, Dalton said. I know you can take a joke. Right, because we're friends and we get each other. Jace could be a different story. I'm not sure you want to tangle with him. Whatever, Dalton said. We can't let him think he's Mr. Big Shot, so if Jace teases, we tease him back. I get standing up to him, Cole said. But is it smart to prank him? What's the worst he could do? Dalton asked. I mean, really, retaliate somehow? If he does, I'll get him again. It'll save us trouble down the road. What about when we leave Elawir? Cole said. You won't be able to make illusions in Zeropolis. Dalton sighed regretfully. That'll stink, but all the more reason to get him while I can. If he respects me, he'll back off. Or he'll tease you harder until you cave, Cole said. Dalton shrugged. I won't give up. It's risky, Cole said. It's more risky to let him bug me whenever he wants, Dalton replied. Wait and see. They reached Cole's horse. You first, Cole said. Dalton laid the saddle pad across the animal's back. This one's real. Cole swung the saddle onto the pad. You better mount up, too. If Jace is my biggest problem before we leave Elawir, I'll be grateful, Dalton said, walking away. Cole gave a nod. I can agree with that one. Shortly after sunrise, the red road came into view, interrupting the wilderness like a wound. Bordered by maroon curbs, the avenue of seamless red pavement began abruptly and extended to the edge of sight, the only evidence of inhabitants in the otherwise untamed landscape. Cole, Dalton, Mira, Jace, Sky, and Joe had avoided serious trouble since parting from Honor and the former rogue knight on their way to Zeropolis. Cole hoped that drawing near to Trillian wouldn't end their peaceful streak. He looked to Sky, who considered the road warily. He understood her hesitation. The Lost Palace, longtime prison of Trillian the Toravor, awaited at the end. As the new Grand Shaper of Elawir, Sky was about to ask Trillian to become her teacher. Cole did not envy her. One of the most feared and dangerous beings in the Outskirts, Trillian had been caught off guard by a team of mighty Shapers and locked away long ago. Had they failed to imprison him, the Toravor probably would have brought the entire Outskirts under his control. Only a few weeks had passed since Cole first visited the Lost Palace and witnessed Trillian's enormous power firsthand. Inside his prison, the Toravor could rearrange reality almost without limits. Not only had Trillian invaded his mind, but Cole had risked his life and freedom to rescue Mira's sister Honor from captivity. As a rule, the people of Elawir stayed far from Trillian's domain. Nobody wanted to risk crossing the Toravor or the members of his Red Guard, which was exactly why Joe had suggested their little group of fugitives should accompany Sky to the Lost Palace on their way to Zeropolis. Since Sky had official business with Trillian, Joe had been willing to gamble that the nearness of the Toravor posed a lesser threat than traveling through more populated regions. Cole's eyes strayed to Mira, astride her dappled mare. There was no question that her father, the High Shaper, desperately wanted her back. After stealing the shaping powers of his 5 daughters, Stafford Pemberton had faked their deaths and tried to hold them prisoner. With help from their mother, the daughters had escaped and survived in exile, never aging after their powers were taken. Not only Mira had regained her power, her sister Honor had as well. The High Shaper had first sent legionnaires to apprehend Mira, and then sent his secret police, the Enforcers. He now had to be more frantic than ever to find her. Since defeating Morgasa, Cole hadn't seen any agents of the High King, which suggested that the strategy of heading toward the Lost Palace was working. "Do we ride on the road?" Sky asked, having stopped only a few paces from where the red pavement started. We don't really need to hide that we're coming, Mira reasoned. Hopefully, Trillian will be satisfied to learn he'll have a new Grand Shaper to train. I don't know, Cole said. Trillian was pretty interested in you and Honor. He can sense people on his road. Is it smart to let him know you're near? Good point, Jay said, sitting tall on his horse, his face serious. Last time Trillian let you go because he wanted us to stop Morgasa. He might try to retake you and keep you this time. He'll have more Morgasas to fight if we don't stop my father and his shapecrafters, Mira said. Trillian can read our thoughts. He'll know how important it is we find Constance and my other sisters. Will that matter as much to him? Dalton asked. Morgasa was a threat to him. He thought she might be able to take him out. Will he care about problems in other kingdoms? I can tell you one thing, Sky said. I won't work with Trillian if he tries to hold you. He might not care, Cole said. He can probably find ways to train you whether or not you're willing, Sky. I've met him. The guy can get inside your mind and take over your dreams. Inside his prison, he can do pretty much whatever he wants. He might be more than happy to capture us no matter how we feel about it. We can't afford to make ourselves easy targets, Joe said, the only other adult in the group besides Sky. Taking the road might be a little smoother, but Cole's right. We don't need to let Trillian know we're around sooner than necessary. We traveled beside the road last time, Mira said. It wasn't too bad. The conversation ended there. Joe and Sky started to parallel the road, and the others followed. Dalton brought his horse alongside Cole. Seems like we were just here. It really does. Minimus was with us last time, Dalton said. I wish we had a knight or something. I'm glad he's with Twitch, Cole said. The bully who took over Twitch's village won't know what hit him. But if we're wishing, I'd want Twitch here too. He saved my life more times than anyone. Dalton nodded. If trouble comes, Sky and I can hide us with Seemings. Hiding is probably our best bet for now, Cole said. At least until you find your power again. Cole forced a smile, but he didn't love the reminder. Not long ago, Cole discovered he had the ability to energize magical items from Sambria so they could work in Elawir. But right before Morgasa died, she had sunk her fingernails into his sides and somehow used shapecraft to separate him from his power. Just after he had learned to recognize and access the ability, it had vanished. We have the masks, Cole said. Only as a last resort, Dalton said. Callista warned that the more we use them, the harder they'll be to take off. Plus, she's no longer around to help if something goes wrong. The masks that Callista had given them for their battle against Morgasa could transform them into powerful animals. Looking back at his time as a mountain lion, Cole recalled the experience through a dreamlike haze, running across many miles of Elawir in a tireless sprint. Dalton was right about the danger. Neither time he removed the mask had been easy. Last time we were animals, most of us got badly injured, Cole said. Jace and I almost died. We might be just as hurt if we put the masks back on. Only one way to find out, Dalton said. Not that I'm in a hurry to test it. Once we make it to the Lost Palace, we'll leave the masks with Sky, Cole said. They won't work in Zeropolis, and they're too powerful to leave randomly stashed someplace. After that, our only defense will be my Seemings and Joe, Dalton said. Cole looked ahead at Joe. How old was he? 30? He hadn't seemed like an amazing warrior or anything, but he was certainly brave and scrappy. Joe had come to the Outskirts from Monterey, California, but Cole didn't know much else about his history. Think Trillian will give us trouble? Cole asked. We'd be dumb if we didn't expect it, Dalton said. They spent the day with the road on their left, veering closer or farther as obstacles arose. As night fell, they made camp. Bedula, a large orange moon, eased up into the sky, outshining the nearby stars. Cole noticed Mira standing apart from the camp, her eyes on the heavens. He walked over to her. "This is the biggest moon, right?" She glanced his way. "Bedula is the biggest I've seen. It doesn't show up very often. It makes all the stars fainter. An even bigger golden one used to appear sometimes." "Are you looking for your sister's stars?" Cole inquired quietly, referring to the heavenly markers that Mira's mother sometimes used to show her daughter's locations. "Every night," Mira whispered back. "Just in case." "Can't be easy with the stars and moons always changing," Cole said. "It isn't. Their stars are always the same color and brightness, but they can be in any direction, and they show up against a different backdrop every night. I don't get how the Outskirts have such different skies every night." "What's not to get?" Mira asked, her eyes skyward. "On Earth, the stars have regular patterns," Cole said. "One moon circles us. Here, the stars can be anywhere. You have over 10 moons that show up when they feel like it. Where do they hide the rest of the time? What kind of universe shifts around during the day into something else?" "The heavens here have always been erratic," Mira said. "It's just how it is. It'd take somebody smarter than me to explain why." "Any luck with the stars?" Cole asked. "No," Mira said. Cole studied the sky. He had no idea what to look for. Mira kept the specifics of the stars a secret. If anybody ever learned about the celestial lights occasionally used by Harmony Pemberton, it could prove fatal. "Not seeing the stars is a good thing," Mira said. "It means my sisters are safe." "It also means Constance will be hard to find," Cole replied. "Then we'll look hard," Mira said. "Hopefully we'll find more of your friends, too." Though Cole had found Dalton, he had only crossed the path of one other person who was kidnapped from Mesa with him, a girl named Jill. He had offered to rescue her, but she had been too scared to try to escape her position as a slave at a confidence lounge, where she helped create illusionary disguises so people could exchange secrets anonymously. There were still so many people to find. He worried most about Jenna, his friend who had also been his secret crush for years. When they were separated, he had promised to find her, but hadn't uncovered any clues yet. Would he finally track her down in Zeropolis? "Who goes there?" Jace shouted. Turning, Cole saw a form racing toward their camp. Though it was hard to catch all the details in the mellow orange moonlight, the shape of a man glided hurriedly forward, his feet a few inches off the ground. Drawing his jumping sword, Cole raced back toward the center of camp, where the ghostly figure was heading. One foot got caught against a stone, and he went down badly, twisting away from his blade to avoid slashing himself. By the time Cole was back on his feet, the figure had come to a stop before Skye. Dressed in a dark suit, the balding man stood with stiff posture. Cole trotted toward them, with Mira a step behind. "Jepson?" Skye exclaimed. "The very same," the butler replied, smoothing a hand down the front of his jacket. "Your mother sent me to you." Cole halted not far from Skye. Though Jepson appeared tangible and solid, Cole knew he had no substance. He was a figment, a living illusion created by an enchanter. The stuffy man served Skye's wealthy mother. Joe, Jace, and Dalton joined Cole and Mira. "How'd he find you?" Cole asked Skye. "He's bound to Mother and the person who will inherit him," Skye said. "He could find either of us anywhere." Jepson gave Cole a superior glance, then faced Skye. "Do you wish to converse in front of these people?" "Absolutely," Skye said. "Is Mother all right?" The butler's brow crinkled and his lips quivered. He used a long sniff to collect himself. "Sadly, she is not." His eyes squinted shut, and he shook with sobs. It took a moment before he straightened up and continued. "You must help her. Lady Madeline has been abducted by a vile ruffian called the Hunter. Skye gasped, putting both hands over her mouth. No! Cole had never met the Hunter, but knew about him. An enforcer who had been chasing them since Sambria. In his pursuit of Mira, the Hunter had captured the slavers Ansel and Secha back in Carthage to wring information from them. The Hunter had a scary reputation. Evidently, the trail had led him to Skye's home. Your mother ordered me to find you, Jepson said. Skye dropped her hands. Before or after the Hunter seized her? After, Jepson said. The Hunter would gladly exchange your mother for a child called Mira, an escaped slave, it seems. Skye's gaze took in the moonlit landscape. Were you followed? Not to my knowledge, Jepson said. His distress won out again as he wrung his hands, tears glistening in his eyes. There is no time to waste. What do you know of this Mira? He was followed, Joe said, gripping the hilt of his sword. You see something? Dalton asked. The Hunter wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity, Joe said. If he sent a homing pigeon, it didn't come alone. Rattled, Cole squinted into the moonlight dimness beyond their encampment. He saw the shapes of trees and shrubs, and the empty expanse of a brushy field, but no movement. Is there any chance you were followed? Skye asked the butler heatedly. I suppose, Jepson replied. I had no orders to take precautions against such measures. My concern is the safety of Lady Madeline. Get to the horses, Joe said, hurrying away from the conversation. Saddle up. We may already be too late. They scattered. Cole rushed to his horse, flopped the saddle pad in place, heaved the saddle on top, cinched it, then hopped on one foot while hastily poking the other one at the stirrup. After several clumsy misses, Cole got his foot in place and mounted. Nearby, Dalton fumbled with the straps of his saddle as his horse stamped restively. Cole jumped down and joined his friend, securing the straps while Dalton held the bridle and calmed his horse. By the time Cole was back on his mare, the others had mounted up as well. Jepson waited nearby, unruffled by all the urgency. Go back and check the way you came, Skye told the butler. Try to mislead anyone following you. Take them as far from us as possible. You are not yet my mistress, Jepson reminded her. My instructions are to... Doesn't matter, Joe interrupted, pointing. Partially screened by shrubs and trees, at the far side of the brushy field, mounted shapes bobbed in the dimness. It took little more than a glance to see that the shadowy forms were riding hard in their direction. Enforcers, Cole said, a jolt of panic coursing through him. Lots of them, Dalton added. Cole counted at least 7 or 8. In Sambria, they had encountered 3 enforcers and defeated them. But last time, Cole and his friends had better weapons and managed to surprise them. There were more enforcers this time, and they looked ready to fight. Ride for the Lost Palace, Skye urged. Use the road. Jepson, you've served their purpose. Go home. The others turned their horses and started riding hard toward the red road. Cole tugged the reins and nudged with his heels, but his horse held perfectly still. He kicked a little harder, only to discover that the sides of his mare felt hard as a rock. A quick hand to the horse's neck revealed the problem. His mount had turned to stone. Chapter 2. Red Guard. Trying to collect his panicked thoughts, Cole slid off the stone horse, keeping the petrified animal between himself and the oncoming riders. His previous encounter with enforcers had taught him that they had shaping abilities. In Elawir, that meant they were enchanters, capable of creating illusions and changing living things. Cole recalled the soldier, Russell, who had survived an encounter with Morgasa because an enforcer had turned him to stone. That explained the fate of his horse. Dalton and the others were racing out of sight. The other horses all appeared to be fine. Cole was glad they were getting away, but terrified at being left behind. Would his friends notice he wasn't with them? How long before he became the next statue? Everything went dark. Cole blinked and strained his eyes, but there was absolutely no light. He could hear the thundering approach of the mounted enforcers. Fear threatened to suffocate him. Fighting the impulse to run blindly, Cole battled to stay calm. The sudden blackness had to be some sort of illusion. He kept a hand on the stone horse to retain a sense of his location. The enforcers pounded nearer. When they had fought Morgasa, wearing the animal masks had prevented her from working changings on them. If a mask could frustrate Morgasa, it should provide plenty of protection from the powers of some enforcers. Reaching out in the blackness, Cole felt the saddle. None of the gear had turned to stone, which made sense since changings only worked on living things. The mask was in a saddlebag on the other side of the petrified horse. To get it would mean exposing himself to the oncoming riders. Would the darkness hide him, or could they see through it? Maybe it wasn't darkness. Maybe he had lost his sight. Cole ducked under his horse and blindly fumbled open the saddlebag. He yanked out the mask and hesitated for a second. The last time he wore the mask, he had been terribly wounded by Morgasa. He had abandoned the mountain lion form on the brink of death. Might the mountain lion have recovered somewhat? Could it already be dead? What if the mountain lion form was still horribly injured? If that was the case, Cole supposed he could quickly take the mask off again. As he placed the mask over his face, a flurry of disorienting sensations overwhelmed him. Cole tipped, spun, and grew. Suddenly, Cole stood on 4 paws. He felt balanced and calmer. The new form was familiar and most welcome. With his heightened hearing and smell, Cole knew the position of each of the oncoming riders. Their mounts smelled peculiar. Cole could sense they had been changed. No natural horses were so large and strong. It felt as if his previous injuries had never occurred. No soreness lingered. Cole supposed that made sense. When wearing the mask, he was the cougar. It didn't exist elsewhere. The wounded mountain lion had been erased the instant he removed the mask. When he put the mask back on, it had changed him into a healthy mountain lion, not a wounded one. That meant he could heal any injury to his cougar form simply by taking the mask off and replacing it. He wished he had known that when they fought Morgasa. Cole's first instinct was to attack the riders. But what about his friends? They needed to know the masks were safe to use. Jace's wolf and Sky's bear had been badly wounded as well. If they hesitated to put on the masks, the enforcers might work changings on them. Powerful paws pulling at the ground, Cole bolted after his friends, thrilled by the rapid acceleration. He rushed ahead low and fast, muscles churning. No regular mountain lion was this large and strong. No ordinary mountain lion was this fast. Cole knew from experience that he could maintain a full sprint all day without tiring. Cole swiftly exited the dark patch and once again could add sight to his other senses. Glancing back, he saw a black sphere that reflected no moonlight concealing a stone horse and the surrounding area. The enforcers rode hard, but despite the impressive speed of their enhanced mounts, Cole was faster than them. Leafy forms of shrubs and trees whipped by as he plunged forward through the gloom. Before long, Cole reached the red road. Benefiting from a head start, his friends galloped away on the smooth pavement. All except one. Dalton had halted his horse and was looking back. He waved when he saw Cole. Cole dashed to Dalton. He was glad his friend had noticed him missing, but stopping his horse had put Dalton in greater peril. The enforcers were close behind. "Put on your mask," Cole cried. "It's your best protection." Dalton started digging in his saddlebag. Cole did his best not to notice how tasty his friend and his horse smelled. With the enforcers closing in, Cole sprinted past Dalton. It didn't take him long to catch up to the others. The enforcers would soon overtake their ordinary horses without much trouble. "Use the masks," Cole called. "Our animal forms aren't hurt." Looking back, Cole saw a dark sphere where Dalton had been. Cole slowed and was about to turn back when a huge bull charged out of the blackness. Cole let his friend catch up, then rushed to rejoin the others. While still riding, they were putting on their masks. Tumbling from her horse, Sky became a huge, shaggy bear. Jace transformed into an enormous wolf. As Mira reached into her saddlebag, her horse slowed and turned to stone beneath her. Cole and Dalton stopped to stay with her. Mira put on her mask and dropped to the ground as a bighorn sheep. After reining in his horse, Joe was the last to change form. He hadn't worn a mask before, so he used Twitch's eagle. Everything went dark again. Growling, Cole spun to face the enforcers. Sound and smell told him exactly where the nearest horse was charging. Attacking low, Cole dove into the legs, biting down with his powerful jaws and swiping with his claws. The large mount was moving at great speed, and though legs and hooves crashed into Cole, making him flip and slide, the mutant horse got the worst of it, pitching forward violently onto the pavement. The rider went down hard, armor clanging and scraping against the red road, and Sky fell upon him savagely. In his wolf form, Jace took out the next horse much as Cole had done. Before the rider could rise, Dalton came at him with his horns lowered, goring and trampling him. Cole rolled over and crouched for another attack, but the other riders were swerving off the road. 6 remained on their mounts, fanning out. Strange tingles sparked across his hide, and Cole realized that changings were being cast against him and failing. As expected, the changing caused by the mask was too potent for other changings to take hold. Something lanced into his side, and Cole swiveled to discover a crossbow bolt protruding from his ribs. By the sudden difficulty in his breathing, Cole knew it had punctured a lung. He let out an angry yowl, noticing as he did how easy it was to switch from his human voice to his cougar growl. Sky let out a roar as well, deeper and more rumbling than Cole's. The darkness lifted, revealing that all of the enforcers had bows or crossbows trained on them and were firing at top speed. An arrow hit Jace in the neck, and 2 already protruded from Sky. In his eagle shape, Joe soared upward, flying out of range. Sky tore off her mask, and immediately stone walls appeared between the horsemen and their targets. Cole knew the stony seemings were intangible, but at least they would make aiming difficult. He dodged to the side and pulled off his mask. His world spun and flipped, and he returned to 2 legs, but no sooner had he become himself again than he replaced the mask, passing through another whirlwind of sensation to emerge as an uninjured mountain lion. Beside him, Jace did likewise. Still in her human form, Sky retreated down the road on foot. "Run!" she called. "Make for the palace!" The enforcers rode forward through the stone walls, and Sky covered their heads with wooden crates. They batted futilely at the illusions. Cole lingered, ready to attack again. Mira crouched near Sky, allowing her to climb aboard. Once Sky had mounted, the big ram took off down the road. Cole felt more tingling as additional changings failed to alter him. Their remaining horses turned to stone. Deciding to forego more attacks and follow Mira, Cole turned on the speed, exhilarating in the stretch and pull of running as a cougar. Jace and Dalton sprinted beside him. Sky put on her mask, rolling off Mira to become a bear again. A glance back told Cole that as soon as Sky replaced her mask, the illusionary crates had dissipated. Sky could only maintain seemings while in her human form. Once again, the enforcers took up the pursuit. Cole pushed to his maximum speed, his paws slipping a little on the smooth pavement. The enforcers charged after them, gradually losing ground. Up ahead, 4 mounted enforcers rushed onto the road. 2 of them held a flaming net between them, barring the way. Another readied a huge bow, while the 4th leveled a lance at them. But Cole didn't smell the horses, or the enforcers, or the fire, though he heard its crackling. "Thanks!" Jace shouted. "Seemings," Sky agreed. The closer Cole came to the enforcers, the more certain he became that they had no scent. He and his friends barreled through the insubstantial enforcers and continued down the road. Dalton laughed. Jace gave a quick howl, and Cole let out a snarling roar. A rearward glance showed the enforcers even farther behind, allowing Cole to wonder where the chase might end. Would they take the Red Road all the way into the Lost Palace? Putting themselves back into Trillion's power could prove more dangerous than fighting the enforcers. What if the gates at the end of the road were closed? They would force a showdown unless they veered off to one side and kept running. Might Trillion send help? What if the help he sent turned into even bigger trouble? Settling into a steady sprint, Cole let his worries get swallowed by the joy of running. Something about being a mountain lion made it much easier to tune out fear. He wasn't fleeing in terror, it felt like a race, and he was confident that he could keep stretching his lead. "Why run?" Jace complained, dashing at Cole's left. "They want to fight. Let's give it to them." "I feel the impulse too," Dalton said from the other side. "My bull side wants to turn around and plow through them." "It's not just my wolf side," Jace replied. "We could take them." "They have pretty good aim with those bows," Cole said. "They didn't miss many shots until Sky put up those walls." "It would be harder for them to shoot us if they were dead," Jace growled. "They're made of meat. Let's eat them." Cole didn't want to admit how tempting that sounded. "Keep running," Sky called back from a few paces in front of them. "These enforcers will give Trillion something to worry about besides capturing us." "Nobody is going to capture us with these masks on," Jace said. "Remember the Sky Castle rules," Mira said. "Don't fight when you can run. Why risk arrows bringing us down if we can get away?" "She's right," Cole said. "Whatever," Jace said. "Is it bad to hope we get cornered?" "It's not healthy," Cole said, though he also felt the strong urge to fight. What if Sky returned to her normal form and raised some illusions so they could attack out of hiding? The enforcers would be down before they knew what hit them. The conversation ended. They ran onward in silence, the rumble of hoofbeats receding. In the moonlit distance, the Lost Palace rose into view. The skeletal castle looked like it had barely survived a bombing raid, but Cole knew that for anyone who passed the front gate, the charred building became a shimmering wonder of crystal and platinum. Cole had never figured out whether the real version was the scorched ruin or the fairy tale palace. Maybe they were both seemings. "Riders," Mira said. Peering ahead along the road, Cole counted at least 10 riders approaching, shrunken by the distance. "Another illusion?" he asked. "They're pretty far off," Sky said. "I think they're real." "Red Guard or more enforcers?" Dalton asked. "It's hard to recognize color in the moonlight," Sky replied. "They seem to be coming from Trillion's prison." Joe came swooping back from the direction of the Lost Palace. "Red Guard," he called. 12 of them. "Think they're here to help?" Dalton asked. "If not, it's their funeral," Jace said. "Leave the road when they get near," Sky said. "If they ride past us, we'll know they're after our foes." Cole had heard that the Red Guard were dangerous, though on his previous visit to the Lost Palace, he had only seen a few people besides Trillion. But that proved nothing. Other members of the Red Guard could have been out on assignment, or they could have been hiding. Running at top speed, Cole watched as the galloping riders rapidly drew closer. Still charging hard, Sky led Cole and the others off the road as the riders came near. With hardly a glance to the side, the riders raced by them, except for a woman who slowed her chestnut stallion to a stop. Coldly beautiful, she gazed down at Cole and his friends as they also came to a standstill. Cole recognized her. It was Hina, the woman who had escorted him around the Lost Palace. "What are your intentions?" Sky asked. Hina turned and looked down the red road, where her fellow guardsmen were about to engage the enforcers. She waved a hand, and the number of guardsmen suddenly tripled. "Are any of them real?" Cole asked. 11, Hina said, her voice calm and rich. "Should we go help?" Jace asked. "Not necessary," Hina assured him. Just before the clusters of horsemen collided, Hina made a curt gesture, and for a moment the red road beneath the oncoming enforcers flapped like a towel in the wind. All but one of the enforcers went down in a calamitous tumble as the Red Guard reached them. Cole watched as the Red Guard cut down the single enforcer who remained mounted and wheeled to engage the fallen ones. It was hard to catch many details. The skirmish ended quickly. "You know why I'm here?" Sky asked Hina. "Naturally," the silver-haired enchanter responded. "My master welcomes you. He laments the passing of Callista, but believes you have the potential to surpass her in many ways." "The others in my party have business elsewhere," Sky said. "We know," Hina said. "He'll allow it. He would like the other heiresses to come out of hiding. I will accompany your friends to the edge of Elawir, where Zeropolis begins." "You?" Mira challenged. "The masks will enable you to elude your pursuers and get to Zeropolis," Hina said. "But someone must bring the masks back. They are too valuable to leave Elawir." 9 of the Red Guard came trotting back down the red road. One pair of riders held a dark armored captive between them by his arms. The injured enforcer jogged alongside the horses, struggling to keep up. A second pair held another prisoner. First, one of the enforcers stopped jogging and let them drag him, then the other. "We lost 2 men," Hina said, "but we gained 2 captives. My master is studying their minds. Upon finding you, they sent 3 of their number back to report. The messengers split up and rode hard. This was one of many search parties. They did not expect to find you here. Had they known, they would have sent more men." "Seemed like a lot," Cole said. "The hunter has learned respect for you," Hina said, "as has the High King. Many resources are now bent on finding Mira and bringing her in. This was a relatively minor show of force." "You can hear Trillian from out here?" Dalton asked. "As long as I remain on the Red Road," Hina said. "What of my mother?" Sky asked. "Have they information about her?" "She lives, so far as these men know," Hina replied. "Trillian suggests that the best thing you can do to help her would be to let your companions take the chase to another kingdom. The farther away Mira goes, the less relevant your mother becomes." "I wish I could see her," Sky said. "Get a message to her." "You will," Hina said. "All in good time." "Does Trillian really want us to find the other princesses?" Jace wondered. "Or does he just want the masks?" "Both," Hina replied. "The masks are the greatest legacy left behind by Callista. Those in her home must be protected as well, and my master wishes you well on your journey. With the masks, crossing Elawir should be quick." "You want us to wear the masks until we reach Zeropolis?" Cole asked. "My master insists upon it," Hina said. "Reinforcements will come searching for you. The speed afforded by the masks will baffle them. They are your best chance of shaking the hunter off your trail for a time." "Does Trillian know much about the hunter?" Cole asked. "Not directly, but he knows of him," Hina replied. "The hunter is among the most competent enforcers. He now has knowledge of your whereabouts, which would normally be enough for him to ensnare you, but he doesn't know about the masks." Joe landed on a nearby limb. "The enforcers sent some riders back," he reported. "I tried to chase them and got shot in the wing. I took the mask off and put it back on, and they gained a lot of ground on me, splitting up. I don't think I can stop them alone." "No matter," Hina said. "The information they bring to the hunter will mislead him. Using your masks, we'll reach Zeropolis inside of 4 days." "We?" Joe asked.
We'll fill you in, Mira said. Looks like Hina is coming with us. We should make haste, Hina said. Sky, do you mind if I borrow your bear?
Chapter 3. Border. The next days passed in a trance of constant motion. Having assumed the form of a bear, Hina led the way. Cole lost all desire to speak, focusing instead on the terrain beneath his paws, the smells and sounds of the wilderness, and the rapture of tireless running. The sun rose, the sun set. Moons traversed the sky as the stars reeled. Cole dashed over boulders, splashed through rivers, knifed through forests, and raced across plains. Diverse landscapes came and went. Joe scouted above them, ranging far and wide on his inexhaustible wings. But Cole wasn't sure the eagle's vigilance was necessary. Hina seemed to have a sense for avoiding danger. She knew which passes would take them through the mountains, what routes among the reeds would avoid the mires, and where the rivers could be safely forded. Maybe it was sharp instincts, but Cole suspected she had roamed Eloweir extensively and knew the most remote paths. From start to finish, they never saw or smelled a human, let alone a human settlement. No threatening predators crossed their way. Of course, Cole suspected there weren't many predators who would be in a hurry to tangle with a huge mountain lion, wolf, bear, ram, and bull racing across at unreal speed. At first, Cole felt urges to eat or drink out of habit, particularly when they crossed a clear brook or he smelled a tasty deer. But as he denied those urges to keep running, he realized they were remembered needs, not current ones. And then they stopped. It was a grassy glade sheltered by surrounding trees. The sun shined high overhead. Hina pulled off her mask, transforming from a bear back into a beautiful woman. We have reached the edge of Eloweir, not far from post 121, Hina reported. This is the destination Joe requested shortly before we departed. Please, remove your masks. Cole paced instead. It was strange to stop running. Off-putting. It was even stranger to think of reverting to human form. What was the hurry? He sensed no people or human settlements nearby. Couldn't they proceed as animals a little longer? Dalton was not a bull anymore. Joe landed and removed his eagle mask. Mira became a person instead of a bighorn sheep. They all looked so small and vulnerable, defenseless, and strangely appetizing. Come on, Cole, Mira said. Take it off. Cole thought about speaking, but it seemed burdensome. His mouth felt too lazy to form words. Instead, he yawned. Then he inhaled the scents of the surrounding forest, old wood decaying, a family of possums, the dung of an elk, leaves and brush and dirt and stone. His eyes strayed to distant peaks. Why stop here? He could keep running. His many problems felt distant while running. Lose the mask, Cole, Jace said. Don't let it beat you. When had Jace removed his mask? Cole remembered not wanting to take his mask off before. Long ago. He had given in and removed it. Should he again? Or had that been a mistake? If he removed the mask, Hina would take it away. How he would miss being a mountain lion. The strength, the speed, the alertness. He could spend his whole life like this. Perhaps this was his destiny. Don't forget Jenna, Dalton said. Don't forget our friends. We have to find them and get home. Cole blinked. Jenna. Of course, she was lost, a slave. He had to help her. That was why he had run through the wilderness, to get to Zeropolis in the hope of finding her and to help Mira find her sister Constance. Why was he waiting? He couldn't remain a mountain lion. People needed him. He had a greater purpose. Not without some regret, Cole reached up and pulled off the mask. He reared back, giddily whirled, and abruptly stood on 2 feet with the mask in his hand. As the leonine instincts lost their grip,
He realized how close he had been to losing himself in the mask. Even now, restored to his true form, he felt tempted to put it back on. The rest of the group stood in a semicircle, staring at him. "You okay?" Dalton asked. Cole swallowed. It was good to focus on his best friend. His mind felt clearer. He really had been at the brink of running away for a moment. He held out the mask toward Hina. "I'm better now." Hina came to him and accepted his mask. In the sunlight, her silvery hair looked almost metallic. Her beauty was so flawless that it looked crafted. Maybe it was, Cole realized. Changings, seemings, who knew? "This is where I leave you," Hina said. "We're at the border, near your desired outpost." "I saw post 121 from the air," Joe confirmed. "When I tried to fly that way, I bumped against a barrier, felt hard as stone." "You can't leave Elawir with these masks on," Hina said. Staring at the stacked masks in her hands, Cole frowned slightly. He had used his power to make the jumping sword and Jace's golden rope work here in Elawir. Did his power have the potential to make the masks work elsewhere? There might be an unseen boundary, but what if he took off the mask, crossed the border, recharged it, and put it back on? Cole felt for his power, even just a hint of it, but came up empty. Since he couldn't access his ability, there was no way to experiment with the masks. Cole considered the hold the mask had started to have on him. He had felt so content as a mountain lion that he hadn't wanted to return to his real life. It seemed sort of silly now, but just a few moments ago, he had been ready to run off into the wilderness. Callista had warned that the more they used the masks, the greater power the animal forms would exert over the wearers. Maybe not having the masks anymore was a good thing. "I ranged widely across this area and saw no enemy activity on the Elawir side," Joe said. "We seem to have given the enforcers the slip, for now. I'm sure the Zeropolis side will have the standard patrolmen to deal with." "Would you like me to wait here a day with the masks?" Hina asked. "In case you need to retreat?" "I don't know how much longer I can wear the mask without staying a wolf forever," Jace said. I can tell Cole was feeling the pull, too. "We all were," Mira said. "But if it's between getting caught and using the masks again, I'd find a way to fight off my sheep instincts." "We'd appreciate knowing you were here for a day," Joe told Hina. "I have no plans to come back this way, but if we get discovered, retreat might become our only lifeline." "This time tomorrow?" Hina asked. Shading his eyes, Joe squinted at the sky. "Could we say sundown tomorrow? By then I should know if we can get transportation into the city." "I will wait until sundown tomorrow," Hina affirmed. "Post 121 isn't the city?" Cole asked. "It's an outpost of the city," Joe said. "There are currently 138 outposts in operation, connected to the city via monorail. Sometimes the outposts grant access to resources like mines or forests. Sometimes they serve as a way station when traveling to other kingdoms." "What does this outpost do?" Cole asked. "It isn't far from a salt pan where minerals are harvested," Joe said. "It's also near Elawir, obviously, and the small town of Eastmont. I suggested this outpost to Hina because it's farther north than necessary. From the Lost Palace, the nearest outpost would have been 93. We could have strayed a little to the south to post 88, or north to 76, or even farther north to 84. Keep going northeast after 84 and you end up here, post 121. Not the most likely destination." "Is there any sense to the numbers?" Jace wondered. "It's the order the outposts were added," Joe replied. "I don't get something," Dalton said. "Is Zeropolis the city or the kingdom?" "Both," Joe said. "The city is the kingdom. The outposts are extensions of the city. When people in Zeropolis talk about the city, they mean the huge cluster of buildings in the center of the kingdom where most people live. I think the intent is for the city to one day fill the kingdom. The city is huge, but nowhere near that goal, maybe someday.
For now, using the monorails can get you to most areas of the kingdom. When you say monorails, Cole said. I mean monorails like we have back home, Joe said. But more advanced than any I know about. More like bullet trains. Zeropolites do amazing things with magnetics, and they can store energy in crystals. It's so efficient. No fossil fuels required. They energize the crystals with shaping and create many of their materials using shaping as well. So the majority of their technologies aren't transferable to other kingdoms or back to Earth either. I'm not from outside, Jace reminded everyone. What's a monorail? What do you mean by magnetics? Have you seen a magnet? Joe asked. It sticks to certain metals. I've fiddled with magnets, Jace said. They had some at Skyport. So you know, they can attract or repel each other, Joe said. Right. Sometimes they snap together, but when you face them a certain way, there's a spongy invisible force that keeps them apart. You can push them around. Exactly, Joe said. Now imagine a vehicle like the auto coach, except much longer, suspended on a magnetic cushion and propelled by magnetic forces as well. It rides on a long, elevated track. That's a monorail. Sounds slick, Jay said. Is it fast? Like you've never seen, Joe assured him. What now? Cole asked. Do we just walk over to the outpost? You said something about patrolmen. What's Zeropolis like? Yeah, Jace agreed. Give us the lowdown. I knew some stuff about Elawir, but I don't know much about Zeropolis. I still have my slave mark, Dalton reminded everyone. Will that cause trouble? We'll all need identification cards, Joe said. The government in Zeropolis loves IDs. None of you have been to Zeropolis before, am I right? Everyone but Mira shook their heads. I went once as a kid, Mira said. I might have been 5. I remember riding the monorail and the tall buildings. Were you issued an ID card? Joe asked. I don't think so, Mira said. I was with Mom and Dad. Not letting your identity leak is essential, Joe said. If you were issued an ID, the checkpoints have access to it, but they need to know where to look. They don't have biometrics to help them. Biometrics? Cole asked. You know, fingerprints, iris scanners, facial recognition software, Joe explained. Those advancements might be coming, but they hadn't hit when I left. Miracle Pemberton is supposed to be dead. We'll make up fake names for all of you just in case word of us is spread. Considering you're all minors and outsiders coming to Zeropolis for the first time, I should be able to get fresh IDs for all of you. What about my mark? Dalton reminded him. You'll play the role of our slave, Joe said. Technically, we should have papers to prove ownership, but that sort of detail gets missed all the time. If it comes to it, we'll try a bribe. Do you have an ID? Jace asked. I've got 3, Joe said. A luxury of having friends in the unseen. Fake IDs? Cole checked. 1 is authentic, Joe said. 2 are false. Top quality. The real one is no good to me anymore. As long as nobody has combed through the millions of other ID photos on record to find the duplicate faces and flag the false names, I should be fine. Wanted members of the unseen get away with it all the time. What should my name be? Jace mused. Something you'll remember, Joe said. Something that'll roll off your tongue. Drop the J, Cole said. Be Ace. Too close, Jace said. Maybe Face? Cole went on. Or Vase? Or Outer Space? Your name is going to be Black Eye if you don't watch it, Jace threatened. Then you're going to be Mr. Overreactor, Cole replied. Or maybe Sore Fist. Joe pulled out a couple of ID cards. Dark blue and metallic, they looked about the size of driver's licenses and had different pictures of him. One had a mustache. Should I be Harvey Michaels? He asked. Or Walt Boone? Cole held out a hand. Let me see one. Joe placed an ID in his palm. Cole found the thin card heavier than it looked. The name Walt Boone was printed in silver letters above a long number sequence. A fancy insignia in the upper corner looked like 3 overlapping moons behind a tall, slender building. "Sweet stash," Dalton said, checking out the ID. "Be Walt." "If I'm Walt, then Cole, Jace, and Mira will be my niece and nephews. We'll all be Boones, to keep it simple." "And who am I?" Dalton asked. "The slave," Jace said. "Rupert." "I vote you name yourselves," Joe said. "We should get going. You can think about it while we walk." "We still don't know much about Zeropolis," Jace argued. "I don't want to go in blind. What if somebody questions us?" "Security is loose in the outposts," Joe said. "Things aren't as organized. If somebody gives you trouble, just be vaguely honest. You came from Elawir and don't know anything. We won't have anything to worry about until we try to board the monorail." "Unless the hunter sent a message to watch for us," Mira said. "Don't forget, he nabbed Ansel, who drew pictures of Cole, and probably the rest of us too. Our faces could be public knowledge." "It's possible," Joe said. "I just don't see enforcers working directly with local authorities. They seldom cooperate with legionnaires or guardsmen. They prefer to operate quietly." "What's the shaping like in Zeropolis?" Jace asked. "Their shapers are called tinkers," Mira said. "They shape useful materials, they manipulate energy, and they use those resources to create all sorts of things." "The pros call themselves technomancers," Joe said. "They can replicate just about anything we had in the world I came from, and they do lots of things we can't." "Computers?" Cole asked. "Yeah, but they limit access to some of that stuff," Joe said. "They don't always push as far as they could. Some supercomputer went haywire a long time ago. It trashed the city. They don't want to repeat. Also, the Grand Shaper, Abram Trench, worries about keeping control, so he heavily restricts the use of lethal weapons and communication devices." "What's a computer?" Jace asked. "It's a machine with lots of abilities," Dalton said. "It can almost think," Cole added. "It's like a really complicated abacus," Joe deadpanned. "This place sounds strange," Jace said. "To you most of all," Joe agreed. "For Dalton and Cole, some parts of it will almost feel like home. Can we go? I'd like to get settled and plan for tomorrow." "Okay," Jace said. Mira went to Hina. "Thank you for guiding us here," Mira said, "and for waiting around in case we need to escape." "I'm on an errand from my master," Hina replied. "I would not disappoint him. I wish you good fortune in finding your sister." Joe extended an arm eastward. "This way, right?" "Correct," she said. They started walking with Joe in the lead. Cole fell in beside Dalton. "Cole," Hina said. "A word." They all paused. Cole looked back at her, feeling slightly suspicious. What did she want? What if she put on the bear mask and kidnapped him? Trillian had shown interest in his abilities, and Hina had all the masks now. There wouldn't be much the others could do. "It'll just take a moment," she assured him. "You can catch up." "Okay," Cole said with a nod at Joe. The others started walking, but Dalton lingered. "What is it?" Cole asked, taking a couple of steps toward Hina. "My master has a message for you," she said. "Okay." "When you stood on the red road, he could sense that your power is blocked. He wanted me to tell you that it may not be easy, but you can get it back. I was asked to recommend that you accept none of the apparent limits to shaping here in the Outskirts, and he wanted me to convey that although your current focus is to get home, the Outskirts may not survive without your help." For a moment, Cole forgot to breathe. How could the fate of the Outskirts depend on him?
It was absurd, right? This place was his prison. It would be hard enough to find his friends and get home, maybe impossible. What game was Trillian playing? Cole glanced over at Dalton, who could hear the conversation. His friend raised his eyebrows. "That's all?" Cole asked. "Yes," Hina said. Cole gave a disbelieving laugh. "How am I supposed to save the Outskirts?" Hina gave a slight bow. "I have shared his message." "Okay," Cole said, suddenly wishing he could speak to Trillian again. Why would the Toravor leave something so important so unexplained? Did Trillian want to lure him back to the Lost Palace? Might he have good reason to do so? Did the Toravor know techniques that could help him regain his lost ability? How sure was Trillian that the Outskirts needed his help? Was it just a manipulation? Was it because Mira needed him? "Thanks." Hina sat down cross-legged, the masks on her lap. Cole jogged away with Dalton, hurrying to catch up to the others as questions continued to occupy him. Chapter 4. Post 121. No marker announced the border between Eloir and Zeropolis, but Cole knew they had crossed when electric tingles raced through him and his ears popped. "Feel that?" Cole asked the others. "Yep," Dalton said, rubbing his ears. "Welcome to Zeropolis," Mira said. "I didn't feel squat," Jay said. "Nobody ever accused you of being sensitive," Cole said. "I didn't feel much either," Joe said. "Maybe a little tickle." In a corner of his mind, Cole had wondered if the crossing might help undo the changing Morgasa had worked on him before she died. Was it unreasonable to hope that whatever blockade she had raised to divide him from his power would be destroyed by leaving Eloir? But as he searched inside, he still found no hint of his ability. His power remained out of reach. "Weird," Dalton said. "I can't make a seeming." "Did you expect to be the only exception?" Jace asked. "No," Dalton said. "It just cut off so suddenly. I can still feel my power, it's there, but if I try to make a seeming, I can't even manage a spark. It's frustrating." Jace pulled his little golden rope from his pocket. "Is it kind of like having a really cool weapon that no longer works?" "Pretty much," Dalton said. "I think we all get the feeling," Jace said. The trees thinned and prairie land came into view. As the group exited the forest, there was no missing Post 121. The outpost was much larger than Cole expected. He had pictured an isolated monorail stop with a few buildings and some mules. Instead, the community spread across the prairie for quite a distance, a windswept jumble of low, fenceless structures. The strangest dwellings looked almost like playground equipment. Tubes and globes of colored plastic joined together in odd combinations. There were also boxy apartments made from concrete blocks, flimsy shacks composed of tin panels, earthy structures of adobe and plaster, patchwork pavilions of weathered hides, log cabins, canvas tents, and shanties cobbled together from scraps of wood and metal. The styles varied at random. With few trees or bushes in view, the only landscaping seemed to be the natural dirt and brush of the prairie. Above the sprawling mishmash of haphazard architecture, the monorail track and station stood out as the glaring landmarks of advanced civilization. Shining like polished platinum, the lofty track overshadowed the chaotic neighborhoods, its metallic whiteness gently curving away into the distance, supported by pillars at regular intervals. The station also looked very modern, a lustrous construction of glass and metal. Besides the monorail track and station, not many structures in town surpassed 2 stories. Joe explained that the large, weathered, egg-shaped building was the power facility, where the main energy crystals for the outpost were housed. He also mentioned that the 2 cylinders on the hillside were water towers. A few windmills of varied design poked up here and there. Cole's favorite looked kind of like an upside-down egg beater. The closer they got to the outpost, the more vehicles came into view. One looked like a cross between a dune buggy and a monster truck, rolling around on swollen tires. Another was a motorcycle with wheels as wide as overturned barrels. A spider-like contraption prowled around on slender legs, while the driver sat atop the body yanking levers. Some vehicles had treads like a tank. The roads Cole saw were rough pathways carved by frequent travel. Without decent roads, he supposed the vehicles needed to be hardy. "It looks like people made stuff out of whatever they could find," Dalton said.
"True enough," Joe said. "The outposts only get materials from the city by monorail. Anything else, they make themselves. The Tinkers can get pretty creative."
Cole glanced back at the woods, where Hina waited unseen. He wondered if he would ever make it back to Eloir. Not for some time, he decided, since he knew Jenna wasn't there, and he had already rescued Dalton. He might have to go back one day to free Jill, and if he got totally stuck finding a way home, it might be worth risking another conversation with Trillian.
"We'll have to change our money," Joe said. "Some of the outposts will do business with ringers, but once we hit the city, it's all credits."
"Like credit cards?" Dalton asked.
"Kind of," Joe said. "Your credits are linked to your ID card. It's one of the instances where the Grand Shaper allows computerized communication. I think he does it so he can freeze anyone's money whenever he wants. It's a powerful control tactic."
"Then we should keep some ringers just in case," Jay said. "We can always transfer more to credits later."
"You're thinking like a survivor," Joe complimented.
"Don't jinx me," Jay said. Cole patted his chest, where he had tied his ringers. They jangled softly. It was a convenient way to store the little rings that served as coins in the outskirts. As a group, they had a lot of money. Before parting with the rogue knight, he had restored all the ringers he had taken from them when he robbed the wagon train. It meant they should be able to afford some comforts in the city. "I want to get a spider car," Dalton said. "That thing is cool." "Too wobbly," Jay said. "I'll take one of the big ones with the treads. What powers them?"
"The same source that powers most of Zeropolis," Joe said. "Harmonic crystals, also called dynamos. Juice crystals, energy crystals, whatever the name, they're crystals that can store and share vast amounts of energy."
"Electricity?" Cole asked.
"That's one way to picture it," Joe said. "I sometimes think of it that way to help me relate. Like electricity, the energy from the crystals can be used to generate heat, motion, light, all sorts of effects. It could be converted into electricity, but that's not usually useful because it's already in a purer state, less volatile, and it doesn't need wires."
"Wireless electricity?" Dalton exclaimed.
"That's the idea," Joe said. "Once harmonic crystals are linked, they can share power with one another across great distances. Most of the crystals in Post 121 are linked to the power facility, where sparkers keep a central crystal juiced."
"Sparkers?" Jace asked.
"Tinkers who specialize in generating energy," Joe clarified. "It's a form of shaping."
"This place is weird," Jace said.
"You'll like some of the conveniences," Joe promised.
Cole fell into step beside Mira.
"You seem quiet."
"Huh?" she replied. "Oh, I was thinking about Costa. My only memories of Zeropolis are as a kid. Everything seems so big and fancy, foreign. It's intimidating to think of finding Costa there. The city is enormous." "The outpost is bigger than I expected," Cole said. "Maybe, but just wait. The city is by far the biggest in all of the outskirts." Cole thought about that. Even compared to the cities back home, Carthage had been impressive. So had Mariston. He wondered how Zeropolis would compare against major cities like Phoenix or Los Angeles. "I wish Honor were here," Mira murmured. "She'd be a big help," Cole said. "Not just that," Mira said. "I've waited 60 years to see her. And once we finally find each other, We hardly get to spend any time together. She's looking for destiny, Cole reminded her. I know, Mira said. It's important to find Tessa. Honor is doing what she always does, her duty. And I'm glad she's doing it. It just would have been nice to see her for a while. Imagine if right after you found Dalton, he had to take off. I get it, Cole said. That stinks. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Mira said. I get it too. Sometimes you do what you must. I just miss my sisters. We'll find Costa, Cole said. That's something you can look forward to. Maybe this time you won't have to split up right away. Wouldn't that be nice? Mira said wistfully. What if we weren't the mascots for a revolution? What if we were just a normal family? You might never know, Cole said. Mira gave him a sharp glance. Too true. They began to pass some of the buildings at the fringe of the outpost. The people they saw didn't pay them any mind. Cole was surprised to see a guy wearing blue jeans and a denim jacket. Is that guy in jeans? Cole asked Joe. Yeah, he replied. They make synthetic denim in the city. It's everywhere. They do plenty of things their own way here, but they borrow a lot of ideas from Earth. Are there many outsiders? Dalton asked. That could be part of it, Joe answered. I've met several, but they also have ways of keeping tabs on our world. Some people in Zeropolis can connect to our internet. The internet back home? Cole asked in astonishment. They call them throughports, Joe said. Technically, they're illegal, but I know some of the government people use them, and so do some of the unseen. I could email my family? Dalton asked. You could, Joe said, but they won't open it. How can you be sure? Dalton countered. I've tried, Joe said wearily. I tried and tried. It never worked. Who were you trying to reach? Cole asked. Joe bit his lower lip. You remember I told you I left Zeropolis for a reason. I volunteered to go warn Mira. Yeah, Cole said. The person I emailed most ties into that, Joe said. You deserve the whole story. What happened could make this more dangerous for all of us, and I learned some things you ought to hear but not hear later. For now, let me go change some money to credits. I'll buy us some clothes that won't stand out so much in the city. You guys go check out Gizmo Row. What's that? Jace asked. Every outpost has one, Joe said. They're named after the big one in the city. Gizmo Row is where the Tinkers peddle their inventions. Some of the stuff can be useful, and in an outpost near the border, some of the Tinkers might be willing to trade in ringers. It should help you kill some time and start to get a feel for Zeropolis. It's also a place where strangers fit in just fine. Just don't buy anything too expensive, and don't let them take you into a back room. We don't want black market gear. Not now, at least. All we need is to get arrested for buying restricted tech before we even reach the city. Okay, Dalton said. Where do we find it? Joe pointed over some of the nearby rooftops. See the sign on that pole sticking up over there? Blue circle with a sun in the center? That marks Gizmo Row. Head that way. I'll go over to the monorail station and see if I can find a place to turn some ringers into credits. It'll also give me a chance to make sure my fake ID works. What if you get nabbed? Dalton asked. It should be fine, Joe said. I've used Walt Boone before. If he gets nabbed, we'll bust him out, Jace said. Well, Joe said, I appreciate the loyalty, but only if you find a real opportunity. Our top priority is keeping Mira safe. Second is finding Costa. If it comes to it, I want you kids to leave me behind. I wouldn't be able to stand the thought of you getting into trouble trying to help me. Let's just try to stay out of trouble to begin with, Mira said, giving Jace a stern look. That means not creating any of our own? Don't look at me, Jace said with a smirk. I don't start fights. I end them. You heard me, Mira said. Once you get there, don't leave Gizmo Row. Joe said. I'll come find you. Unless you get arrested, Dalton said. Right, Joe said, unless I get arrested. Turning, he started toward the monorail station. Picking up his pace, Jace marched toward the Gizmo Row sign, following a narrow footpath. Mira caught up to him. Cole and Dalton walked together. Think we'll find Jenna in Zeropolis? Dalton wondered. I can only guess, Cole said, looking around. You know all the kids who were sent with you to Elawir, so she's not there. I started out in Sambria, but never really searched it. She could be in any kingdoms besides Elawir. That means we have a 1 in 4 chance she's in Zeropolis. Unless she stayed in Junction between the kingdoms, Dalton said. You all went there at first, Cole said. Did anybody stay? Not that I know of. I'm just trying to cover all the possibilities. Hopefully some of Joe's contacts here can help us, Cole said. Maybe they can search for her ID card or something. It would be nice to catch a break, Dalton said. Up ahead, Mira laughed at something Jace had said, patting him on the arm. He's in heaven right now, Cole said. Jace? He has the biggest crush on her. She's pretty great, Dalton paused. Does it make you think of Jenna? Cole inhaled sharply. He usually tried to downplay his feelings for Jenna in front of Dalton, though his friends seemed to see through it. Yeah, not that it really matters how I feel about her. She's my friend. She was kidnapped. I want her safe. What if tomorrow we find out Jenna isn't in Zeropolis? Do we stay and help Mira, or do we move on to the next kingdom? Cole groaned. I don't know. Who's going to help us in the next kingdom? What if Joe and Mira teach us how to contact the unseen? Dalton asked. What if they give us a note or something that lets us get help from the rebels anywhere? Wouldn't that be faster than sticking with them? Maybe, Cole said, feeling torn. Why are you asking now? Because of that message from Trillian? Don't tell me you haven't been thinking about it, Dalton said. I have? I don't know. The guy is scary, but it doesn't mean he's wrong. Supposedly, he can't lie. Maybe my help really is important to the rebellion. I've saved Mira before. What she's doing matters to this whole world. Her dad is a monster, and his shapecrafters keep building actual monsters. If Mira and her sisters can't defeat him, this whole world could be doomed. You care about Mira, Dalton said. Cole felt unwanted tears sting his eyes. Of course I do. I care about everybody. I care about her and Twitch and Jace. I care about Jenna and the other kids who got kidnapped with us too. I think me, you, Mira, and Jace make a good team. My first choice would be to find the others with their help and to help Mira along the way. And save the entire Outskirts, Dalton said. Maybe, Cole replied softly, especially if that means helping Mira. It's nice to have friends, Dalton said, but it gets us into trouble. Her dad cares a lot more about finding her than he does about us, and helping her find her sisters leads us into ugly situations. So we abandon her? Cole said. I don't mean we leave her stranded and friendless, Dalton said. She has Joe and Jace. I'm sure wherever she goes, she'll find other people to help her, like Sky. People with more skills than we have. I don't know, Cole said. My power was looking pretty useful before it got blocked. Trillian seemed to think it would be crucial. Are you going to let him plan your future? Dalton asked. Didn't you almost get killed the last time you visited him? Didn't he try to take you prisoner? You think he's wrong? I think it's easy to say you can't lie. What proof do we have? He's an evil menace they locked up years ago. People avoid him like the plague. He could be telling the truth, Cole. I'm just not in a hurry to believe him. Cole thought about it. I don't know either. He might have just been trying to control me. What if we find Jenna tomorrow? Dalton asked. Let's say we also have a way home. Do we go? Do we try to find all the other kids first? Do we wait to help Mira? I honestly don't know. I'd hate to ditch the other kids. I'd hate to run out on Mira. It'll be hard to find all of them, Dalton said. I don't even know them all. And sure, this world has problems, but so does ours. That doesn't mean I rush out and join the Army or the Peace Corps so I can personally solve everything. We're still just kids. You're saying if we get the chance, we should leave? I'm wondering what you think, Dalton said. I want to help Mira unless it makes no sense to stay with her, Cole said, feeling the truth of the words as he spoke them. And I'm going to keep looking for Jenna. I'll save the other choices for when I actually find Jenna and a way home. Maybe when the time comes, Mira will be fine and leaving won't be a big deal. Or maybe we'll never have the option to go home. Who knows? They emerged from the footpath onto the widest road they had seen. Shops and stalls lined both sides of the street. Other merchants sold from carts or off blankets. Welcome to Gizmo Row, Jay said over his shoulder. The shops all had open fronts, inviting customers to step close and inspect items or have them demonstrated. The street wasn't packed with people, but a decent crowd of customers moved up and down the rows of storefronts, browsing, buying, and haggling. Cole noticed a lot of denim, jeans, shirts, skirts, and jackets. He wondered if he could find some jeans for himself. Did denim count as a gizmo? One of the nearest shops looked full of strange aquariums. Closer inspection revealed that they were various types of water purifiers. Most were made from a mix of metal, plastic, and glass. An older man with a curled mustache grinned from behind a counter at the front of the store. Water is life, he said with a faint accent that Cole couldn't place. Don't you guys have water towers? Cole asked. We do today, he said. For this, I give thanks. Tomorrow? He gave an indefinite shrug. I hope so. For the sake of the children, pause to consider. Those towers only provide for the post. What if you go on an excursion? He patted a small machine. This condenser will strain water out of the air. He pointed at another. Feed this device mud, and cool, clear water will emerge. How can one put a price on such magnificent functionality? Such security against drought, such profound peace of mind. I bet you found a way, Cole said. For you, a special price, the man replied, stroking one of his smaller purifiers. 150 credits. I lose money on this, you make me a pauper, but it would pain me if you perished from thirst. I sell it to you as charity. We don't need purifiers, Jay said, coming up behind Cole and tugging on the back of his shirt. Come on. Who is this prophet? The man asked Cole. How does he know there will be no need for clean water? Would he be so kind as to speak my fortune, perhaps reveal how I will meet my end? It's a hunch, Jay said. The man gave a nod. May your hunches guide you to prosperity. Consider mentioning my wares to your parents. Will do, Jay said as he and Cole left the store. A purifier could come in handy, Cole said once they were out of earshot. If we were walking to the city, Jace replied. I have no plans to get lost in the wilderness here. Keep in mind, most of this stuff will fall apart if we take it out of Zeropolis. Cole, Jace, Mira, and Dalton moved along the row of shops. One place specialized in vehicle repair tools, including a variety of jacks. Another shop featured lamps and other decorative lighting. A third had advanced tools like power saws and welding gear. Cole avoided getting close enough for the merchants to engage him, until they reached the shop with the robots. Whoa, Cole exclaimed, his feet carrying him into the roomy store without much thought. Seriously? Dalton asked. Robots, large and small, moved around the area.
Some rolled on wheels, some mimicked animals or insects. A few walked upright. They were mostly made from metal and glass. A humanoid robot toddled up to Cole, all brassy metal and transparent panels. It was slightly taller than him and had a bronze mask for a face, with lights behind the eyes. "How may I serve you, master?" the robot asked in a female voice. "You tell me," Cole said. "What can you do?" "I can cook over 300 meals using standard equipment," the robot said. "I serve. I clean. I answer doors. I can handle all your domestic needs, freeing up your time for other pursuits." "Can you fight off robbers?" Dalton asked. "I can sound an alarm and get in the way," the robot replied. "Can you sing?" Cole asked. "I can be taught," the robot replied. "It would require some minor upgrades." A husky man sauntered up to Cole. He wore jeans, a white shirt, a denim vest, and what looked like a leather baseball cap with mud flaps on the back. "Don't tease the domestic bots, kid," the man said. "What if I might buy it?" Cole asked defensively. "You'd start by needing around 18,000 credits," the man said. "What's that in ringers?" Cole asked. "Ringers? You from out of kingdom?" "You're right by the border," Cole said. The man shook his head. "Kids are talkers these days. They love to yap. I don't take ringers, boy, but 10 credits is roughly 1 copper ringer roll. You're looking at about 4 platinum." Cole had much more than that, but knew it would be foolish to reveal it. "Why so much glass?" Cole asked. The man huffed. "Boy, that is grade 3 bonded crystal, harder than most alloys and energy friendly." He huffed again. "Glass would shatter. I'd like to see you try to break a plate of grade 3. That would be comedy." Jay stepped in front of Cole. "How much for your hat?" The guy scowled. "You cracking wise?" "No," Jay said in his most sincere voice. "I'm absolutely serious. I'd buy it right now." Weighing the reply suspiciously, the man brushed the bill of his cap. "Not for sale. I've had this hat for years. Too much sentimental value." "Where'd you get it?" Jace asked. "Ordered it in from the city," he said. "Place called Headgear. Synthetic leather with a waterproof sealant." Jace gave a nod. "Thanks. Do you have anything we might be able to afford?" Dalton asked. The man took a deep breath. "This is a bot shop. Nothing here comes cheap. It all depends on what you have to spend." "What about that little crab-looking guy?" Dalton asked, pointing at a robot skittering around on a countertop in controlled bursts of motion. "Does that look like a plaything to you?" the man asked. "That's a work bot. Tinkers use it to track energy flow in vehicles and other systems. It can find and repair damaged panels on a mag road. You'd be amazed by the energy surges it can withstand, the extreme temperatures that fail to bother it." "We're sorry to trouble you," Mira said, tugging at Dalton. "Kids love bots," the man said, waving a hand. "I get it. I don't have any toy bots here. Some of the junkers on the row may have some. I can't vouch for the quality." Cole, Dalton, and Jace followed Mira out. She walked briskly down the road. "What was the hurry?" Cole asked her quietly. "That place was cool." "Other shoppers were listening in on your conversation," she said. "You were drawing attention. That's not the goal right now." She glanced over her shoulder. "We're being followed." Cole turned and saw a grungy guy in denim overalls coming toward them from the direction of the robot shop. He waved when Cole met his eyes and jogged to catch up. "I don't know your faces," he said, his friendliness sounding a little forced. "We're from out of town," Jace said. "Your folks are letting you wander?"
he asked. They trust us, Cole said. You want something? I'm Wilcox, the guy said. I overheard you asking about bots. You kids have ringers? Our parents might, Jay said. Wilcox lowered his voice. I've got a shop next street over. There's some great stuff down on the lower level. Want to check it out for your folks? Bots, gadgets, hard to find items, really fun. Great deals. Why aren't you at your shop? Mira asked. Everybody comes to Gizmo Row, Wilcox said. I watch for clients here. Are a lot of your clients kids? She asked. Cole was glad she had called him on it. The guy gave off a shady vibe. Wilcox frowned. He tapped Dalton on the shoulder. Notice this one's a slave. Our slave, Mira said. Mouthy for a slave, Wilcox said. Saw him talking up a storm in there. You have IDs? Papers? None of your business, Jay said. Isn't it? Wilcox asked, cocking his head. Is there a problem? Cole breathed a sigh of relief to see Joe step up behind Wilcox. Joe didn't look pleased. Wilcox turned to look at him. Hey, Dad, Mira said. No problem, Wilcox said. The young ones were pestering Chuck in the bot shop. I thought they might enjoy some of my toy bots. Joe narrowed his eyes. So you were asking about identification? Who are you? Wilcox gave a smile and a shrug. Just a fellow looking to make a few credits. Good afternoon. He ambled away casually, hands in his pockets. That was good timing, Mira muttered. Looked like it, Joe said. He was running some sort of scam. There's plenty of that in Zeropolis. Maybe I shouldn't have left you alone. Anyhow, I got a bunch of credits on my card and I know where we're going to stay tonight. We'll catch the monorail in the morning. Chapter 5. Gwen. Joe booked a pair of adjoining rooms on the second floor of a big inn made of concrete blocks. One room contained 4 narrow beds, the other 2. All of the beds had mattresses that looked and felt like the mattresses Cole remembered from back home, though a bit thinner. A couple of cowhide rugs softened up the cement floor. An actual faucet, Dalton said, standing by the sink. With hot and cold running water. A toilet, too, Cole added. Dalton twisted on a faucet and let water run over his hand. What a miracle. The showers are in a common area down the hall, Joe said. They have one washroom for men and another for women, but in the city we'll have showers in our rooms. Sweet, Cole said. This might be my favorite kingdom. They had gathered in the room with 4 beds. Mira would sleep in the other one when the time came. Joe sat on the edge of one of the beds, hunched forward, hands folded. He cleared his throat. It's time I tell you my story. Cole perked up. Why you wanted to get away from Zeropolis? Joe nodded. That and more. As long as we're together, the mess I made for myself here could affect us all. Cole, Dalton, in a lot of ways, we're in the same boat. I tried to get back home, and you deserve to hear about the problems involved. He rubbed his thighs and chuckled. I hardly know where to begin. Some people know pieces of this, but I haven't told all of it to anyone. You're from Monterey, Dalton prompted. Right, Joe said with a smile that was almost a grimace. That's a place to start. I'm, 34 now? I was 30. I worked as a paramedic and occasionally as a studio musician. You were in a band? Cole asked. Yeah, a few, when I was younger. Later on, I just helped out when other people needed stuff recorded. Guitar, mostly. It was fun work. I did most of it in the Bay Area, a little in LA. You can shred on guitar? Dalton asked, impressed. If shredding is required, Joe said.
That hasn't been the handiest skill here. Knowing some first aid helps at times.
Like with the Sultan, Cole said.
Joe winced. I wish I could have handled that better. I'd never worked on an arrow wound.
I wasn't criticizing, Cole said. At least you did something.
Have you guys been where he's from? Jace asked.
Monterey? Dalton clarified.
I haven't.
Me neither, Cole said. Don't they have an aquarium?
A famous one, Joe said. And a lot of natural beauty. Great coastline, nice bay. How'd you end up here? Jace asked. Joe clapped his hands together. It's a painful story, but it's part of what I need to tell you. Let's see. I was engaged to be married. Gwen Saunders, the love of my life. Our wedding was coming up. We were about ready to send out invitations. Her family had some money, so it was going to be at a fancy country club. Some of my friends were lined up to provide live music. It would have been awesome.
What happened? Cole asked.
I was walking by the ocean one evening, Joe said. I was lost in thought, feeling grateful. Mostly, Gwen is amazing. It's ridiculous. She's so smart. A lawyer. The kind you don't want working against you. She's beautiful. We both love music, especially some of the oldies. Anyhow, the air in front of me opened up, and before I knew what was happening, I got sucked through to here.
The air opened up? Cole asked.
It was a wayminder, Joe said. I wasn't part of her plan, apparently, just a mishap. She wanted to cross over to the outside, and I was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Did you ask her to send you back? Dalton asked.
You bet, Joe said. And she told me the same thing you guys have heard. Once we cross to the outskirts, we can return home temporarily, but we can't stay there. And those who know us best forget us the most.
Gwen? Mira asked.
Bingo, Joe said. I ended up in Zeropolis, and my fiancée forgot she ever knew me.
You're sure she forgot? Cole asked.
Joe scrunched his nose. I'm sure. There's more to the story.
How did a wayminder bring you to Zeropolis? Dalton asked. I thought their shaping worked in Creon.
Or Junction, Cole said. Like when we came through. Their shaping messes with time and space, Joe said. The time manipulation only works in Creon. They open ways by tweaking space. That works best in Creon, but it can be done all over. A wayminder could explain it better, but I think they can borrow space from Creon wherever they go.
That's right, Mira confirmed.
The wayminder felt bad, Joe said. She tried to make it right. She was a girl? Jace asked. Joe nodded. Solana. When I came through the way she opened, I broke her concentration and the way closed. She couldn't open a new one right there, so we moved. She sent me back as soon as she could, within 4 hours of me crossing over. She got me close to where I had departed from. I ran to my car, drove to Gwen's place. She answered the door and looked at me like a total stranger. Cole's insides twisted. He imagined getting a look like that from his mom, or his dad, or his sister. Is that what the future held? He glanced at Dalton. Based on his friend's expression, the same worries were attacking him. Solana had warned me what to expect, Joe said. Since I'd only been in the outskirts a short time, I kind of hoped the side effects wouldn't take hold. I said Gwen's name, and she asked if she knew me. I told her my name, but got a blank stare. It was right out of a nightmare. The more I tried to talk, the more I hinted at details I knew about her, the more uncomfortable she became. Before things got out of hand, I walked away.
Did you get sucked back here? Dalton asked.
In less than 2 hours, Joe said. After Gwen, I went to visit a good friend who also had no memory of me. I called into work, nobody knew me. I found a place to park my car and just sat there, trying to think. Felt like I was losing my mind. For a good while, I couldn't stop laughing. Not healthy laughter. Before too long, the air over the passenger seat started to ripple. A way opened up and I was back in Zeropolis.
That's the worst, Cole said. Not yet, Joe said. The worst is coming. Sit tight. Solana came and found me. Not long after I returned to Zeropolis, she apologized again and explained that I was stuck in the outskirts. She helped me get a free mark, an identity card, and a place to stay. She gave me some money. I was in a daze at the time. I couldn't appreciate how lucky I was to have someone to orient me. Are you still friends? Dalton asked. Not really, Joe said. In theory, I guess. I wasn't overly nice to her. In spite of her help, she had kind of ruined my life. Looking back now, I can at least appreciate how she tried to make up for it. I don't think she's in Zeropolis anymore. My understanding is she returned to Creon. You got stuck here, Chase said. Then what? I found a hospital, Joe said. Since I'm a paramedic, they became very interested when they learned I was from outside. They hired me, and we taught each other some techniques. The medical care in Zeropolis is pretty good. Some of their technology surpasses what we have back home, though our medicines are more advanced. How'd you get involved with the unseen? Cole wondered. Gradually, Joe said. I began to notice how controlling the government is here. I could never shake the hope of finding a way back to Monterey. I meet a lot of people as a paramedic. I kept my eyes and ears open. I started to hear about throughports that could connect to our internet back home. When I met the right people, I started asking questions. Within a couple of years, I connected with some members of the unseen who helped me get online. That's so weird they can get our internet, Dalton said. Are we even in the same universe? It takes help from a wayminder, Joe said. Under normal conditions, a wayminder can only hold a way open for a limited time, but some can open tiny ways for a really long time. The wayminder opens tiny ways near a wireless router in our world. A tinker makes gear to pick up the signal, and before you know it, they're online. Some tinkers even own routers in our world and pay the access fees and everything. Did you try to contact Gwen? Mira asked. What do you think? Joe replied. Non-stop. She never opened a single email from me. None of my friends or family did either. I went through some of my obscure contacts and tried them. Sometimes I'd hear back. We'd make idle chit-chat. I never tried to tell anyone where I was. I knew how it would sound. That must have been so frustrating, Cole said, as his hopes of emailing his family crumbled. This story was creating a dark, anxious pit in his stomach. Still gets worse, Joe said. See, I know the password for Gwen's email. She had mine too. She never changed it. So even though I couldn't contact her, I could peek at her life. I could see the emails I sent sitting there, unopened. She opened everything, even half of the spam, but nothing from me. Man, Dalton said. Bummer, right? Joe said. Meanwhile, the more I learned about the unseen, the more I believed in their cause, and the more involved I became. I began to understand how completely Abram Trench wants to control life in Zeropolis, and I came to realize the tyranny of the High King. If I was stuck here, I wanted to help this world become the best it can be. I mean, slavery? Are you kidding me? As a fringe benefit, the unseen gave me access to throughports so I could keep peeking at my world. Because throughports are illegal, Dalton said. The Grand Shaper does all he can to shut them down, Joe said. But the unseen are well organized here. I had good access. How'd it get worse? Jace asked. Joe sighed. About 6 months ago, I started to notice some of Gwen's emails taking a turn for the worse. I can read her pretty well. I know how she gets when she's frustrated. She's type A, works hard, plays hard, and takes things hard. She internalizes every little failure. I helped balance her out there. I helped her have fun. I helped her shake stuff off. We listened to music, or I'd play my guitar, or we'd get Italian, or we'd ride bikes along the coast. She was going into a downward spiral like I'd never seen. It wasn't clear in most of her emails, mainly the ones to her sister, and hints in the messages to her mom. Did you feel bad spying on her? Jace asked. Joe rubbed his face. Well, yeah, but it was my only form of contact. I couldn't resist. As time went on, I realized that she felt alone.
Maybe it's the romantic in me, but I thought maybe even though she couldn't remember me, a part of her was grieving my absence. Suddenly Cole was fighting back tears. Were his parents like that? Could they feel something was wrong even though they had forgotten him? Were they depressed without knowing why? Even if it caused them pain, Cole couldn't help hoping that some part of them deep down remembered him. He had to believe there was some hidden refuge of memory that might be wakened somehow. That must have been difficult, Mira said tenderly. Staring at the floor, Joe folded and unfolded his arms. It wasn't a picnic. The longer I watched, the clearer her sadness became. I couldn't take seeing Gwen like that, unable to help her. It led to a crazy, stupid plan. What? Cole asked, fascinated. I decided to bring her here, Joe said. Did you do it? Dalton asked. Did it make her remember you? I'm getting there, Joe said. I checked with a wayminder, not Solana, she was long gone. He told me that bringing Gwen here wouldn't make her remember me. But Gwen fell in love with me once, right? I'd woo her again. I'd fix the emptiness I saw in her and maybe fill the void inside of me. But she'd be stuck here too, Cole said. Joe nodded, rubbing his hands together. I thought that through. If you're not a slave and you live quietly, keep your head down, it isn't so bad here. We could live fulfilling lives, especially if we had each other. What I had with Gwen was epic. Whether or not she could remember me, I knew we'd figure it out. I convinced myself that if given a choice, Gwen would want to be with me. So I hired the wayminder. My plan was to kidnap my fiancée and bring her here. How'd that work out? Dalton asked. Joe winced. Could have gone better. Tell us, Cole urged, completely hooked. Gazing down at the floor, Joe wiped a hand over his face. I knew it was a risk, that she might see me as a villain, but I thought we could overcome that. She was still Gwen, right? And I'm still me. He fell silent. It went badly? Mira guessed. Imagine this. We open a way to the street in front of my fiancé's apartment. Ex-fiancé? Anyhow. I knew she was bad at locking the back door, and sure enough, I hop the fence into her little yard and find it open. I creep across her kitchen in the dark and up the stairs. It's all way too familiar, almost like I never left. I'm going quietly. I know that to her I'll seem like a burglar. By the light coming through her window from the street, I can see her sleeping. She's so pretty. Without the worst luck ever, she would have already been my wife. We would have been married for years. Joe folded his arms. There I am, in her room. I just have to get her down the stairs and out front to the way. She's no weakling, but neither am I. I was sure I could get her there. But, Cole inserted. Joe grimaced. But, there she was, snug and safe in a city without slaves, a place where she was free to live however she chose. How could I take that from her? Take away her home, her family, her job, her life, without permission? What a nightmare, Mira said. I couldn't do it, Joe said. I wasn't just worried about her thinking I was a villain. I knew in that moment that if I took her, I would be a villain. However much I loved her, however much she once loved me, I had no right to drag her here, so I left. I came back through the way empty-handed. She's still there? Cole asked. And I'm still here, Joe said. He smirked. The next time I tried to check up on her using a throughport, I got caught. City Patrol raided the place. The guys running the throughport got taken away. It was my first offense. I got probation. It's what wrecked my true ID. The City Patrol is aware of me now. It makes me less safe to travel with. You used your fake ID today without trouble? Jace asked. Yeah, it went well, Joe said. We should be all right to take the monorail tomorrow. How backward is a place where it would have been legal for me to kidnap Gwen and bring her here, but I'm not allowed to browse the internet. I could have made Gwen my slave without any legal trouble. This is why you wanted to leave Zeropolis? Mira asked. Joe nodded.
I got depressed. Really low. I knew I'd never see Gwen again. I was on probation. I was done with Zeropolis. I needed to get away. I went to the unseen and told them I wanted a mission as far from the city as possible. I'd done some good work for them. The right people trusted me. That was when they let me know about you, Mira, and sent me on a mission to warn you about the Legionnaires coming for you. You went straight from that to this? Mira said with concern. Joe flashed a tight smile. This was exactly what I needed. Something to lose myself in. I threw myself at the danger. Part of me didn't mind the idea of dying, but I kept surviving, and now fate has brought me back here. What are you going to do? Cole asked. Joe gave a grim chuckle. I've been pondering that long and hard ever since I learned we'd be coming here to find Constance. I think I just keep helping you kids. Focus on the work. Do I miss Gwen? Take a wild guess. I'll miss her until the day I die. I know Cole hangs on to hope that there might be a way to get home. I'm open to that, but I don't dare to hope for it yet. I don't think my heart could take another disappointment. But I won't tell you to give up. If you find a way, please take me with you. Cole's throat felt thick with emotion. It was hard to feel hopeful after hearing Joe's experience. Trillian told me there might be ways to change how things work here. It kind of makes sense. Pretty much everything else can be shaped. I'm not giving up until we try every option. We'll bug the Grand Shaper of Creon. We'll find out more about Shapecraft. We'll go back to Trillian if we have to. We'll figure something out. Man, you guys really hate it here, Jace said. It's not our home, Dalton said. No, but it's my home, Jace replied. And I've lived most of my life as a slave, so I get not loving it. I admire your optimism, Cole, Joe said. I know you really mean to tackle the impossible. I'll help, however I can. First thing I'm going to try is getting some sleep, Jace said. Those days as a wolf are catching up with me. We're all tired, Joe agreed. Sorry for the long story. Don't apologize, Mira said. It was brave and generous of you to share it. We'll do our best to help you. Sorry about Gwen, Cole said. That's really rough. No worse than what you boys are going through, Joe said. You were ripped away from your families. I can only imagine what that feels like at your age. Cole didn't trust his voice. Dalton wiped at his eyes. Cole tried to ignore the pitying looks from Mira and even Jace. Thanks for telling us what we're up against, Cole managed. It doesn't paint a pretty picture of our chances to return to our normal lives, Joe said. But you deserve to know. We always knew it would be hard, Cole said. I sometimes suspected they were bluffing about people forgetting us. I wondered whether we'd really get pulled back here if we made it home. I wanted it to be propaganda, a trick to keep us here. That hope made your story kind of disappointing, but it's good to know the truth. We just have to find a way to change how it all works. Somehow, we'll do it. We start by surviving tomorrow, Joe said. Let's get some sleep while we can. Chapter 6. Monorail. The monorail station was a spacious modern structure of steel and crystal. After walking through the front doors, Cole almost felt like he was back in Arizona at some public building. Tile floors, powered lights, service counters, people waiting in line. It could have been the lobby of an airport. IDs first, Joe said, leading the way. Cole was now dressed in jeans and a brown shirt. The others all wore new clothes too. Joe wanted them to look like true Zeropolites. They got in a fairly short line at a counter marked identification. Joe had explained that the city government used the monorail stations to provide services for the outposts. More than just transportation and shipping, the stations provided banking, processed identifications, registered vehicles and property, recorded complaints, and housed a modest garrison of patrolmen. When their turn came up, Joe and the kids approached the counter together. Joe handed his ID card to the older woman on duty. She looked at it, held it under a bluish light, then scanned it into a machine. Staring down at her screen, she looked perplexed for a moment, glancing quickly at Joe. "Is there a problem?" he asked. Cole's gut clenched, but he tried to look calm. The woman gave a small smile. "Your mustache in the photo threw me off." "I miss it sometimes," Joe said, rubbing his upper lip. "You look better without it," she whispered loudly. "How can I help you today, Mr. Boone?" "I'm traveling with my 2 nephews, my niece, and their slave. They're all first-timers in Zeropolis, so they'll need IDs. "Okay," she said, fingers rattling on a keyboard. "Do they have any identifying paperwork from Elawir?" Joe shook his head. "I'm sure you know how badly organized they are in Elawir when it comes to records." "All too well," she said. "I deal with the sloppy results every day. Do you have papers for the slave?" "He's marked, of course," Joe said, "but we don't have papers." The woman behind the counter looked at Dalton. "Are these your owners?" "Yes, ma'am," he replied. "Very well," the woman said. "There's a 200 credit processing fee for minors and a 600 credit fee for slaves." "Use my card," Joe said. "The fees double without papers," she said. "I understand," Joe replied. The woman held his card under a scanner. "Okay." She smiled at the kids, her gaze taking them in. "Have you ever been to the city?" "No," Mira said. "Are you sure you want to go there?" she asked playfully. "Yes," Cole said. "Very well," the woman said. "I need to take individual pictures, and then I'll need your names along with the correct spellings." She gestured for Cole to come around the counter, so he did. He stood on a mark, stared at a lens, and smiled. It didn't feel too different from school photos. "Name?" she asked. "Bubba Boone," Cole said. "Bubba." As Cole watched, Mira went on record as Shannon Boone, Jace became Hampton Boone, and Dalton became Kevin, son of Mark. Cole was the first kid to receive a dark green ID card. He hefted it, stroking the metallic surface with his thumb. "Why isn't it blue like yours?" Cole asked Joe. "You're under 16, Joe said. Jace and Mira accepted their cards. Dalton got his last. It was blood red. "Slave color?" he asked, holding it up to the lady behind the counter. She gave a curt nod, then looked beyond him. "Next!" Joe herded Cole and the others over to a nearby wall. "Wait here while I buy tickets," he instructed. As soon as he walked off, Jace turned to Dalton. "I'm thirsty, slave boy," he said. "Fetch me a drink." Dalton scowled. "Don't make a scene, Kevin," Jace warned. "We all have to do our part." "Yes, Your Highness," Dalton said. "I'm not royalty," Jace explained. "Master will do." "Knock it off," Cole said. "It isn't his fault he wasn't around when Declan changed our bond marks to free marks." "Wasn't my fault I had a bond mark to begin with," Jace countered. "If our slave just stands around all the time and never serves us, how realistic does that look? It's safer for him and for us if he plays the part." Cole could tell Jace enjoyed bossing Dalton around, and he was probably getting in some retaliation for the hidden saddle, but it was hard to argue against his point. They wanted to blend in. "It's okay," Dalton said. "Do you want a drink, Mira, Cole?" "Sure," Mira said. "Thanks." "Won't that be a lot to carry?" Cole asked. "I'll manage," Dalton said. "Don't forget to hold any doors open for us," Jace said. "Be the first to stand, the last to sit. Treat us like masters. Work to keep us comfortable. Anticipate our needs. And try not to jump into any conversations free people are having." "Aren't you getting carried away?" Cole said. "I was a slave for a long time," Jace said. "Believe me,
I know how they're supposed to behave. Thanks, master, Dalton said with some sarcasm. He walked away. How is he supposed to find drinks? Cole wondered. He doesn't have any money. A good slave would figure it out, Jace said. I understand playing our roles, Mira said, but Jace, you don't have to enjoy it so much. Jace chuckled and stuffed his hands in his pockets. I'm just grateful to be free. I think that would include some empathy for those still stuck as slaves, Mira said. We're just pretending he's our slave, Jace reminded her. But we're not pretending he's a slave, Cole said. He's been a slave since he got here. His bond mark is real. Sometimes you two are unbelievably boring, Jace said, turning his back on them and shuffling a few steps away. A few minutes later, Joe returned with Dalton behind him. Joe held a can of soda. Dalton carried 4 others. He handed one to Cole, another to Mira, and a third to Jace. Cole inspected the orange can. The word POW slanted across it in thick yellow letters. It had a pull tab just like the soda cans back home. Cole popped the top and took a sip. The bubbly liquid fizzled in his mouth and down his throat. It tasted sweet, the orange flavoring enhanced by a hint of vanilla. That's not bad, Cole said, licking his lips. I haven't had a soda since I came here. Jace squinted at the top of the can, first pressing the tab down, then picking at it. Mira held her soda unopened as well. Having trouble, master? Dalton asked. I'm waiting for you to do your job, Jace said. Dalton held out a hand, accepted the can, and demonstrated how to use the tab to pop it open. He handed it back to Jace. After seeing the example, Mira popped her own can open. Dalton opened his as well. We have tickets? Cole asked, taking another sip. We're officially going to town, Joe said. The monorail leaves in about 15 minutes. We should get aboard. Will our swords be a problem? Jace asked. Joe held up his travel bag. Both are in here. Primitive weapons like swords should be okay. They don't really screen for weapons here, not like on flights back home. Joe led them to a line waiting to pass through a door in a high crystal wall. A pair of patrolmen flanked the door, one checking IDs and tickets, the other watching the line. They wore gray and black uniforms with padding over the chest and on their limbs. Dangling from their shoulders by a strap, each man had a tubular weapon that looked like a miniature rocket launcher. The line moved steadily. Cole shuffled forward beside Joe. What are those weapons? Cole murmured. Little bazookas? No, Joe said softly. Those are trap guns. Most of the weapons used by patrolmen stun or entrap. You'll get gummed up by quick tar or stuck to webby nets. Non-lethal, but very effective. There isn't usually much violence in Zeropolis. Crime happens quietly here. Joe stopped talking as they drew near to the door. Cole clutched his ticket and his ID card. He thought about how he would hand over the ticket and ID card if he wasn't a wanted fugitive. He decided to act calm and polite, maybe a little distracted. Joe held out his card. The patrolman scanned it with a device, glanced at his ticket, then waved him along. Upon reaching the patrolman, Cole fretted about making too much eye contact, or too little. The patrolman took Cole's card and scanned it, then waved him through. Cole didn't look back to watch the other kids, but soon they were all together beyond the crystal wall. Up ahead, 3 elevators shuttled people up to the level of the track. Elaborate compartments of crystal and bronze. The elevators were not hidden within a shaft. Each had an operator and could fit roughly 10 passengers. They look kind of old-fashioned, Dalton observed beside Cole. They're fast, though, Cole replied. He noticed Jace watching the elevators climb and sink. He looked both excited and a little uncertain. Ever ridden in an elevator, Jace? Nope, Jace said. Me neither, Mira added. They call them senders here, Joe mentioned.
like ascend and descend. After a short wait, Cole and his 4 companions entered a sender with a few other people. The operator raised a lever, and the compartment surged briskly upward. When Cole exited the sender, the monorail came into full view. Long and sleek, the streamlined train was composed of silvery metal and crystal, tinted such a dark blue that Cole could only barely see the forms moving inside. "Bonded crystal?" Cole asked. "Very good," Joe said. "They use it a lot here. Those elevators were made of bonded crystal and some sturdy alloy, maybe rhenium. The crystal for the monorail is grade 2, tougher than steel. The train moves fast, over 300 miles per hour." Cole and the others joined the crowd making for one of the many doors of the long train. More patrolmen stood on the platform, trap guns dangling within easy reach. A conductor at the door to the monorail quickly checked tickets as people entered. Cole boarded after Joe, flashing his ticket to the conductor, then following Joe down the central aisle of the train. From inside the monorail, the tinted glass didn't look nearly so dark, though everything outside had bluish tones. People were settling into the cushioned seats at either side of the aisle. Much as when he had walked into the station, Cole felt a sense of home. This monorail was too modern to fit his experiences in the outskirts. It was too much like boarding the light rail in Phoenix or getting on a plane. Joe led them down the aisle to the end of the car, through a set of doors, and along another aisle until the seats gave way to private compartments on either side, each with its own door. Checking his ticket, Joe opened the door of a compartment where 2 cushioned benches faced each other. The far wall was all window. "Our own room?" Cole asked. "We're not poor," Joe said. "I thought a little privacy would be nice." Joe and Dalton sat on one side, leaving Cole, Mira, and Jace on the other. With the door shut, they could almost be alone on the train. Only the faintest noise of other passengers moving around or conversing reached them. Looking out the window at the platform, Cole watched other passengers approaching the monorail. The crowd thinned until only a few patrolmen remained. A soothing female voice came from a speaker in the ceiling. "Now departing Outpost 121. Next stop, Outpost 45. Please keep your tickets handy and enjoy the ride." The monorail began to slide forward, starting off so gently that it was difficult for Cole to determine when the motion began. Smoothly and steadily they picked up speed. They left the station behind and the low buildings of the outpost blurred beneath them. Cole leaned his head against the window to enjoy the foreground streaming past. The monorail reached terrific speed, but inside their compartment, Cole could feel no motion. When he closed his eyes, they could have been standing still. "Are we even moving?" Cole asked. "It's almost like the outside scenery is fake." "The monorail is well designed," Joe said. "It floats on a magnetic cushion and is extremely aerodynamic." "I've never imagined anything like this," Jace said. "I can't believe the speed." "When do we get off?" Dalton wondered. 6 stop from now, Joe said. "Hanover Station. We'll stop at 2 other outposts and pass a few stations in the city." "How long?" Dalton asked. "We have to go more than 1,000 miles, Joe said. "Including the stops, we should arrive in just over 4 hours." Cole gave a low whistle. That was fast. "Do you know how to find the unseen?" Mira asked. "I've been gone for a while," Joe said. "They change location a lot to stay ahead of the patrolmen. We'll hit a gaming hub called Axis. Cole or Dalton would call it an arcade. Some of the CKs should be there, the Crystal Keepers. They're a gang of gamers who help out the unseen. They'll know how to help us get in touch with the leadership." "Think we can find a through port?" Cole asked. "Probably, once we reach the unseen," Joe said. "We'll get their help in finding Constance and ask about your slave friends." "And I'm going to ask about headgear," Jace said. "I want a hat like that robot guy had." Joe snapped his fingers. "Whoops, I meant to put some money on your ID cards. We'll have to do that once we get to the city."
Somebody tapped on the door. Joe opened it to reveal a conductor. "Tickets, please," the man said. They handed over their tickets. The man passed a handheld scanner over them, then returned them. "Thanks for riding the monorail," he said, tipping his hat. Then he backed into the hall and closed the door. Cole leaned back on his bench. It was comfortable. The cushions a nice blend of soft but firm. He hadn't slept well the night before. He had been excited to see the city, and he had kept thinking about his parents not missing him. Cole was in the corner by the window, so he leaned his head against the glass. In that position, he could feel the slightest hint of vibration against his skull. It was kind of soothing. His thoughts turned to Jenna. Where was she now? Was she comfortable? Scared? Was she expecting a rescue? Was she trying to free herself? What if she had made a successful escape? Could she be on the run too? Hopefully there would be answers in a few hours after he reached the city and the unseen. What if they traced her ID card and instantly found her? What if he would see her later today or tomorrow? The hope seemed too greedy, but he knew it was possible. She had to be somewhere. Gazing far out the window toward the horizon, Cole lost the sense of their speed. But when he glanced down at the nearby prairie streaking by beneath him, his appreciation was reawakened. Feeling drowsy, Cole experimented with shutting his eyes. When he woke up, he found that the monorail was inside a station. Jerking away from the window, Cole saw the others eating sandwiches. "I wondered when you'd join us," Dalton said around a mouthful. "This is the first stop in the city." "We got you food," Mira said, handing Cole a wrapped sandwich. "How much longer?" Cole asked. "The monorail doesn't go as fast inside the city," Joe said. "About half an hour." Cole unwrapped his sandwich and started working on it. The bread was a little stale, and the cuts of chicken inside it a little dry, but the tangy sauce was good, and he was hungry. As the monorail slid out of the station, Cole watched eagerly out the window for his first view of the city. What he saw delighted him. He had expected nonstop buildings, and yes, there were some serious clusters of skyscrapers spaced about, tall and elegant, mostly made of metal and crystal. But there were also open areas, big parks and lakes, neighborhoods with yards, mansions with grounds, huge low buildings topped with gardens. Even from the vantage of the elevated track, the city stretched as far as he could see, which led Cole to suppose it might continue well beyond what lay before him. Vehicles zoomed along the dark roads, crisscrossing the city. Were they cars? He couldn't see tires. Were they hovering? They all shared a similar design, though the colors varied. It was hard to discern all the details from up high, moving quickly. "Next stop, Canal Station," announced the soothing female voice from the speaker in the ceiling. "Please remain in your seats while we stop while the city patrol arrests a suspect. The all clear will be announced once the suspect is in custody. Walt Boone, please submit quietly." Chapter 7. Welcoming Committee. Joe immediately tried the door to the compartment. It was locked. He jiggled the handle roughly, but it only moved a little, and the door had no give. The compartment was silent as Joe slid back into his seat. He looked ill, his face oddly blank. "Okay," he said softly. "Okay. Okay." Cole banged the side of his fist against the window. It made no sound. The vault door at a bank might have shown a similar indifference to a punch. "We're not getting out through the window," Cole said, hoping to jumpstart Joe. "No," Joe agreed. "It would take serious tools." His eyes darted, but Cole wasn't sure he was seeing much. "They must have flagged my ID after all, but let me board. That kind of patience isn't how City Patrol normally works. I should have gone with my gut." The woman at the ID counter seemed a little flustered at first. "We've made one stop in the city so far. I bet a bunch of patrolmen got on. Now they're taking me off." "What can we do?" Mira asked. Joe clutched the sides of his head. "A private compartment was a terrible idea. We're stuck here until they come for us.
the monorail began to slow. "I should have spaced us throughout the train," Joe lamented. "We should have sat near exits." "Would have, could have, should have," Jace said impatiently. "What do we do?" Out the window, the view of the city was replaced by the inside of a building. Signs on the wall declared it Canal Station. People milled on the platform. The monorail slowed even more. Cole's mind raced. What could they do? They had no time. They were trapped. "We let the welcoming committee take us," Joe said hurriedly. "They'll be ready for trouble. It's the wrong time to resist. I'll comply. They'll focus on me. Come quietly, but move slowly. Stray as far from me as you can. After we're off the monorail, I'll make a run for it. Scatter. Don't stay together. Don't use your ID cards. They're all tied to me now. Jace, keep my travel bag if you can. All of you make your way to Axis, Leaf Street near Hanover Station, across from Zenith Park Crystal Keepers." The monorail had eased to a stop. The compartment door opened. 2 heavily built patrolmen filled the doorway. "What's the problem?" Joe asked politely. "Joe McFarland, you're under arrest," one of the patrolmen said. "May I ask the charges?" Joe asked. The patrolman grunted. "Not now. Come with us." "I'm not sure what I've done wrong, but I'm all yours," Joe said. "The false ID is a start," the patrolman said, glancing around the compartment. "Who are the kids?" "Relatives of a friend," Joe said. "You're the only adult present?" the patrolman asked. "That's right," Joe said. "We'll have to bring all of you to HQ, the patrolman said. "Step out in the hall, Joe first." He backed away from the doorway, allowing room to exit. After a quick glance at Cole and the others, Joe rose and passed into the hall. The patrolman who had been speaking leaned back into the compartment, all business. "You kids stay with us." "Why do we have to come?" Jace complained. "Let's cut the chit-chat," the patrolman said. "You're with a wanted criminal? Hurry up." The patrolman backed out the door. Cole waited while Jace grabbed the travel bag and exited, then watched Mira and Dalton exit as well. What would it mean to go to HQ? It would get ugly fast if anybody figured out Mira's identity. What if the hunter caught wind of it? Cole took his time leaving the compartment. They had to try to get away. Maybe by going slow, he could create some space for himself. Out in the central aisle, Joe stood with his wrists bound in front of him, and a patrolman on either side. With his wrists tied and so many patrolmen around, would he even get the chance to run and make a diversion? Once Cole exited the compartment, the lead patrolman gave a nod, and the procession started down the aisle toward the exit. Cole only had one patrolman behind him, so he tried to dawdle, crouching to tie his shoe, but the patrolman stayed with him. As he advanced up the aisle toward the exit, Cole wished for his power back. If he could energize the jumping swords and Jace's golden rope, the odds of escape would immediately improve. But searching desperately inside, Cole perceived no trace of his power. Accompanied by patrolmen, Joe stepped off the monorail. Other patrolmen followed. The soothing female voice spoke again over the loudspeakers. "You may now exit the train for Canal Station. Thank you for your cooperation." Passengers began to rise from their seats and move into the aisle, forcing the patrolman ahead of Cole to pause. Cole flattened himself against the seats at one side of the aisle to allow an older woman to pass. He stayed there, hoping the patrolman behind him might pass him as well, but the patrolman nudged him to continue. Cole stepped down from the train onto a bustling platform. Some people were boarding the train, others getting off. Looking compliant, Joe stood some distance away with 4 patrolmen. Jace, Mira, and Dalton were moving in Joe's general direction, while also doing a decent job of spreading out. Joe briefly met eyes with Cole. Then he bolted, racing down the platform toward the front of the monorail. All of the patrolmen reacted. Most reached for their trap guns, then seemed to think twice about using them on the crowded platform. Though caught flat-footed, the patrolman who had stood with Joe took off in pursuit, weapons in hand. Joe turned and raised his bound hands. In them he held a silver tube that Cole remembered from Skyport. Joe had pointed it at the Legionnaires when he joined the fight to help Mira escape. Nothing had happened. This time, it worked. A narrow jet of white material fountained from the end of the tube, staying in a focused stream until it hit the patrolman nearest to Joe and expanded into a dense cloud of foam. The foam only sprayed for a few seconds, but Joe managed to heavily cover 2 patrolmen and lightly got a third. The rich lather made Cole think of shaving cream, but as the men coated by the substance slowed down, it became clear that the foam was rapidly hardening. One patrolman tipped over, trapped in a pillowy cocoon, his arms encased in front of his chest, his legs stuck together above the knees. The foamy husk helped break his fall. Another patrolman froze up while wiping the lather off his face. Only his upper body was covered, but he ended up with one hand stuck over his eye and the other against his neck. A third patrolman had his hand bound to his weapon and his elbow to his side by a large creamy glob. Joe kept running, brushing by others in the crowd. As people saw him coming and made room for him, he swerved toward them rather than accepting the open space. Cole realized that Joe was using the crowd to deny the patrolmen a clear shot. Cole also abruptly realized that he was unsupervised. People were still going in and out of the monorail through the door he had just exited. The patrolman who had accompanied him was running after Joe just like all the others. Taking his ticket from his pocket, Cole turned and boarded the train. No conductor monitored the door. After stepping aboard with his head down, Cole turned away from the private compartments where he had ridden with his friends. He didn't want to walk by the same people who had watched the patrolman march him off the monorail. Moving down the aisle, Cole raised his head and tried to appear casual. Anxiety boiled inside of him. He expected a patrolman to call out to him at any moment. He walked through 2 cars before choosing an empty seat in a vacant row with a view of the platform. He wasn't sure if the seat required a certain ticket, but he figured he could act really polite and move if someone called him on it. Peering out the window, Cole found it mostly looked like business as usual on the platform, though a few people had paused to stare toward the front of the monorail, necks craning, presumably watching the chase. Joe had been sprinting while Cole walked, so unless he got caught right after Cole stopped watching, he was probably a good distance down the platform. Cole couldn't see him from his seat and didn't want to make a show of looking. Could Joe still be running? Did he have any chance of getting away? There had been a lot of patrolmen present, but if the crowd interfered enough, maybe it was possible. The distraction had sure worked. Cole hoped Dalton, Jace, and Mira had also taken advantage of the opportunity. Cole silently willed the train to move forward. He didn't think any patrolman had seen him return to the monorail, but he couldn't be sure. With a patrolman chasing Joe, how much would they care that the kids who were with him had scattered? Would they bother to search the area? The nearest exit door slid closed, and the monorail glided forward. The soothing woman came on over the loudspeaker. "Sorry for the delay. Next stop, Rockford Station." As the monorail picked up speed, Cole watched out the window, hoping for a glimpse of Joe, trusting the tinting to hide his face from any patrolman outside the train. Toward the end of the platform, Cole saw a group of patrolmen gathered around a pair of people pinned to the ground by a ropey mass of gray webbing. Due to the increasing speed of the monorail and the presence of the surrounding patrolmen, Cole only caught a quick glimpse of the people beneath the webs. But he knew one of them had to be Joe. The train passed beyond the station, and once again Cole could see the sights of the city, but his gaze dropped to his lap. He felt guilty for escaping while Joe paid the price. He knew Joe wanted him to flee, but he still felt miserable. Why couldn't Joe have gotten away? What would the patrolman do to him? Cole stewed about his other friends. He assured himself they must have escaped. He couldn't be the only one who had made it. Joe had led the patrolman on a good chase. He had made it a long way down the platform. Dalton, Jace, and Mira should be long gone. From his current seat, Cole could see no patrolman aboard the monorail. If he could make it past Rockford Station to the next stop, he could get off as planned and make his way to Access. The others who got away would go there too. Then maybe they could contact the unseen and figure out how to help Joe. Or maybe none of the others had escaped. Maybe Mira would be discovered. Maybe he had seen the last of his friends. Maybe he was alone. Chapter 8. Axis. Cole stepped off the monorail at Hanover Station, the fourth stop inside the city. The bustling station had a high ceiling and an enormous platform. Cole flowed with a crowd of disembarking passengers toward a wide stairway. Off to one side, he saw senders as well. It felt strange to be alone. He had traveled as part of a group for a long time. There had been others to rely on. When Joe was with him, he hadn't worried about navigation at all. Now he felt the true enormity of the city. He was an outsider. He didn't know the places or the customs. He needed to fit in. He couldn't afford to draw attention. For the moment, that meant staying with the crowd. 2 patrolmen wandered the platform, trap guns dangling from straps over their shoulders. Cole avoided paying special attention to them, and they returned the favor. As he reached the top of the stairs along with a funneling mass of other people, a hand clamped down on his shoulder from behind. "You're coming with me." Cole jumped and turned, breaking the grip, and was ready to dash down the crowded stairs before he recognized Jace. "Not a great time for jokes," Cole said hotly. "Seems like the perfect time," Jace replied. "It's the best I've felt all day." They started walking down the stairs together. As angry as Cole felt at being startled, he was also relieved. At least somebody else had slipped away. He wasn't completely on his own. Cole noticed Jace still carried the travel bag. "Good job keeping the bag." Jace glanced over. "Did you expect me to leave it? My golden rope is always in my pocket, but I didn't want to lose the jumping swords and whatever else Joe stashed in this." "How'd you get here?" Cole asked in a hushed voice. "How do you think?" Jace replied. "On the monorail." "Did you see what happened to the others?" Cole asked. "A little," Jace said. "What do you know?" "Not much," Cole said. "After Joe ran, I realized the patrol guys were distracted, so I hopped back on the train. As we pulled out of the station, I'm pretty sure I saw Joe glued to the ground by giant webs." They reached the bottom of the stairs and walked out into a spacious lobby. The black tile floor darkly reflected the people walking on it. "When Joe ran, I saw you get back on the monorail," Jace said. "Mira took off toward the nearest stairway. Dalton went diagonally to a different stairway. I headed along the platform in the opposite direction Joe had run. As I moved toward the back of the monorail, I decided you had a good idea, so I climbed aboard. The doors closed before long." "Did you see what happened to the others?" Cole asked. "Looked like they got away down the stairs," Jace said. "I was stupid. I should have found some other stairs and stayed with Mira to help her. I watched as best I could and didn't see any patrolmen tailing them. They all went after Joe." "Did you see him go down?" Cole asked. "He was too far away and the station was too crowded," Jace said. "Since I went to the back of the train, I was farther from him than you were. When the monorail pulled out, I saw a couple of guys stuck to the floor. The way the patrolmen had gathered around them, it must have been Joe." Cole and Jace exited the station through a pair of double doors. Outside, a wide sidewalk gave way to a glossy black street composed of tightly fitted panels. Heavy traffic zipped up and down the street, the cars hovering roughly a foot above the ground. They were all rounded like Volkswagens, but a little longer and sleeker. The windows were tinted almost as much as the monorails, keeping the drivers and passengers mostly hidden from view. Watching the hover cars zoom along, Cole flinched as they swerved aggressively, weaving in and out of close gaps. Time after time, right when a crash seemed inevitable, the vehicles corrected enough to avoid the collision. Cole had thought driving on the Arizona freeways looked intimidating, but that was nothing compared to this. Along the edge of the street, at intervals, dark gray boxes sat atop metal poles. They looked kind of like parking meters, except nobody was parked. A woman approached a pole box and held up her ID card. A green light flared to life atop the box. Seconds later, one of the hover vehicles glided to a stop near the woman. The door facing the sidewalk opened. Peering inside, Cole saw that the vehicle was vacant, no driver. "Check it out," Cole said, nodding toward the lady getting into the car. Without a driver, there was room for 6 passengers, 3 in the front, 3 in the back. "I am," Jace replied. The woman held up her ID card to a sensor inside the car. The doors closed, and the vehicle darted away, deftly blending in with the rest of the traffic. As Cole and Jace continued to watch, more cars were summoned to pole boxes, while others stopped to drop off passengers. The hover vehicles accelerated briskly and braked abruptly, all without touching the ground or causing a wreck. They were almost totally silent except for the air whooshing around them. "I think it's completely automated," Cole said. "Fancy word," Jace said. "There aren't any drivers," Cole rephrased. "I noticed," Jace said. "How could that work?" "It must be computers," Cole said. "Machines like the robots we saw." They stood watching the frenetic parade of near misses. Even when an accident looked certain, it didn't happen. "This many cars should be causing a traffic jam," Cole said. "It's a cool system. I've never seen anything like it." "Me neither," Jace said wholeheartedly. "Should we go?" "I wish I had an ID card with credits on it," Cole said. "I'd love to go for a ride." "You heard Joe, right?" Jace checked. "We need to ditch our IDs." "I heard him," Cole said. "I was just wishing." "Might be smart to get moving," Jace suggested. "Who knows if those patrolmen are searching for us? We should get away from the station." The reminder helped snap Cole out of his fascinated trance. Just because they had made it a couple of stations away from where Joe got arrested didn't mean they were safe. There would be time to pay more attention to the amazing technology of Zeropolis later. Tearing his gaze away from the interweaving parade of hover cars, Cole noticed the park on the far side of the road. Tall trees presided over neat hedgerows, wide walkways, lush lawns, and splashing fountains. Beyond the borders of the park, Cole could see a variety of buildings. The street was much too busy to cross without making a scene. Cole wondered if the vehicles were programmed to avoid a person on the road, or if they'd just mow him down. He didn't want to be the guinea pig for that experiment. Picking a random direction, Cole followed the sidewalk, Jace at his side. Before too long, they came to a flight of stairs that gave access to a pedestrian tunnel under the road. "Should we cross?" Cole asked. "Sure." They started down the steps. "Look," Cole said, pointing at a sign. "Zenith Park. Joe said access is across the street from there." "Then it could be on this side of the street," Jay said. "What street did he say access is on?" "Leaf? Is this Leaf Street?" "Do I seem like a local?" Jace complained. Cole waved at a young guy coming up the stairs. "Excuse me, what street is this?" "Grant," the guy said. "Which way is Leaf?" Cole asked politely. "Far side of the park," the guy said, not slowing. Cole picked up his pace. "Thanks." He and Jace passed through the pedestrian tunnel, then climbed the stairs at the far side. They emerged into the park. The sun was getting low but wouldn't set for a couple more hours. Cole could smell the nearby lawn. Birds twittered in the trees. It was too pretty of a day to be on the run from patrolmen. Frisbee golf seemed more appropriate. "This feels too much like home," Cole said. "You live in a park?" Jace asked. "I mean everything. The city." "Your home is like this place?" Cole studied the buildings beyond the perimeter of the park. Some were skyscrapers, some were apartments. Some looked like banks or museums. There was a nice variety. It all felt modern. "Where I'm from is way more like this than Sambria or Elawir," Cole said. "We have public parks and big cities. We have trains and even some monorails. We have tall buildings, we have cars, but people drive them." "You drove one of those?" Jace asked, pointing back at the road. I wasn't old enough, Cole said. My dad drove. He let me steer a couple of times, but not on busy streets. They strolled toward a plaza with a multi-tiered fountain at the center. After spouting up in the middle, the water flowed from level to level in a series of broad cascades. Must be nice to feel at home, Jace said. I don't know, Cole replied. I've never been alone in a big city like this. That much is unfamiliar. Some of the technology is pretty different from what I know. And back home, I was never a wanted fugitive. Jace took a deep, cleansing breath. Cities are the place to be. You can find so much without going very far. Places to eat, things to do, sights to see, people to meet. And this is the biggest city in the outskirts. Which can also mean a lot of bad guys, Cole said. Lots of people who want to find us, lots of criminals, lots of danger. It can also mean lots of places to hide, Jace said. Crowds to blend with, bargains to make, allies to find. Don't be such a wimp. Sorry if I'm not doing cartwheels after the patrolman took Joe, Cole said. Makes the city seem a little less safe. I'm sick of being chased. Then you're hanging with the wrong crowd, Jace said. Mira's going to be chased until her dad is off the throne, and that day is a long way off. Duh, I'm not new here. But so far, we've never been in a city long before we're running for our lives. It looked bad back there, Jace admitted. But we're in the clear now. Be glad we got away. Joe pulled off a great diversion. I'm pretty sure Mira and Dalton escaped too. It'll take them longer to get here without money. The monorail took us a good distance from Canal Station, but sooner or later, they'll turn up, then we'll figure out how to help Joe. I hope so, Cole said, though he didn't feel very optimistic. None of their powerful items worked here. How were they supposed to take on a huge police force like the patrolmen? Their only chance was if the unseen could aid them. With its name inscribed in flashing neon on the side of a building facing the park, Axis was not tricky to find. Cole and Jace took a pedestrian tunnel under Leaf Street and emerged near the front doors. Checking up and down the bustling road, Cole noticed trees lining both sides as far as he could see. Let me take the lead in here, Jace said. Why? Cole replied. Because you have so much experience with arcades? We might have to look streetwise, Jace said. I wasn't a prince in my world, Cole said. I know how to stand up for myself, and I've been to places like this. Jace shrugged. I like the confidence. Let's go. Cole led the way through two sets of doors and into the sprawling arcade. The high black ceiling almost made it seem as if the room extended up into a starless sky. Cole wondered how the room could look so dark when there were so many lights pulsating in a wide array of colors. The gaming hub wasn't too crowded, with only about half the games occupied, and short lines for the more popular attractions. Some aspects of how the games were arranged reminded Cole of his world, but there were also many differences. None of the games within view used a video screen. He saw elaborate pinball machines, complicated ring tosses, diverse shooting galleries, and many games where balls were rolled or thrown. A good number of the games were larger than any he had seen back home. Several required the participant to enter a spacious cube with clear walls. This place is unreal, Jace said with reverence. Cole nodded. How would they know who belonged to the Crystal Keepers? Would it be written on their t-shirts? Who could they safely ask? Do we just roam around? Cole wondered. Yep, Jace said. Keep your ears open, watch for clues. We'll find who we're looking for. They wandered over to a clear cube labeled Knockout, where a kid in a helmet and padded vest fought a heavily padded robot. Not much more than a cylinder with two long arms and a glowing face near the top, the robot was anchored to the ground and wielded a cushioned club in each hand. As they watched, Cole realized the boy was trying to use his own padded weapon to strike 5 targets on the robot without getting hit. He used his club defensively to block blows, then lashed out at the targets when he had an opening. When he hit a target, it lit up. After connecting with a third target, the robot sped up. The kid strained to block the more aggressive attacks, but got whacked in the side of the head and then thumped on the chest. The illuminated targets went dark. The lighting within the cube dimmed, and the robot laughed mechanically, raising both arms in victory. The boy went to the door and it opened up, freeing him from the cube. He handed his padded bat to the next player in line, who was already wearing a helmet and vest. The new player entered, displayed his ID card, and the door closed. "Looks like you pay with your ID," Cole said. "Isn't that how you pay for everything here?" Chase said. "Too bad our cards will probably alert patrolmen if we use them. Plus, we're broke." "I still have a bunch of ringers," Cole said. "Me too, but even if we could change them to credits, we can't risk using our cards." "Think you could take out the robot?" Cole asked. Jace gave a small snort. "In a heartbeat." Cole couldn't help thinking it was easy to brag since they didn't have any way to try the game. The second kid didn't last long, striking only one target before getting pummeled. Cole wondered how he would do against the robot. It was pretty quick. Jace led the way to another game. A glitzy sign above the cube dubbed it Prize Hunter. Inside the cube, a weaponless girl in a helmet and puffy vest crouched in a corner. In the center, a robotic cylinder with 20 padded arms twisted and flailed. An additional 36 mechanical arms reached down from the ceiling. About half the arms held slender, cushioned weapons. The other half clutched prizes, ranging from candy bars to stuffed animals to electronics. "What's she doing?" Cole asked. "Picking her moment," Jace said. "Looks like the game can't reach her there." The multi-jointed arms raised and lowered, stretched and bent. Suddenly the girl raced out of the corner. After dodging a couple of arms, she reached for a bag of peanuts. Her fingers brushed the bag, but she failed to take hold of it. A padded arm struck her across the back. She went down, and the lighting in the cube dimmed. The arm stopped moving. The girl got up and exited. Nobody was waiting for the next turn. Jace hustled over to the girl, who looked about their age. "You wanted the nuts?" he asked. "Kind of," the girl said. "Stupid thing is rigged. It's impossible to win." "You have to grab a prize before you get hit?" he asked. "You can take as many hits as you want until you get knocked down," the girl said. "Want me to get you some nuts?" Jace asked, rubbing his hands together. The girl paused. "If you want." "I don't have any credits," Jace said. "I need to borrow your ID." "Yeah, and then run off with it," the girl said. "Get lost." She walked hurriedly away. A girl who must have been a couple of years older than them approached. She had a dark, stylish haircut, with the tips dyed red, and wore a mostly black outfit that hugged her trim physique. About the same height as Jace, she was a few inches taller than Cole. "You bothering her?" she asked. "I was going to win her some prizes," Jace said. "Win some for me," the girl replied. "You have to cover my game," Jace said. The girl rolled her eyes. "You'll win me prizes using my money? No wonder she took off. Are you guys posties?" "Huh?" Cole asked. "You know, from the outposts," the girl said. "New to town. What are you trying to pull?" Cole didn't like her attitude. She seemed to think she was pretty awesome. "Maybe we're con artists trying to seem oblivious." The girl folded her arms. "If so, you're doing a perfect job." "Bet on me," Jace invited. "I'm a good investment, but I keep every third prize." "If you win them at once," the girl replied. "Otherwise, I keep everything." "Sure?" Jace said. "Fine, I'm curious," the girl said. "It's 10 credits per game. You get one try." "Where do I snag a helmet?" Jace asked. The girl groaned. "You really are from the posts." "Maybe," Jace replied. "But I'm here now." She walked them over to a bin with helmets and padded vests and helped Jace choose some. They returned to the prize hunter game to find the cube still empty. The girl held out her ID. I need your card as collateral. Jace handed it over. The girl glanced at it. You just got this today. Maybe, Jace said, glancing at her card. Lori? You're not posties, Lori said. You're Outlanders. Have you ever even been to a gaming hub? Cole tried to read her. She was acting casual but seemed extra curious. Could she be a crystal keeper? Or might she be dangerous? Did City Patrol have informants in places like this? She was pretty young. Maybe she was just nosy. You'll get prizes, Jace said evenly. Go for it, she said, waving him away. If any part of you besides your feet touches the ground, you're through. Did you read the sign? Cole asked, pointing at a little placard beside the door into the cube. This game may cause bodily harm. Play at your own risk. Isn't that obvious? Jace asked. I guess, Cole said. All the good ones have warnings, Lori said. Jace entered the cube and held Lori's ID card toward the door. The lighting in the cube brightened, and the arms started moving. Divided into several segments, different levels of the robotic cylinder pivoted independently. As some of the attack arms came his way wielding padded weapons, Jace ran diagonally and reached for the bag of nuts. The arm holding the treats raised them out of reach, and an arm with a padded bat struck Jace on the shoulder. He stumbled into a second club that whacked him in the chest and should have knocked him down, but Jace grabbed hold of it just long enough to regain his balance. After releasing the club, he darted forward and snatched a candy bar from a mechanical hand. Not pretty, Lori said, but he kept his feet. An instant after he claimed the candy, a padded bat whacked Jace in the back of the head. He staggered but ducked another swing, then jumped a swift swipe at his shins. Lunging, he ripped a stuffed rabbit from a robotic grasp, then spun away from a blow to his side, barely staying on his feet. He should just go down, Luri said. Cole thought the arms sped up a little. Jace tossed aside the stuffed animal in the candy bar. He dodged and weaved, reaching for prizes and barely missing them. He got battered by 3 padded weapons in a row, and hung on to the third to keep from falling. It lifted him off his feet as 2 more cushioned bats swung at him. Jace dropped and crouched low just in time, holding his hands out for balance but keeping them off the ground. He's going to get hurt, Luri said. Jace waded in toward the cylinder where the arms were thickest. He danced and twisted to turn some attacks from the arms into glancing blows, and snagged a small golden disc covered in shrink wrap. Cole wondered if it might be a little CD or DVD. As he stood near the cylinder, a bat hit Jace on the shoulder, while another swept his legs from the other direction. He flopped to the floor and the lights dimmed. Getting up, the little golden disc still in hand, Jace collected the candy bar and the stuffed rabbit from the floor, then exited. Looks like human pinball, Luri said. I get 2 of the prizes. What's this? Jace asked, displaying the little golden disc. A prize file, Luri said. You put it in a collector. You're never sure about the prize until you turn it in. A lot of time they have credits you can load onto your card. Usually 20 or so, but sometimes more. Take it, Jace said. He held up the other 2 prizes. You want the candy bar or the rabbit? Luri took the rabbit. It has more personality than a Zowie bar, she said. You didn't do badly for an Outlander, but you're going to get hurt if you keep playing like that. I already got hurt, Jace said, rubbing his shoulder. Looks kind of painful, Cole said with a wince. Jace shrugged it off. I've been in real fights. These are just games. Real fights, huh? Luri said. What's your story? We were hoping to win a bunny, Cole said. Now that dream is shattered. She shook her head. You clearly don't fit in here. Cole felt another flash of worry. She was definitely studying them. What was she up to? Was she a potential ally, or just one more person out to get them? Or was he being paranoid? She could just be a bored gamer who liked to meet people. In that case, she might be a good person to ask about the Crystal Keepers. "What makes you say that?" Jace asked. "You wandered in here too wide-eyed. You begged for credits to play, then you didn't put up a fight to keep the prize file. We never agreed that you had to take the worst of the 3 prizes, but you volunteered, and your clothes aren't quite right." "It's because I don't have my hat yet," Jace muttered to Cole. "Also, I've never seen you in here before or around this part of town," Lori added. "You know everyone who comes in here," Cole challenged. Did that mean she was one of the good guys? The Crystal Keepers had been described as gamers, but if he was wrong, Cole knew he and Jace could end up getting arrested. At times like this, he really missed his life before the Outskirts, when not everyone he met was a potential enemy. "More or less," Lori said. "Anyone who can spend that much time here must be rich," Jace said. "I'm not born to it," the girl replied. "You can stretch your credits if you're good." "I guess you could show us how it's done," Cole said, glancing toward Prize Hunter. "Good guess," she said. She swatted Jace on the chest with the back of her hand. "You did all right for a clueless rookie. You're scrappy. Seriously, why are you guys here?" "At Axis?" Jace asked. "And in the city," she said. Jace and Cole shared a look. "Are you really good at that game?" Jace asked, indicating Prize Hunter. "All the games," the girl answered. "Why don't you show us?" Jace asked. "Because I don't care if you believe me," the girl said. "Why are you guys here?" "To play games," Jace said. "But you didn't bring any credits," she pointed out. "Makes it more interesting," Cole said. "Makes it weird," the girl said. "You're outlanders, you're clueless, you're creditless. Why come here?" "Why do you care?" Jace asked. "I pay attention to who comes and goes," she said. She patted Cole on the chest. "You want to win me something now?" "Maybe," he said. "Want to try Knockout? You were checking it out earlier. I'll pay." "Why?" Cole asked. "I want to see how you do," she said. "Maybe I'll get another prize disc." "You like watching us get beat up," Cole said. "That's entertaining," she admitted. "Knockout is less brutal than Prize Hunter. It requires more finesse. 1 hit and you're done. You don't have to fall, and you don't have to try it." "Let's go," Cole replied. Chapter 9. Roulette. "Any tips?" Cole asked as they got in line for Knockout. One kid waited ahead of them. "Too many tips would spoil the experiment," Lori said. "If you want to block an attack with your bat, you need to swing hard. The bot pushes through wimpy blocks. You probably notice that it speeds up after you hit 3 targets." Jace gave Cole his helmet and vest. "Just one prize?" Cole asked. Lori nodded. "You have to hit all 5 targets to get a prize file, and if I'm paying, I keep it." "What do I get?" Cole asked, adjusting the chin strap on his helmet. "A free game," Lori said. Jace held out the candy bar he won to Cole. "Want to split it?" "Sure," Cole said, accepting the treat. The word Zowie was printed across the foil wrapper. Cole flipped it over and read the back. Ingredients: camels, microscopes, yams, hydrogen, coral reefs, mannequins, poems, comets, mousetraps, sarcasm, cacti, labyrinths, contains less than 2% uranium, cyanide, cobwebs, magma, polio. Chuckling, Cole read the ingredients aloud to Jace. "I've never tried camel," Jace said dryly. "The hump is the best part," Cole replied, tearing open the wrapper. Inside, he found a bar made of puffed rice, drenched in chocolate. Cole broke the bar and handed half to Jace. Cole took a bite. The bar was crunchy and not very dense, but quite tasty. Jace tried a bite as well. "I don't taste the yams." "Or the mouse traps," Cole added. Have you two seriously never had a Zowie bar? The girl asked. Are we that obvious? Cole grumbled. The kid ahead of them got hit by the robot's padded club and the lights in the cube dimmed. He had lasted a little while by hanging back and staying defensive, but hadn't struck a single target. Cole had noticed some opportunities the kid had missed. Lori displayed her ID card. I need yours as collateral. Cole traded cards with her. Bubba? She asked. It's a family name, Cole said. Go get that prize, Jace said. 5 targets. Like taking candy from a robot, Cole said, stepping into the cube. He held up Lori's ID card. The door closed and the cube brightened. The cylindrical robot assumed a fighting position, both club-wielding arms ready. As a bystander, Cole had seen some openings he thought he could exploit. Now that he stood facing the robot, the opportunities seemed less obvious. Those padded arms were long and agile and quick. Cole swallowed. He had once killed a Cyclops. He had fought plenty of enemies with his life on the line. He should relax and have fun with this. It wasn't life or death. But Lori and Jace were watching. He edged forward, the bat ready. He considered the 5 illuminated targets on the robot. The lower 2 might be harder to hit, which meant he should take them out early before the robot sped up. The robot swung at him. Cole raised his bat as if to block the club, but ducked it instead, racing in close and bashing the other club aside before crouching to hit one of the lower targets. Instead of standing his ground or backing away like the other players had, Cole raced past the robot, turning in time to slap aside the attacking clubs. The robot was really coming after him now. Minimus had given him some combat training when they were together, but Cole knew he was still no master swordsman. When both clubs came at him from opposite sides, Cole dove forward, rolled, and struck another target. As he scrambled past the robot, before he could get back on his feet, a club hit him in the back and the lights dimmed. The blow caused him no pain. Cole was just mad to lose. At least he got a couple of targets. He had a new appreciation for the kid who tagged 3 just after they arrived. No prize, Lori cried as Cole exited. Sorry, Cole said. It wasn't a terrible first game, Lori said. You had some good ideas. It's hard to recover if you go to the ground. I'll try it, Jace offered. Lori smirked. You can't win this one through a willingness to take a beating. Maybe you should show us how it's done, Jace suggested. Lori shrugged. I'll show you one way. She accepted her ID card from Cole and returned his, then claimed his helmet and vest. Think she'll be good? Jace asked as the doors closed and the cube brightened. She talks like it, Cole replied. I guess we'll see. Lori stalked confidently toward the cylindrical robot with the bat at her side. She only raised it to deflect attacks. Her stride never sped up or slowed down. When she was close enough, without moving her feet much, she alternately hammered targets and smashed attacks away. Her padded bat swished through the air quickly and accurately. Target, block, block, target. Block, 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 target. Block, target, target. Cole stared in astonishment. Her last 3 attacks were particularly quick, denying the robot any time to speed up. After she struck the last target, the robot went slack while lights pulsed and sparkled. Lori waited until a prize file emerged from the body of the robot. She retrieved it, then casually walked away. That was amazing, Cole gushed. You made it look easy. Maybe it is easy, she replied. Come on, Jace said. I'm sure practice helps. Lori gave a little shrug. Probably. Still, a lot of people never get the hang of it. The owners prefer for me to play the toughest games on the hardest settings. I could take advantage of them by winning the easier games nonstop, but then they'd ban me, so that isn't really winning. They don't mind if I beat a few easy ones now and then. It gives the other players hope. Are you the best player? Cole asked. Nope, she said. One of the best, maybe. The best is Trickster. What's the hardest game? Jace asked. Patang, Lori said. Want to check it out? Sure, Cole said. Lori led them across the floor, passing numerous shooting and fighting games. At large tables, players manipulated the positions of their tiny soldiers and traded taking shots at the opposing army. Others guided metal balls through three-dimensional mazes with what had to be magnetic controls. Against a sidewall stretched a huge obstacle course where players risked falling into a foam pit. What post did you guys come from this morning? Lori asked. Who cares? Jace replied. I'm interested, she said. Give me a number. We're trying to leave some trouble behind, Cole said, hoping the answer was vague enough that it wouldn't get them in danger, but might strike a chord if she was connected to the Crystal Keepers. Trouble with patrolmen? Maybe, Jace said. I love that kind of trouble, Lori said cheerily. Come on, spill. What are you guys really doing here? We're just checking out the place, Jace said. We don't want a lot of attention. Too late, she said. You have mine. Go on. Talk. Cole glanced at Jace, who looked uncertain. What if you're spying for them? Cole blurted. She laughed derisively. As if the city patrol were smart enough to use kids. Give me a break. You don't like the patrolman? Cole asked. She stopped walking. Her mood became serious. What are you guys looking for? I can help you. Just tell me. Or tell me where you came from, or what you're running from. Cole took a deep breath and finally decided to go for it. Have you heard of the Crystal Keepers? I knew it! Lori said, her smile wide. What's his name? Who? Cole asked. The guy who got arrested, she said. His name. What do you mean? Jace asked innocently. Lori shook her head. It's good to be careful, but it's pointless right now. I just have to confirm this. I know his name. What is it? Joe? Cole said. There we go, she said gratefully. Last name? You give us the last name, Cole insisted. I'll give you half, she said. Muck? Farland, Cole completed. I take it his alias was somebody Boone? Lori asked. And you were posing as his relatives? How do you know so much? Jace asked. I'm not Lori, she said. Not any more than you're Hampton or he's Bubba. I go by Roulette. She lowered her voice. I'm one of the Crystal Keepers. Cole refrained from doing a happy dance. You're a kid, Jace said. And you're about to get promoted to Master Detective, she said, tapping him on the nose. For the record, you're both younger than me. Cole edged close to her and whispered, Joe told us to come here and find the Crystal Keepers. We need to contact the unseen. Roulette backed away and punched his shoulder lightly. Don't act so secretive, it draws attention. I keep trying to tell him, Jace said. Nobody cares what a couple of kids are saying at a gaming hub, Roulette said. Unless maybe they look suspicious. Where's the girl? Trying not to look like he had a secret, Cole glanced at Jace. I'm on your side, Roulette said. I don't know who she is. I don't need to know. All I know is she matters. This came from the top and it came fast. The patrolman knew some kids fled when Joe was taken, but they consider it a low priority. Our leaders feel otherwise. They care more about the girl than anything. She's not with us, Jace said. We scattered. I think she got away. She knows to come here. That's good news, Roulette said. City Patrol hasn't picked her up, just Joe. You're sure? Jace asked. We have sources. Do you know Joe? Cole asked. A little, she said. He's from outside, an accidental transplant to the Outskirts, like you. Me? Cole asked innocently. Do you think we can help Joe? Roulette scratched the back of her head. They took him to City Patrol HQ. It would be tricky. Where's the rest of your crew? Jace asked. Around, she said. Some of them, at least. Things have gotten complicated over the past several weeks. Complicated how? Jace wondered. Harder to operate, Roulette said. Some people got caught. A bunch more went deep into hiding. The Grand Shaper has been cracking down like never before. Sorry to hear it, Cole said. You didn't approach us by accident, Jace said. You were watching for us. Roulette batted her eyes. Be glad I was. You two were kind of standing out. Is it dangerous here? Cole asked. Less dangerous than most places, Roulette said. Nowhere is safe. This is mostly a hangout for kids. The City Patrol knows kids get up to mischief sometimes, but they don't take us seriously. That's good for the Resistance. We can still move around freely. Are all the Crystal Keepers kids? Cole asked. That's the idea, Roulette said. Maybe you can join. You've got potential. Depends what the higher-ups want. Let's check out Patang. She started walking. What about the girl? Jace asked, staying beside her. Should we go look for her? Others are watching for her, Roulette said. Where'd you get off the monorail? Hanover Station, Jace said. She got out of Canal. That's kind of far, Roulette said. Does she have credits she can use? No, Jace said. But she knows to come here, she checked. Right, Jace said. She knows the name of this place in the street. She could take lots of routes, Roulette said. Your safest bet is to wait for her to show up here. If we go out looking, we'll probably miss her. Is she competent? Yes, Jace said. She'll show. Let's play. Why do you care so much about playing? Cole asked. We're at a gaming hub, genius, Roulette said. If you want to fit in, you play games. It's a bonus of having an ID card you can use. Against the back wall of the gaming hub, beneath a brilliant Patang sign, a wall of crystal let onlookers see into a series of identical rooms. Except for the transparent wall, the floors, walls, and ceilings were covered in gray panels. A number of fist-sized holes pocked the floor and ceiling, and larger holes of varied sizes gaped in the far wall, labeled with numbers from 20 to 100. Here's an empty court, Roulette said, approaching a room. From a nearby bin, Roulette claimed elbow pads, knee pads, goggles, and a pair of paddles to go with her padded vest and helmet. The long rectangular paddles matched the color of the gray panels in the room and looked like the perfect instruments to provide a memorable spanking. The handles made Cole think of tennis rackets. 2 paddles? Jace asked. I'm a lefty, so the left one is for offense, she said. The right is mostly for defense, but I sometimes score right-handed. In this game, you keep going until a ball hits you. Roulette entered the room and used her ID card to close the door. She went to the center of the court, clapped her paddles together, and light flashed from a nearby hole in the floor. A ball emerged and hovered at about shoulder height. It looked to be made of black rubber and was about the size of a racquetball. Slapping the ball with her paddle, she sent it through a medium-sized hole in the rear wall, and 50 points appeared on her scoreboard. After 3 more flashes, 3 more balls were in play. For every ball Roulette hit into a hole, 2 or 3 emerged. The room started to get busy. Whenever she missed a hole, the ball ricocheted around. She moved quickly and competently, scoring often. As the flurry of balls increased, Roulette began to take fewer shots and defended herself more. She had to deal with each new ball coming at her, plus the random balls that had missed holes bouncing around. Occasionally, a ball slipped through a hole by accident, increasing her score. Before too long, a stray ball hit her leg. The lighting in the room dimmed, and all the balls in play fell to the floor, bouncing less than Cole would have expected. Her score read 1160. She left the room. Not my best score, Roulette said. Not enough for a prize, but it shows you how the game is played. How do the balls float? Cole asked. Sophisticated magnetics, she said. Patang has the best tech of any game here. How do magnets work on rubber? Cole asked. The balls have metal cores, she said. The real magic is inside the walls and floor and ceiling. Want to try? It has to take lots of practice, Cole hedged. Consider this your first practice, Roulette said. It's great for hand-eye coordination, reflex conditioning, spatial awareness, multitasking. So many benefits. Why not? Cole said. She gave him her protective gear and paddles. Be careful not to smack the balls too hard, Roulette warned. The magnetics are set so they never slow down. You can get in trouble fast. Is there a limit to how many balls can get going at once? Cole asked. The court supports up to 100, Roulette said. It won't spit out more until less than 100 are in play. I just got up to about 40. I'll be impressed if you reach 10. What's the most balls you've had going? Jace asked. 87, she said. What about Tricker? Jace asked. Trickster, Roulette corrected. He can last for a while with 100 in play. He's tidy. Tidy? Cole asked. You know, Roulette said. Cool, skilled, tidy. Is he a crystal keeper? Jace asked. One of the best, she said. You said he was the very best, Jace reminded her. At the games, Roulette said with a grin. I get it, Jace said. You're the best out in the real world. Maybe, she mused. You said it, not me. With the protective gear in place, Cole held out his ID card. Keep yours, Roulette said, handing him hers. Having fun? A voice asked from behind Cole. Whirling, he found Dalton and Mira standing there. You made it! Cole exclaimed, a heavy weight of anxiety lifting. Dalton grinned. I was worried you might be looking for us. I'm glad you got to play some sweet games. Cole looked down at his gear and his paddles. I was just blending in. Dalton looked him up and down. This is probably the only place in the world where that outfit would seem normal. Cole smiled. You guys made good time. We came together, Mira said. We found each other as we left the station. Mira is brilliant, Dalton said. After we figured out how the Lev cars work, she told an older guy out on the street that we were supposed to meet our parents at Hanover Station, but used up our credits going to the wrong place. He let us ride with him to Hanover, then we came here. You got to ride in one of those cars? Cole exclaimed. It was freaky, Dalton said. It seems like you're always about to crash. You guys are okay? Cole checked. We got away fine, Dalton said. No real trouble. A boy and girl stood with them who Cole hadn't met yet. They both looked 14 or 15. This is Bluff and Dazzle, Roulette explained. Bluff had his hair shaved short and stood half a head taller than Jace. He looked serious and tough. Dazzle had a dark complexion, fair hair, and light eyes. She was built short and strong like a gymnast. More crystal keepers? Cole asked. Bluff gave a small nod. Call us CKs in public. We're supposed to take her straight to Zero Base, Dazzle said. I heard, Roulette replied. They're not kidding about her. I wonder who she is. I'm right here, Mira complained. Don't tell us, Bluff said hurriedly. I won't, Mira said. We're not supposed to ask, Bluff explained. You guys are top secret. Don't look, Roulette said. But we're being watched. Who? Dazzle asked with a casual smile. Undercover city patrol, Roulette said. He's up on the platform behind me. I've seen him before. Definitely CP. He's pretending to watch a game of Smashball. Cole glanced up and briefly met eyes with a blond man on a platform a good distance across the room. The man turned and walked down a flight of stairs. Baba, Roulette whispered loudly. I told you not to look. He knows we made him. Cole shriveled inside but tried not to let it show. The glance had been automatic as Roulette described the patrolman's position, but what a stupid mistake. He should have followed Roulette's instructions. Get out of here, Bluff said. Take separate Lev cars to Zero Base. Dazzle will take the girl and Dalton. I'll run interference. Bluff split off, heading toward the blond man. Roulette led the others in the opposite direction across the gaming floor. Did you see him? Roulette asked Dazzle. His reflection, Dazzle said, holding up a small cosmetic mirror. Have you noticed him before? Roulette asked. First time, Dazzle said. He was probably following you, Roulette said. I know his face and didn't see him until you guys showed up. Cole, lose your gear. We're about to go out a side door. Cole started fumbling with the straps of the pads he had just put on. He felt flustered and off balance. Dalton and Jace helped him as they walked. As they reached a door marked Employees Only, Cole pulled off his helmet, the final piece of gear. Drop the stuff, Roulette advised as she opened the door. Cole, Jace, and Dalton dumped the pads and paddles on the ground beside the door and followed the others through. Roulette and Dazzle broke into a run. Cole ran his hardest, trying to keep up. They passed through another door on a sidewalk beside a street. A busy stream of Lev cars zoomed by. Dazzle glanced over at Roulette. You have an untraceable ID? Always, Roulette said. Dazzle put on a cap and a pair of sunglasses. Use it. Chapter 10. Google. Cole found riding in a Lev car even more nerve-wracking than Dalton had conveyed. The ride was reasonably smooth, but Cole wasn't used to cars crowding so tightly at high speeds, nor was he accustomed to vehicles working together with split-second precision to narrowly avoid accidents. Sitting in the back beside Jace, Cole needed some time before he began to trust that the system actually worked. Over and over, he braced himself for impacts that never came. When he closed his eyes, the ride seemed surprisingly uneventful, but that felt like cheating. As Cole got used to the experience with his eyes open, the overall synchronization made him think of a flock of birds or a swarm of bees. Mira and Dalton had gone in one direction to get a Lev car with Dazzle. Cole and Jace had gone the other way with Roulette, who summoned a Lev car using an ID without a face on it. They had now been in the car for at least 10 minutes, and Cole had seen no sign of Bluff or the blonde patrolman. Did we get away clean? Cole asked. I think so, Roulette said. We'll take extra precautions to make sure. Do you think Bluff fought that patrolman? Cole asked, his insides writhing with guilt. As a last resort, maybe, Roulette said. Hopefully he found a quieter solution. Bluff will be okay, he knows what he's doing. Cole tried to let her confidence reassure him. They rode along in silence for a few minutes. Cole studied the neighboring Lev cars for anything suspicious, but the windows were too tinted to see much. At least the same tinting would help them hide. What do you think? Cole asked Jace, who had his nose against the window. This city is enormous, he said. I was ready for big, but I still can't believe it. I didn't expect it to be so clean. With so many open spaces, I pictured it more cramped. What about the ride? Cole asked. You can't beat it, Jace said. They're so fast. They blow away auto coaches. Cole gritted his teeth as Lev cars swerved at them from opposite directions. Their Lev car sped up and drifted right, just in time to avoid disaster. Don't the near misses bug you? They told us Lev cars don't crash, Jace said. Not in over 8 years, Roulette said. And before then, problems weren't frequent. They'd been perfected. I can trust that, Jace said.
Can't you? Cole resisted a wince as they knifed through a narrow gap. There's what I know and what I feel. We have cars where I'm from, but there would be accidents all over the place if people drove like this. You keep advertising that you're from outside, Roulette said. Whoops, Cole replied. I won't spread it around, Roulette said. You're not the only person from outside in Zeropolis. Only Creon interacts more with Earth. But outsiders do draw attention. If you want to keep a low profile, you should be more careful. We're almost to the Galleria. Up ahead, a complex of sizable buildings that looked like greenhouses came into view. The Lev car slowed and drifted over to the curb, coming to a gentle stop. Cole, Jace, and Roulette got out. Greenhouses? Cole asked. Stores, Roulette said. It's a shopping mall. All the buildings must be crystal, Cole said. Roulette gave him a puzzled look. What else would they be made from? Glass, Cole said. She chuckled. Seriously? Why would we build with something so fragile? Bonded crystal is the way to go. If you want glass, you'll have to look in some other kingdom. These are all stores? Jace checked as they started walking. Have you heard of headgear? Sure, Roulette said. It's not here. I'm not interested in the stores today. We came for the crowd. I want to make sure we shook the CP. The Zeros have gotten too good at tracking us lately. We're taking a roundabout route. We can't risk compromising the base. Zeros? Cole asked. It's a nickname for the patrolmen, she said. The Zeros have been on a roll lately. We can't be too careful. Let's wait to get into it until we're behind closed doors. As they proceeded through the Crystal Mall, Cole saw a lot of people wearing leather and denim. Many of the stores featured gadgets, others sold clothes, a few had art. One shop showcased a variety of robots. They looked more polished than the robots back at Outpost 121, with brighter colors and more graceful contours. They passed beyond the crystal stores and came to an open green area with a fairly tall hill on one side. A game of lacrosse was in progress on a large playing field. Trees shaded much of the hill, and paths gave access to the top. Summit Park, Roulette said. Crossing open space can be a great way to make sure we're not being tailed. Are we close to where we're going? Jace asked. Not yet, she said. It took some time to navigate the park. Eventually, they passed under a street and came up to a wide pedestrian walkway. The apartments on both sides of the walkway possessed stately brick facades. Trees and sculpted hedges added a touch of nature. Roulette led them along the walkway a good distance, passing under two more streets before turning onto a smaller walkway. She paused at the entrance to a building. Nobody is following us. This way. They entered the building and went down a hall to an apartment on the first floor. The big guy who answered the door nodded to Roulette and let them enter. They went to a bedroom without windows and found a stairway in the middle of the floor. I open it up for the others, the man said, coming in behind them. Go on down, I'll close it behind you. The stairs descended a long way, flight after flight. Roulette was in no hurry. Nice secret entrance, Cole said. Let's hope it stays secret, Roulette replied. Otherwise, we're all cooked. At the bottom of the stairs awaited a thick crystal door secured by shiny steel hinges. Roulette waved at the guards on the far side, and after a moment, the door opened. Cole entered with the others, and the door closed behind them. The floor, walls, and ceiling had panels like in the Patang room at Axis. Cole sped up to walk beside Roulette. Is this room magnetic? He asked. We have some skilled tinkers on our side, she said. Our magnetic defenses are tidy. Think of the balls in Patang, but imagine them sharper, faster, and targeted at you. Cole gulped. They proceeded through a sequence of doors and hallways until they were greeted by a middle-aged woman whose red hair was pulled back into a tight little bun. You must be Jason Cole, she said, holding out a hand. Cole shook it. I'm Cole. Jace did the same. Jace.
Call me Highwire, the woman said. Nice work, Roulette. Report to the tank for debriefing. I was kind of hoping to see this through, Roulette said. You may have future involvement, Highwire said. First, these two must meet with Google. Roulette gasped. Google's here! I want to see him! I expect he'll want to talk with all the CKs who were involved today, Highwire said. First, head to debriefing. You'll learn more there. Whatever, Roulette said huffily. She left the room. I trust you two are all right? Highwire asked. We're fine, Cole said. We're worried about Joe, though. Aren't we all? Highwire said. This way. She used an ID card to open a door. They followed her down a hallway to another door, which she opened with her card as well. Here they are, Highwire announced. Barely behind the others. Cole and Jace entered a room that looked half laboratory, half office. One side of the room had work counters and shelves covered with diverse tools and materials. The other side had several chairs and a big desk. Dalton and Mira sat in two of the chairs. The man behind the desk stood up. Dressed in dark blue, his bristly gray hair was clipped short and thinning on top. The bulky glasses he wore resembled a set of high-tech binoculars. Tall, skinny, and slightly stooped, he looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Cole, Jace, please join us. Nice to meet you. I'm Google. Will that be all? Highwire asked. Yes, Lorraine, thank you, Google said. She backed out and closed the door. Google touched his bulky glasses. Please forgive how my vision gear hides my face. With it, I can see near and far. Without it, the world becomes overlapping blurs. Have a seat. Are you guys good? Cole asked Dalton. We just got here too, Dalton said. We're good. Google was introducing himself, Mira said. Google nodded. I gave Mira a code word reserved for those few who work with her mother, Harmony. Dalton got to hear it? Cole protested. He whispered it to her, Dalton said. Google is one of the good guys, Mira confirmed. Thank you, Your Highness, Google said deferentially. I can still hardly believe you're here. He's one of the leaders of the Unseen in Zeropolis, Mira said. He's their chief tinker. We all have roles to play, Google said. Mine involves developing and implementing advanced technologies. Your name is Google, like the search engine? Cole asked. Google smiled. It's spelled differently. My code name derives from a number, 10 to the 100th power. In other words, a 1 followed by 100 zeros. That's a lot of zeros, Jace said. Google's smile faltered a little. My apologies. I'm not always adept at small talk. I know you four have been through a lot, but we have some vital matters to discuss. Fine with us, Mira said. The first issue is Joe McFarland, Google said. We sent him to warn you, Mira. When we learned that your father was sending legionnaires to apprehend you, I take it the intervention was a success? Barely, Mira said. She went on to explain how she, Cole, Jace, and Twitch had escaped from Skyport. Remarkable, Google said. But Joe clearly rejoined you. Mira told about defeating Karnag and then going to Elawir with Joe to find Honor. Any success? Google asked. We found her and stopped another monster shapecrafters had made in Elawir. Her name was Morgasa, and she was even worse than Karnag. We also found Cole's friend, Dalton. You're both from outside, Google said, his vision gear aiming at Dalton and Cole. Where did you live? Arizona, Cole said. Mesa, if you know the area. I do, Google said. I study your world a lot. It didn't used to interest us so much. For centuries, our technologies have been more advanced than yours. But over the last few decades, as you have entered your computerized age, I have found many good ideas among your innovations. I find that inspiration often results from observation. In our world, we call that copying, Dalton said with a smile. I attempt to adapt and improve those technologies that inspire me, Google said. His vision gear swiveled back to Mira. These shape-crafted monsters you describe perturb me. We have heard similar tales of late from Creon and Necronum, though none in our own kingdom. You say the shape-crafters could not command their creations. Not Karnag or Morgasa, Mira said. I don't know if they're getting better at it. Google raised 2 fingers to his lips and stared thoughtfully. The lenses of his vision gear turned softly as if focusing. How close has your father come to capturing you? Close, Mira said. She told about the hunter chasing them and detailed their encounters with enforcers in Sambria and on the Red Road. The hunter is formidable, Google said broodingly. And you encountered his enforcers in Elawir scant days ago. Yes, Mira said. Google rubbed his chin. Anna didn't join you after defeating Morgasa. No, Mira said. She went to find another of my sisters. I came here with Joe to look for Constance. Google frowned. Joe knows that you're here looking for Constance. He also knows that Honor is off hunting for another sister. Does he know where she went? Yes, Mira said. Google nodded slowly. Don't tell me where unless I need to know. We must do a better job of restricting information. Joe knows too much. I'm not sure if the City Patrol fully grasps yet what they have in him. Maybe they won't figure it out, Mira said. Joe is smart and committed. The hunter is on your trail, Google said. It won't take him long to find Joe. We can't risk Joe breaking. He's a good man and a brave one, but I would not trust anyone to last against the hunter. Even without the hunter, there is a chance the City Patrol will catch on to Joe's value. You were seen with him, Mira. Your image is on an ID card. If they connect Joe to you, they'll torture him without mercy until he talks. We have to take him away from them. It's not just a matter of loyalty, it's a strategic necessity. Can you do it? Mira asked. I believe so, Google replied. Not without cost. We have a few remaining ways to monitor City Patrol communications. One method is thanks to good tech. Plus, we still have a couple of people inside. We used to enjoy a much bigger advantage. The government had all the power, but we kept really good tabs on them and could stay out of their way. We could truly be unseen. What happened? Cole asked. Google smiled sadly. We're not sure. Starting about 2 months ago, things changed. Some of our best people got busted. Smart, careful operatives who really knew the game. Within weeks, the Unseen lost nearly a quarter of our number. Secure, time-tested hideouts were discovered. Proven methods of operation no longer worked. The government didn't just have all the power. Suddenly, they were outmaneuvering us. Did you fix the problem? Jace asked. In a sense, Google said. Most of the Unseen retreated to our hideaways in Old Zeropolis. We took ourselves out of play. Old Zeropolis? Cole asked. A brief history for the outsiders, Google announced. Zeropolis has been built twice before. Originally, long ago and far from here, Zeropolis arose with much less advanced technology. Innovation eventually made the first Zeropolis obsolete. The foundations were all wrong to welcome the new tech. It made more sense to start again. So, a new Zeropolis, the second Zeropolis, what we now call Old Zeropolis, was established not terribly far beyond the northern boundaries of this city. That city fell when Aeronometron took over. Hundreds of thousands of lives were lost. Who took over? Dalton asked. A machine, Google said. A supercomputer that would dwarf anything your society has produced. Most people just call it Aero. This was in my grandfather's time, and I'm older than I look, thanks to my shaping skills slowing the aging process. After much bloodshed, the City Patrol managed to seal off Arrow. Had they failed, this entire kingdom might have become uninhabitable. Google rocked forward in his seat. To this day, Arrow controls a major portion of old Zeropolis. At great cost, all of its manufacturing capabilities were destroyed, so the computer's domain is fixed. After the mayhem Arrow caused, nobody wanted to live near it, so the newest Zeropolis, this one, was erected not far from the old. After the second city was left abandoned for a good while, some people began to return. The kind of people who didn't want to be found. Old Zeropolis is a lawless place, almost completely unregulated. Someday the Zeropolitan government hopes to purge or reclaim the old city, but they haven't geared up for it yet. For now, the Grand Shaper lets it serve as a garbage dump for undesirables. Is old Zeropolis mostly members of the unseen? Cole asked. Oh, no, Google said. It's mostly criminals. In a highly regulated kingdom, it's the most significant beacon of chaos. When operating there, we have to tread warily. But at the moment, it's preferable to the city. The government has little influence there. Are we safe here? Jace asked, looking around the room. I hope so, Google said. As a defensive tactic, I move around a lot. This is currently our most secure base of operations inside the city. But we don't know how Abram Trench and his people keep finding us. I worry they're using banned tactics. Like what? Cole asked. In old Zeropolis, they let Arrow control too much, Google explained. When the computer went bad, it had access to everything, information, communication, essential services, vehicles, bots, you name it. Nobody wants another Arrow. So the current Zeropolitan government has been very careful about not automating the city too much. None of the bots are armed. There are no surveillance cameras or automatic listening devices. Unconnected computers run different systems. For example, the computer that manages the mag roads cannot communicate with the computers regulating the power facilities, or the computer that holds the ID card data, or any of the bots. But now you wonder if Abram Trench is cheating, Dalton said. Precisely, Google said. He doesn't want another Arrow either. He definitely wants to call the shots, not bow down to a computer. But to deal with us, he may have decided to bend the laws that have been in place since the founding of this city, added some surveillance systems, upgraded some bots. Who knows? It might explain how the City Patrol has suddenly become so effective. It could be a spy, Jace proposed. We've examined that possibility thoroughly, Google said. We keep our information fragmented and compartmentalized. Given all that has happened, I simply don't know who the mole could be. My guess is either they found a way to reliably intercept our communications, or they have new tech in place. We've been implementing all the precautions we can think of, including improved communication methods and taking extra care when navigating the city. And using arcade kids, Cole said. The Crystal Keepers have existed for years, Google said. Many of them eventually graduate to membership in the unseen. The government can't find us where they're not looking. And while many of our covers have been blown, our teenage agents remain undetected. They get underestimated because of their youth, and we use that against Abram. Did Bluff get away? Dalton asked. Cole held his breath. Yes, Google said. He took out the City Patrol agent with a sleeping dot and got away clean. Cole relaxed and breathed again. At least his mistake hadn't caused major harm. Using kids like that will only work until the government catches on, Mira said. Which is why I'm reluctant to overuse them, Google said. Over these past couple of months, many of our top spies have been exposed. Several of the key technologies we rely on have been discovered and thwarted. I hesitate to use what limited resources remain to spring Joe. It could inspire City Patrol to ferret out our last assets, but the alternative is more dangerous still. Because of how much Joe knows, Dalton said. It's his knowledge of Stafford's daughters, Google said. Our sources in Junction report that finding the 5 princesses is now the High Shaper's uppermost priority. It makes more sense now that I know Miracle and Honor both have reclaimed their powers. Stafford is panicking. He's bringing all of his resources to bear. What he currently lacks is concrete knowledge of their whereabouts. If Joe breaks under torture, Mira said. His information becomes a lightning rod, Google said. The High Shaper will bring his full strength against the unseen in Zeropolis right when we're reeling. It could mark the end of the resistance here. On the other hand, if we can find Constance and help you avoid detection, Mira, we could revitalize the revolution. It's going to be all or nothing. The first step will be to retrieve Joe. Any idea where to find Constance? Mira asked hopefully. Not yet, Google said. None of us knew about you girls until your mother confided in a few of us earlier this year. When Stafford began to lose his powers, she knew the time was approaching to bring her daughters out of hiding, and she needed allies. I only recently learned how your mother can track your locations. Do your friends know? Yes, Mira said. I found out about the stars when Harmony asked us to send someone to help you, Mira. Your mother has still never asked us to seek out any of her other daughters, though we were led to believe that Constance is hiding somewhere in Zeropolis. I will confess that I have been quietly searching on my own, but she is well concealed. I have no clue as to her whereabouts. She could be anywhere? Mira asked. I have found no record of her, Google said. Constance may have found shelter out in the empty wastes of Zeropolis. She could have an obscure hideout here in the city, or even in old Zeropolis. For all I know, she might have moved to another kingdom. Only your mother knows for sure. But she has not yet shared that knowledge with us. Can we contact my mother? Mira asked. Not with a communicator, Google said. Those signals don't carry out of the kingdom, not even into Junction, where all forms of shaping work to some degree. For sensitive matters, our contact has been through live messengers. Our last interaction came when she asked us to send Joe to help you. Could we send a messenger to her? Mira asked. Google became grave. It would require the utmost caution, particularly in the current climate with your father raging and the Zeropolitan government closing in. Such a messenger represents a great deal of risk. An intercepted messenger could ruin us and your mother together. Your father still doesn't know she was responsible for hiding you girls all these years. Mira rubbed her forehead. It's never easy. Seldom lately, Google said. But that doesn't mean we won't try. We just have to make smart moves. Abram Trench would love nothing more than to get his hands on you, Mira. Why'd he side with the High Shaper? Cole asked. The other Grand Shapers rebelled and went into hiding. What made Abram loyal to Mira's dad? I know Abram Trench well, Google said. I served as his chief technical advisor for many years. Abram was seduced by the advantages of siding with Stafford. Abram Trench has no real loyalty to anyone besides Abram Trench. The better I came to know him, the more he brought me into his confidence, the more I feared him. Eventually, it led to me quitting and joining the resistance. What gave him away? Cole pursued. The technology he withholds, Google said. I want everyone in Zeropolis to benefit from our innovations. The citizens of Zeropolis could have television, their own internet, private communicators, and more. But free communication is an enemy to control. So mass communication is heavily limited. Extensive restrictions also apply to individual communicators. Abram has all but eliminated private forms of transportation in the city, and he's always looking for ways to reduce and track vehicles in the outposts. The list goes on. Abram works hardest to create tech and establish policies that will increase his personal advantage. The longer I worked with him, the better I understood the absolute control he wishes to achieve. I realized he has to be stopped. You mentioned he'd love to get Mira, Chase said. Abram Trench is a master politician, Google said. With how badly the High Shaper wants his daughters back, if Abram could find any of them, He would use the opportunity to create enormous leverage to further his aims. What does he want most? Mira asked. Abram desires complete control of Zeropolis, Google said. He doesn't care about the other kingdoms, and he doesn't mind being polite to the High King if it means he can function as dictator here. Abram adores innovation, and his ambition knows no boundaries. You were his main techie guy? Dalton asked. It was a position of great influence, Google said. I'll humbly admit to being one of the most talented tinkers and technomancers in the kingdom, but I'm not Abram's equal. The man is truly gifted. Whether he means to use those gifts for the common good is where I harbor my doubts. My father works with too many men like that, Mira said. We'll stop him. The first step is to free Joe? Yes, Google said, his demeanor changing from thoughtful to businesslike. Our opportunity will come tomorrow. He is currently at City Patrol headquarters. He'll be transferred to a holding area. I believe we will be able to gather enough details to intercept Joe en route. The City Patrol will then have proof that we're still listening. If we succeed, such a bold crime will invite retaliation. A soft ping, ping, ping began to chime. It made Cole think of the ding he sometimes heard in elevators. Google's face froze. No, he whispered. Not now. What is it? Mira asked. That's the alarm, he said, his voice detached. Highest alert. This base has been compromised. We're under attack.
Chapter 11. Contingency Plans. Please tell us you're joking, Jace said. Sadly, no, Google said, standing up as the pinging continued. He didn't seem too anxious, but he began to speak more quickly. Something about the way we brought you in or monitored Joe's arrest must have given up our location. He gathered equipment off the desk. It's a blow. This was our last fully equipped base of operations in the city. Do you have an escape plan? Mira asked. I always have contingency plans, Google said, removing a few small black boxes from a drawer and pocketing them. Otherwise, they would have nabbed me long ago. Here at Zero Base, we have excellent defenses to slow any intruders. Cole relaxed a little. Apparently, it wasn't time to run for their lives yet. You have secret ways out? He checked. We regularly use 3 ways into the base from the surface, Google said. We've reserved 3 different ways out for emergencies. All who work here know about one of them. A smaller circle knows about the second, and only 2 other people know the route we'll use. Google came around the desk and went to the work tables. Would you 4 mind helping me carry a few things? Cole, Dalton, Jace, and Mira hurried after Google. They wove around the work tables as he picked up objects and handed them over. He gave them several crystals and a variety of gadgets. Among other things, Cole received a short tube of dark metal. Google unscrewed a cap at the base to reveal a button. Keep that button covered, Google said, replacing the cap. Do not press it unless you are pointing the other end at your worst enemy. I want one, Jace whimpered. Don't worry, Google assured him. I have plenty of volatile toys. Highwire returned to the room holding what looked like an extra-large trap gun. Behind her came Roulette and a fairly tall teenage boy with Asian features. Both carried smaller trap guns. If you're ready, we should go, Highwire said. The evacuation, Google asked, still sweeping the work tables with his mechanized eyewear. In progress, she said. First lines of defense, holding strong. Google picked up a couple more devices. I was tidying up. Tidy, Highwire said with a smirk. You sound like a CK, Google replied, shaking his head. That's a compliment, the Asian teen said. Good to see you, Google. Hello, Trickster. Roulette? Google murmured, stepping away from the table. Nice of you to join us. Cole took a second look at the teen after hearing him addressed as the gaming hub champ. The boy looked relaxed and friendly. Why do we always see you when the sky is falling? Trickster asked. Damage control is the story of my life, Google replied, striding toward the door. Let's go. The soft tone kept pinging as they left the room and walked briskly down the hall. Google led the way. Highwire brought up the rear, her giant trap gun held ready. "What does this mean, losing the base?" Roulette asked as they walked. "It hurts us," Google said. "I can't say I'm shocked. Given the events of the past couple of months, we're missing something. Until we figure out what, this will keep happening. We'll have to get by with our smaller safe areas and less activity until we solve this." "Won't less activity make this harder to solve?" Trickster asked. "You begin to understand our predicament," Google muttered. Roulette turned to Cole. "Not a long stay at base." "Nope," Cole responded, concentrating on not dropping anything, especially the weapon. The gear wasn't too heavy, but there were too many items to carry them comfortably. "You're the gaming hub expert," Jace said to Trickster. "Somebody has to do it," Trickster said. He glanced at Mira. "And you're our top-secret guest." "Sorry if I caused this," Mira said. "It's not your fault," Google said. "I don't believe they're aware of your identity yet. It's either our sloppiness or City Patrol's excellence, maybe a little of both." The group went through a couple of doors. Cole didn't see any other people. The only sound besides the polite alarm was their footsteps. Without anybody talking to distract him, it seemed like a fire drill at an empty school. Google stopped at a thick door of tinted crystal set in a metal wall and handed some of his gear to Trickster. Then Google inserted a small clear cube into a square socket. The crystal door slid upward. They passed through the doorway and Google hit a button that shut the door. He walked to a round socket in the wall and placed a crystal sphere inside. A section of the wall opened to reveal a smaller room. They all entered. Google pressed a button, the wall closed, and the little room sank. "An elevator," Dalton said. "Ascender," Jace corrected. After some time descending, the wall opened again. A large lab waited beyond, brightly lit, with crystal work tables and no people. A humanoid robot stepped into view from off to the side, standing a bit taller than Google. Its yellow, rounded contours left it bulky through the chest and shoulders, but more slender in the legs and arms. The only features of the smooth face were a pair of glowing eyes protected by a tinted crystal panel. Cole felt somewhat intimidated. It looked like the robotic version of a linebacker. If it attacked in this close space, Cole wasn't sure what they could do. "Welcome, Google," the robot said in a male voice so natural that Cole wondered whether it could actually be a person in a costume. "The password, please." "Green pastures," Google said. "The guests are here on your authority?" the robot inquired. "Correct," Google replied. "The key elements have been removed?" "Everything besides me and the little guy," the robot said. Google started walking across the lab. The robot fell into step at his side. The others followed. Twisting so he could point out the people he named, Google said, "This is Cole, Jace, Dalton, and Secret. They deserve top priority protection with Secret at the tip top. You know the others." "Pleased to meet you all," the robot said. "Especially you, Secret. I'm Outlaw." "Why are you called Outlaw?" Google asked theatrically. "My existence contradicts the AI Accords," Outlaw answered. "Freebots are illegal," Google explained, still walking. "Here in Zeropolis, we were skilled at constructing adaptive neural networks long before Earthlings had dreamed of BASIC. We can make very smart machines, extremely lifelike, if not actually alive, which led to Aeronomatron and the fall of old Zeropolis. As a consequence, the AI Accords were adopted, limiting the use of artificial intelligence. Machines with AI are not permitted mobility, are forbidden access to weapons, and their communication with other thinking machines is limited and strictly monitored." "I break all of those rules," Outlaw said with smug relish. "Working outside the system should include some advantages," Google said, pausing at a gleaming steel door and pressing a cube into a socket. The door slid upward. "Outlaw is one of them." He paused. "Don't get me wrong, I don't want another Arrow either, but to fight a strong enemy, we need strong allies. Besides, you're not going to try to conquer Zeropolis, are you, Outlaw?"
Like I'd tell you, the robot replied. He has attitude, Google said, leading them into the room. Learned it from the Crystal Keepers, Outlaw said. That's right, Trickster said, slapping the big robot on the arm. Cole entered a room with a few benches and a work table. Tall metal lockers lined the walls. We're suited up, Roulette said. Do we need more? Not two, Google said. Them. They're in deep. This base failed them. We need to help them protect themselves. Or kill themselves, Trickster said. Or give themselves away. Is this a good idea? It is if you help them, Google said. They'll need a crash course in safety. He tapped a button on his vision gear. We have time. The defenses are holding nicely. Sorry I'm late, said a little robot, the voice male but much less manly than Outlaw's. I was making sure the last of the bots got away. Barely taller than Cole's waist, it had a body the shape of a gumdrop, green with white highlights, though it looked a bit banged up and scratched. The robot scuttled on 6 insectile legs, each with a rubbery hoof at the end. Several small sensors poked out of the top, above 3 glassy eyes. It pulled a cart. This is Sidekick, Outlaw said. He's, well, my sidekick. Not everyone can be the hero, Sidekick said good-naturedly. I'm really good at sanitizing, though. As with Outlaw, Cole was struck by how lifelike the voice sounded. Don't be fooled by his modesty, Google said. Sidekick's AI is just as sophisticated as Outlaw's, though I housed it in the shell of a used cleaning bot. What I lack in size, I make up for in dents, Sidekick said brightly. Please place the items we brought from my office on Sidekick's cart, Google said, taking his own advice. Cole and the others added their items as well. You mentioned giving us something? Jace prompted. We detoured here to equip the 4 of you with exo-rigs, Google said. Subtle exoskeletons that hide under your clothes but will enhance just about every physical attribute you possess. They fall far short of a full battle suit, but can still be extremely useful. The Crystal Keepers use them routinely. Wait a minute, Jace said, turning to Roulette, eyes narrowing. You're wearing one now? Yeah, she replied. Almost always. No wonder you're so good at those games, Jace cried. The rigs aren't a replacement for skill, Trickster stated adamantly. If anything, they require more control. You have to learn to work with the suit and to understand the limits. With rigs, you can run faster, jump higher, react quicker, and survive more damage. But you can also wreck more spectacularly, and you can give yourself away. Unless you lost a limb or need them for other medical reasons, people aren't supposed to wear mechanical augmentations. All true, Google said. Might we suit them up as we continue? We're still under attack. He walked towards some of the lockers against the wall. Lockers 1 through 4. I deliberately had the prep bots leave our newest model in the appropriate sizes. Those who know the drill, pick somebody to help. The outer defenses are about to fall in Sector 5, Outlaw reported. We still have time, Sidekick said. Highwire went to Mira, Google helped Dalton, Trickster assisted Jace, and Roulette brought a bundle of gear over to Cole. The gear didn't look like much, mostly narrow strips of pliable steel. Highwire led Mira out of the room to change. Shirt off, Roulette said, and your pants. Pretend you're going swimming. Trying to act casual about it, Cole stripped down to his boxer shorts. It was like a visit to the doctor, right? If the doctor was about 14, cute, confident, stylish, and awesome at arcade games. Roulette did nothing to make him feel uncomfortable. She strapped a fairly large brace to his torso. Cole fastened another to his pelvis. Then Roulette attached smaller braces to his elbows, knees, and ankles. It didn't take long. None of the braces were bulky, and all were connected by flexible metallic strips that squirmed against his skin with a life of their own. As the exoskeleton adjusted, Cole could feel it gripping his entire body. Careful how you move, Roulette warned. The rig is smart. It'll work with you if you let it, but sudden, unpredictable motion can confuse it. Keep your movements controlled. Nothing extreme. Don't run or jump. Cole started walking. It was strange to feel the exoskeleton assisting him. Back at his home in Mesa,
When he walked up the stairs in front of his dad, his father would sometimes grab the back of his thighs just above the knees and help push his legs up the steps. This was similar, but as he experimented, the exo-rig seemed to cover every movement of his arms and legs. "Get dressed," Roulette said. Cole obeyed. None of the new equipment was bulky enough to make it tough to put his clothes back on. Mira returned to the room. Jace and Dalton got their clothes in place, too. "No wrists, gloves, or helmets?" Trickster checked. "Correct," Google said. "This needs to be covert. The rigs are just an emergency precaution." "Okay," Trickster said, raising his voice a bit. "I want each of you to try a little hop. Just enough to get you past your tiptoes." Cole bent his knees and did a gentle hop. He went higher than expected, as if he had caught somebody's bounce on a trampoline. "If you jump hard, you'll hit the ceiling," Trickster said. "Try a little higher than the first hop." Cole glanced at Dalton, who grinned from ear to ear. "These are like training wheels for life," his friend said. Turning his eyes toward the ceiling, Cole saw that it had to be 15 feet overhead. Could he really touch it? That would mean he could slam dunk a basketball. Where were these rigs during PE? Jace shot up into the air, stretching for the ceiling and coming just short. Dalton did a more modest jump, but his feet still went a little higher than Cole's head. Mira went higher than Dalton, but not as high as Jace. Cole didn't want Jace teasing him, so he tried a pretty strong jump. The ceiling came at him fast, forcing him to use his hands to absorb the impact. Fortunately, the exo-rig helped to brace his effort. Then he fell back down, scared about how he would land, but the rig assisted there, too. It was like his legs had shocks now. Good ones. "Follow directions, Cole," Jace mocked. "Whoa, you okay?" Dalton asked, coming to Cole's side. "For a minute there, it looked like you were planning to find your own way to the surface." "I'm good," Cole said, feeling a little shaky. "I wasn't expecting so much power." "You squatted pretty deep before you jumped," Trickster said. "The rig read that you really wanted some altitude." "The outer defenses have been breached in Sector 5, Outlaw said. "Sectors 1 and 3 won't hold much longer." "Keep going, Trickster," Google said. "They need the basics." "Okay," Trickster said. "When you walk or run with normal strides, the rig won't push hard like when you jump. It'll flow with you. But you'll find your top speed higher and your ability to change direction enhanced. You'll get the feel by experimenting. Now just with your arms, throw some punches. Don't actually hit anything. Beat up the air." Cole punched and felt the exo-rig moving with him, increasing the force of his blow. He looked over at Dalton, who had both hands going really fast. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Cole tried it and found he could do the same thing. "See Cole and Dalton?" Roulette asked. "Experiment with quickness. You can be faster. Your reaction time isn't quicker. But once you start moving, everything is sped up. Try karate moves. Have fun with it." Cole did imaginary blocks and turns and punches. He loved the feel of his new speed and the power behind his movements. "Now the bad news," Trickster said. "If you go punch a crystal wall right now as hard as you can, your finger bones will turn to dust. Punch somebody in the face and you'll hurt them, but you'll also probably break your hand." Cole almost gave us a demonstration. If he hadn't used his arms against the ceiling when he jumped, he might have cracked his skull and broken his neck. We aren't invincible in these things. In some ways, we can do more harm to ourselves. Cole gave to Trickster. A warning about that before he jumped would have been nice. "As you improve, you'll learn all sorts of tricks," Roulette said. "Jumping can be especially useful if you do it creatively. For example, once you get the feel, you can leap back and forth between the walls of an alley to climb." "But you don't want to mess around with those kinds of techniques yet," Trickster said. "Practice advanced moves in a controlled environment." Cole couldn't resist. His jump to the ceiling had given him a feel for how much the rig augmented his leaps. So aiming just above the lockers, he sprang to one side, kicked off the wall, flew across the room, kicked off the opposite wall, and landed just about where he had started. "What?" Trickster laughed, clapping his hands. "Are you kidding me? That was tidy. No way was that luck." "I've done a lot of jumping lately," Cole said, unable to suppress a smile. Using the rig felt a lot like leaping with a jumping sword. The jumps weren't as big, but he didn't have to point at his target and shout a command. It felt easier, more intuitive. Secret will be good at it too. I'm pleased you're getting a feel for the rigs, Google said. Remember, once you're out in the city, the goal is to move about like a normal citizen. The rigs should only come into play in an emergency. Isn't this already an emergency? Sidekick asked. You know what I mean, Google said. We should go. He walked out of the locker room back into the lab. The others followed, including the robots. On the far side of the lab, Google opened a cleverly concealed sender. They all entered, and it began to descend. I won't come with you, Google said. My face is well known, so my presence could unnecessarily endanger you. I will escape by a less comfortable route with Highwire and Outlaw. Trickster and Roulette will escort the rest of you to Forge's Palace. Sidekick will accompany you. Outlaw would draw immediate attention. Sidekick's commonplace appearance enables him to blend in throughout the city. That's what the lady bots are looking for, Sidekick said knowingly. Commonplace. Don't worry about his personality, Google said. He knows how to act like a regular cleaning bot when necessary. Sidekick began to speak in a deliberately robotic monotone. I am a robot. I love to wipe counters and scrub toilets. Take me to your leader. Outlaw, could you bring the cart Sidekick was pulling? Google asked. Yes, master, Outlaw said in a deeper robotic monotone. I suppose I set myself up for that one, Google said. Secret? I'll leave you with communicators. He held up 4 black rectangles about the size of dominoes. Trickster will teach you how they work. The sender stopped and the doors opened. They stepped out into a close domed tunnel covered in white tiles. It extended a great distance in opposite directions. Harmonic crystals are the key component to the best communicators, Google said. The tech relies on the principle that harmonic crystals can share energy. For energy to be shared and for communication to take place, the crystals must share the same harmonics. Think of it like a radio frequency, but with many more variations. Through tinkering, there are nearly infinite harmonics to choose from. The 4 crystals in these communicators form a unique set, meaning these communicators can reach one another but nothing else. Don't overuse them, but if needed, you have them. I'll keep one. Trickster, Secret, and Roulette will hold the others. Obviously, don't let a communicator get captured. Roulette shows Secret how to destroy hers in case she's taken. So right when she most needs it, she won't have it? Jace asked. She can get a message off first, Google said. When destroyed, the communicator also sends a signal to alert the others. This is where we part ways. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Listen to Roulette and Trickster. I leave you in the care of 2 of our best. Wait, Cole said. One question. I'm looking for friends who are taken from my world as slaves with me. I know some are in Zeropolis. Can you help me find them? You're going to the right place, Google said. Forge can help you with that. He can also connect you to a through port so you can access the internet in your world, but be warned. Outsiders are usually frustrated by the results. We know, Cole said. Joe told us all about it. Google raised a hand. Until we meet again. Which will probably be around the time of our next emergency, Trickster grumbled. Google gave half a grin. He might be on to me. Good luck! Chapter 12. Enhanced. This is where we rejoin the city, Trickster said. We'll come out in a pedestrian walkway under Flick Street. We'll have hidden motion detectors in place. See that little light? When it turns green, the tunnel and stairways are empty. Cole looked at the red light. Then he peered down the dusty service tunnel that had brought them here. Their underground adventure had started in clean, white corridors. As they passed through one-way checkpoints and secret doors, they began using abandoned subway tunnels, and the way became grimier. Roulette explained that old Zeropolis had used subways, much as the current Zeropolis used elevated monorails. Before the new Zeropolis existed, this area had been an outpost of the old city. No more hiding in tunnels for us, Sidekick said, because we've run out of tunnels that will take us in the right direction. We're going topside. Sorry I'm not taller. Sorry I don't have 18 weapon systems. I know I'm not much comfort compared to Outlaw.
You'll blend in out there, Roulette said. Right now, that's what we need. I can climb stairs, Sidekick said. My forelegs shorten, the rear ones lengthen, and my base pivots. You'll see. I happen to know you have a few other surprises if we need them, Trickster said. Shh, Sidekick hissed. They're not surprises if you tell everybody. I was managing expectations. The light turned green. Let's go, Trickster said, opening the door and letting Roulette exit first. Remember, this is all about staying cool. My personality is about to downgrade to cleaning bot levels, Sidekick said. You may not notice me, but I'll never be far. They all entered the pedestrian walkway. When Trickster closed the door, it disappeared, blending seamlessly with the wall. Cole stepped close and stared hard where the door had been, but could detect no evidence of it. It doesn't open from this side, Trickster said. Come on. He started toward the stairway at one end of the pedestrian walkway. Sidekick scuttled off toward the stairs at the opposite end. I have orders to stay with Secret no matter what, Trickster said quietly. If things get choppy, the rest of you can scatter. Stay low. Big jumps are last resort. If we get split up, meet at the north shore of Mariner Lake. Nothing will happen, Roulette clarified. This is just a stroll through the city. Walking up the stairs, Cole enjoyed the feel of the exo-rig supporting his movements. If things went bad, at least he had a secret weapon. Near the top of the stairs, Trickster glanced back at them. You look like you're going to a funeral. Come on! Race you to the statue. He ran up the last few steps, and the others followed. Before them spread a wide plaza of dull orange concrete. Flowers and an occasional tree grew in patches of soil, protected by low wire fences. In the center of the plaza stood a large silver statue of a man holding a wrench over his head. As Cole started dashing across the plaza, he realized that Trickster wasn't going anywhere near full speed. He was going fast, but with the exo-rig helping, it didn't feel like more than a comfortable jog. There were people in the plaza, but not so many that their running had to bother anybody. Still in the lead, Trickster glanced back, laughing. Cole couldn't tell whether he was acting or actually goofing around. As the statue got nearer, Jace sped up, taking the lead. Cole resisted the urge to challenge him. They weren't really running at top speed. If they did, they might draw real attention. But of course, Jace wanted to win regardless. With a little burst at the end, Trickster tied Jace as they reached the statue. Laughing easily, Trickster gave Jace a playful shove, who responded by tapping Trickster on the shoulder with his fist. That run felt good, Cole said to Dalton. Makes you want to test your limits, his friend replied. Who is Terrence Styles? Mira asked, reading the name at the base of the statue. The main engineer behind the mag roads, Roulette said. Try not to care or you won't look local. This way, Trickster said, keeping his tone light. He trotted toward the far side of the plaza. Following him, Cole fought the urge to jump. He wanted to know what the exo-rig could do. What was the maximum height he could reach? What was the fastest he could run? If he trained, how good of a fighter could he become? Off to one side of the plaza, Cole noticed a couple of armed patrolmen talking to a girl. After his first glance, he refused to let his eyes return to them. The low sun would set within half an hour or so. Cole wondered how far they were from Forge, whoever that was. Would they still be roaming the city at night? On the far side of the plaza, Trickster led them down to another pedestrian walkway under a road. After a man in the tunnel passed them and went up the stairs, Trickster motioned for them to huddle closer. Lots of zeros out, he said softly. I saw 2, Cole said. 6, Roulette corrected. 2 in the plaza, 4 beyond the plaza on the streets. That was my count as well, Trickster said. Too many. Might be a coincidence, Roulette said. They just raided our base, Trickster argued. It's no coincidence. This isn't their first raid. They know we have ways to escape. They're combing the area. Great, Dalton said. He looked shaken. Cole patted his back. Good thing we're just a bunch of kids horsing around, Roulette said. That's the key, guys, Trickster said. The more on edge we should be, the more relaxed we need to become. I know you're trying to loosen us up, Jace said, but is running the best idea if they're looking for people on the run?
Not a bad point, Trickster said. No more races. But make sure to joke and tease and relax. Right now, not looking guilty is our best defense. They went up the stairs at the far side of the street and turned left, following the sidewalk. Trickster took out a little rubber ball and bounced it as he walked. Cole poked Dalton's arm. I'm teasing you. Dalton swatted his hand away. I'm bothered by your teasing. Cole poked him again. I'm glad you're bothered. It encourages me. You guys sound like low-grade bots, Roulette complained. We're trying to follow instructions, Cole said. I don't tease Dalton much. We're out of practice. Jace flicked the back of Cole's ear. Let me handle the teasing. Cole flushed. Handle it again and see what happens. Jace grinned. See? Now you're more believable. They rounded a corner. Up ahead, maybe half a block, 2 patrolmen were coming toward them. Only a few people moved along the sidewalk between them. Somebody catch it, Trickster said, tossing the bouncy ball over his shoulder. Cole snatched at the tiny ball but missed. After it took a bounce, Jace backed up a couple of steps and grabbed it. Then he lobbed it up ahead of the group, gentle enough that Trickster caught up to it after one bounce. Cole tried not to look at the patrolmen, and he tried not to obviously look away from them either. With a busy mag road on one side and apartment buildings on the other, the only options were to duck into a random building, turn around, or walk right past the patrolmen. It looked like Trickster intended to stroll by them. Trickster tossed the ball over his shoulder again. This time Cole caught it and bounced it up to him. The patrolmen increased their pace. A moment of your time, one of the patrolmen said, trotting forward. Trickster came to a stop. So did the rest of them. Cole tried to keep calm despite the convincing instinct that he should run for his life. We've had a couple of runaways reported, the other patrolman said. We need to check your ID cards. Sure, Trickster said, producing a card. We're not runaways. Who are the kids? The patrolman scanned his ID with a small handheld device. Winston Sykes, the officer said. 12 years old, and Carla Rutherford, 11 years old. Know either of them? Trickster shook his head. They from around here? This part of the city, the patrolman replied. Hanging back, Cole was close to total panic. Looking for 2 runaways would be a great cover if these patrolmen were really searching for Mira. But it would be foolish to run before he knew they were actually in trouble, in case the story was true. The patrolman gave Trickster his card back, and Roulette handed over hers. He scanned it and returned it. Keep them coming, the patrolman said. Cole still had his ID card from Outpost 121, but wouldn't it be linked to Joe somehow and immediately get him in trouble? Cole supposed the answer partly depended on whether or not the police were actually searching for runaways. What if we left our IDs at home? Jace asked. And I might suspect you're who we're looking for, the patrolman said. Everyone knows the law. When out in public, you have to keep your ID card on you at all times. Do you live nearby? Sort of far, Jace said. Across the city, a ways. If you lived close, we could go to your home, the patrolman said. Living far away and not carrying ID means a visit to the patrol station and then contacting your parents. He has his ID, Cole said, getting out his own. He just doesn't trust patrolmen. Don't you have pictures of the runaways? Mira asked. Can't you see? We're not them. IDs, please, the patrolman said, his tone making it clear that he was done conversing. Cole gave the patrolman his ID card, then held his breath as it was scanned. The patrolman handed it back. Next! Jace shared his ID. After scanning the card, the patrolman looked up at Jace intently, then glanced at his partner and gave a nod. The other patrolman took out a gray rectangle and lifted it to his mouth. Trickster jumped and kicked the rectangle, his leg a blur. The communicator went flying. Jace crouched forward, grabbed the other patrolman by his ankles, then yanked both feet forward and up. The patrolman went down hard, his back slamming against the sidewalk, while Jace held his ankles high. With a silver tube in each hand, Roulette covered the patrolman on the ground and the one still standing in white foam from neck to boots. She hopped away as the upright patrolman swung at her, but it was the only move he managed to make before the cloud of white foam hardened. Cole shoved him over,
"Run," Trickster said softly, taking off down the sidewalk. Cole started at a normal sprint, but realized that Trickster was racing at maximum speed. Exhilarated and scared, Cole pushed his pace to the limits. The rig responded as desired, whipping his legs faster than they could possibly move unassisted. Cole dashed down the sidewalk at almost twice the speed of his normal sprint, the air rushing over him as if he were cruising along on a bike. He found that if he stretched his strides too much, he went from a sprint to a series of long, one-footed hops. Running at full speed had to look suspiciously fast, but the hops would draw even more attention, since the gait raised him up unnaturally high and was completely inhuman. Trickster paused at the next corner. "You grabbed the communicator?" he asked Roulette. "Dalton got it," she said. Holding up the gray rectangle, Dalton shook it gently. "Nice," Trickster said. "We wouldn't be crystal keepers if we left an enemy's harmonic crystal behind." He held out a hand and Dalton passed it to him. "Slick move, Jace. Dropping that zero." "Maybe we should keep running," Jace said. "Patience," Trickster said, raising the communicator to his mouth. He lowered his voice a little and started running in place. "We're in pursuit on Sexton Road between Haley and Braga. It's the jackpot, but we need reinforcements. Hurry." Trickster lowered the communicator. "Cogs, aren't you on Valletta?" a voice replied. Trickster ran in place again and raised the communicator. "Negative. Followed a hunch and they ran. In pursuit on Sexton crossing Braga." Trickster gave a pained grunt and dropped the communicator. "Cogs?" came the voice from the communicator. "Cogs!" Crouching, Trickster switched it off. "That's how you buy a little time and move a bunch of the other patrolmen out of your way." "Won't they see the guys on the sidewalk?" Cole asked. "Maybe," Trickster said. "Sexton runs parallel to this street, so the Zeros will mostly use cross streets to get there." "People are already trying to help our victims," Dalton said, looking down the sidewalk to where a man and a woman had stopped beside the cocooned patrolman. "People without communicators are trying to help patrolmen without communicators," Trickster said. "We have a few extra minutes at least. I'll take secret under this road." He pointed to the pedestrian tunnel that went in the direction they had been heading. To the left, another pedestrian tunnel went under the perpendicular street. "Roulette, take the others that way. Don't run." "I know when to run," Roulette said, heading down the stairs. Cole waved at Mira. "Stay safe." She nodded and followed Trickster. Jace looked after them in frustration. "He's good," Cole said. "She'll be safe." "Whatever," Jace said, unconsoled. "Unless she falls in love with him," Cole mused. "Shut up," Jace said, following Dalton and Roulette. Cole went with him. At the bottom, Roulette raced across the empty tunnel. Cole and the others followed her lead. As they reached the top of the far side, they discovered a pair of patrolmen running toward them. One was a woman. Like some other pedestrians had done, Roulette flattened up against the building to let them pass. Cole, Jace, and Dalton did likewise. The patrolman raced by them without a second look and hurried down the stairs to the pedestrian tunnel. "Trickster isn't dumb," Jace said. "He's not," Roulette agreed. "But he loves taking charge. It gets annoying." They started walking again. "Didn't you like his plan?" Cole asked. "The plan is fine," Roulette said. Cole thought she sounded a little jealous, but decided not to push her. A black Lev car came zooming down the mag road, going much faster than Cole had seen any Lev car drive. The other cars flowed out of the way, leaving it a clear lane. "More patrolmen?" Dalton asked. "That's right," Roulette said. "Black Lev cars are city patrol. Everybody's heading to Sexton, at least for now." Walking along a zigzag route between buildings and under streets, Cole couldn't lose the knotted feeling in his stomach. He knew now that if they were stopped for ID cards, they were going to have to run. Well, at least Jace would. Cole wondered why his card hadn't raised any red flags. Their best bet was to avoid another confrontation with patrolmen. How many times could they get away? If a bunch of patrolmen converged with those web-shooting trap guns, none of them would escape. Shadows stretched to gargantuan lengths, and then the sun slid below the skyline, turning the jutting buildings into silhouettes against a rosy backdrop. They occasionally passed robots. Some were just walking around, One was repairing a street light. A few worked cleaning an empty fountain. Though he kept an eye out, Cole didn't see Sidekick. After some time, Roulette led them up a pedestrian bridge and over a busy mag road to an expansive park. Under dusky trees, they walked on scant paths until a lake came into view. Several docks hosted sailboats. Only a few vessels remained on the water, and they seemed bound for the shore. Mariner Lake, Roulette said. A place for city people to play boat captain. All of the craft have motors. The sails are mainly for show. I guess some people try to actually use them now and then. I haven't seen Sidekick, Cole mentioned. He would have followed secret, Roulette said. No offense, but she's the one everybody most cares about. Your names aren't even code words. Like Roulette, Cole said. Or is that what your parents called you? My parents were slaves, Roulette said. A lot of slaves in Zeropolis try to give their babies to the unseen before they receive slave marks. It worked. I'm free. But I don't know my parents. It's supposedly too dangerous if the babies who get free try to learn their heritage. Have you tried? Dalton asked. I wanted to, when I was younger, Roulette said. By the time I was old enough to do anything about it, I realized the rule was there for a reason. Who raised you? Cole asked. Different people, Roulette said. The kind of people who quietly want to do good but don't want full membership in the unseen. There are lots of them here. They named you Roulette? Jace asked. I got that name from the CKs, she said. I guess I take risks. Like what? Jace asked. Roulette paused and lifted her leg. From shin down, it's all mechanical, she said. I guess that was the big one. Cole's eyes widened. What happened? He inquired. Didn't make a jump, she said. I thought I could, but came up short. It was an ugly landing, not on smooth ground. The rig I was wearing saved my life, but part of it broke, taking the end of my leg with it. I had other injuries, but losing the foot was the most permanent. Cole and Dalton exchanged a look. Even with everything Cole had seen here, somehow it didn't stop surprising him how different life was for kids in the outskirts. Back home, he had never done anything that seemed dangerous enough to lose a leg. Roulette obviously did a lot more than just goof around in arcades, and she hadn't let her injury stop her. As they approached a long building on the lakeshore where people dined on a large patio, two figures came toward them. In the fading light, it took Cole a moment to recognize Trickster and Mira. Clean getaway? Dalton asked. Not until we're safe inside Forge's lair, Trickster replied. Glad to see you guys, though. You got here first, Jace said. Not by much, Mira said. Any more drama? Cole asked Mira. No fights with patrolmen, Mira said. Plenty of worry. Come on, Trickster said, leading the way. Has anybody seen Sidekick? Cole asked. A few times, Trickster said. He keeps his distance. He isn't a brawler. Many of his weapons don't require him to be close. Where was he when those patrolmen almost got us? Jace asked. Maybe not near enough to help, Trickster said. Or maybe we were just too quick. It didn't take us long to drop them. Would he really have done much? Dalton asked. He doesn't seem like the type. Don't underestimate Sidekick, Trickster said. Sometimes good things come in small, dented packages. Trickster led them away from Mariner Lake and back onto sidewalks. Before too long, they reached a neighborhood where narrow walkways passed between large, bland buildings. Trickster paused at a plain door and used a card to open it. Is this a warehouse? Dalton asked. It's a storehouse for obsolete tech, Trickster said, one step up from a junkyard. They entered and closed the door. Light leaked through the high windows along the perimeter of the cavernous room. A combination of moonlight and spillover from the streetlights. Large shapes hulked in the dimness, made rounded by plastic tarps. Trickster led them along a maze of aisles through the shrouded stockpiles. He stopped at a hill of covered machinery and pulled up the tarp. This way, he said, motioning Roulette forward. She ducked under the tarp cautiously. Cole followed. It was too dark to see much, so he moved slowly, worried about tripping. Roulette guided him between large pieces of equipment to a space in the middle. The others joined them. Come on, Trickster said, hardly raising his voice.
I know you see us, Forge. Let us in.
A hatch opened in the floor, flooding the space with light. Cole squinted until his eyes adjusted. Trickster patted Dalton on the shoulder.
Now, we've made a clean getaway.
Chapter 13. Forge. At the bottom of a long ladder awaited a room full of machines, computers, work tables, beanbag chairs, shaggy carpets, soda cans, Zowie wrappers, overloaded bookshelves, glowing crystals, faded posters, and a beat-up dartboard riddled with tiny holes. 2 ceiling fans turned lazily, barely stirring the stale air. A guy with greasy hair and a tank top sat cross-legged, tinkering with a little robot. He might have been in his late teens or early 20s. He smiled at Trickster. I heard you were coming this way.
Not from City Patrol, I hope, Trickster said.
There was plenty of chatter, a girl said coming into the room. She wore a scarf in her hair and loose pajamas. Her slippers looked like raccoons. You guys had them scrambling. Google called me on my most private communicator, the guy said. He looked at Mira. You must be secret. I'm Forge. He nodded at the girl. This is Scandal. These are my friends Cole, Dalton, and Jace, Mira said. Cole couldn't help thinking their names sounded boring compared to Scandal, Trickster, and Roulette.
So far they're scrappier than they look,
Trickster said, slapping Jace's arm.
You should have seen this one put a Zero flat on his back. Just grabbed his ankles and yanked the rug out from under him. It was tidy.
Jace grinned proudly. Are you guys crystal keepers? Cole asked. Former CKs, Forge said. Scandal and I graduated to full membership in the Unseen more than 2 years ago. They're both skilled tinkers, Roulette said. We call them our gadgeteers. Google is the head gadgeteer, Forge said. We help him design the rigs, Scandal added. We make all kinds of tech, Forge said. We run through ports, harvest data, intercept communications. What do the crystal keepers mostly do? Cole asked. Energy is transmitted by harmonic crystals, Roulette said. If you snag the right crystal, you can get access to the entire network of crystals sharing the same harmonics.
It's most valuable for spying,
Trickster said, displaying the communicator they took from the patrolman.
Which reminds me, here's another link into City Patrol comms.
He tossed it underhand. Nice, Forge said, catching the communicator. These have little crystals inside. The size doesn't matter. It's all about the harmonics. You can also use a crystal to hijack energy, Scandal said. The monorail tracks and trains, for example, are powered by crystals harmonically linked to highly juiced crystals inside of power facilities. Tap into that energy and you can power all sorts of things. What about Sidekick? Cole asked. Is he coming in? Sidekick is already here, Forge said, pocketing the communicator. The bot will stay outside as lookout. Secret, you're so young. Why is Google willing to torch our operations in Zeropolis to bring you in? He doesn't care if we all go down as long as you're secure. I've never heard him so adamant.
We're not supposed to ask, Trickster reminded him.
When has that stopped us? Forge argued. We spend all day doing stuff we're not supposed to do. It's our job description. What does Google really expect? He knows who we are. I'm asking. She can tell what she wants. Keeping my identity secret doesn't just protect me, Mira said. It protects you. Trust me. You don't want to know why the government wants to find me. I know it could endanger me, Forge said. And I want to know. I live to uncover secrets. I'm good at keeping them. Me too, Roulette said softly.
Don't get me wrong, Trickster said. If you're spilling, I want in too.
Not me, Scandal said. I have enough trouble without soaking up high-stakes secrets Google wants me to avoid. Mira glanced at Cole. He could tell that she was wavering. Who wouldn't? These people were on their side and had just helped them evade capture. Up to you, Cole said. Mira sighed. I really shouldn't It's for your own good. Unless things go badly, you'll find out sooner or later. The secret won't keep forever. Say no more, Forge grumbled. I won't force the issue, I just couldn't resist trying. He rubbed his hands together. For now, this will be your haven. We'll wait for orders from Google. I know you four need fresh ID cards. I'll get you fed, a place to sleep. Anything else I can do for you? Dalton and I are looking for some friends, Cole said. Google told us you might be able to help. Possibly, Forge said. Who are the friends? We came here from outside, Cole said. A bunch of other kids were brought here with us as slaves. I noticed Dalton's mark, Forge said, but you have a free mark. It was a bond mark at first, Cole said. Long story. Anyhow, the High King bought the slaves with shaping powers and shipped them around the outskirts. I found Dalton in Elawir. Do they have names? Forge asked. Jenna Hunt, Cole said. Blake Daniels, Lacey Clark, Sarah, what's Sarah's last name? I don't know, Dalton said. I didn't really know many of those kids well. It might start with a P, Cole said. Anyhow, especially look for Jenna Hunt. You know she came here? Forge asked. No idea, Cole said. I just know she's not in Elawir. The records I can check only cover Zeropolis, Forge said, and it's a big city. I've lost access to some of our best databanks because they've swapped out crystals. Sometimes slaves are given aliases, especially new slaves, to wipe out the old life. I can't guarantee success, but I'll look. What do you expect to do if you find somebody? Roulette asked. Talk to them, Cole said. Free them, if I can. Fair warning, Roulette said, folding her arms. Freeing slaves doesn't go over well. Once that mark is on there, you can't really hide. We freed Dalton, Cole said. You found Dalton, Trickster corrected. You helped him escape. He's not free. He still has his bond mark. He has to pose as a slave. That's the best you can offer any slave. And if you take too many slaves, you get burned. There are a lot of former slaves in the unseen, Roulette said. But they have to stay unseen, Trickster said. They can't live normal lives. This is still way better than actual slavery, Dalton said. You were in Elawir? Forge asked. Yeah, Dalton said. I can draft some ownership documents to match your new ID cards, Forge said. You want to belong to Cole? Sure, Dalton said. What about me? Jace protested. Anyone but Jace, Dalton replied. No offense. I'd be a good master, Jace said. I'm way more fun than Cole. You can really create slave documents for Dalton? Mira asked. I can make it all look fully legal, Forge said. Google wants you to have the royal treatment. Good, Roulette said. They could use haircuts. Cole fingered his hair. It was getting pretty long. He hadn't cut it since when? A few weeks before coming to the outskirts? Your fakes are good? Dalton asked. Forge chuckled. There's a reason Google sent you here. He's the best, Trickster said. As far as tech goes, this is Outpost 139. The cards won't be fakes. Forge uses the same equipment as the government and stashes the info in all the same places. These ID cards will be real. Thanks for the oversell, Forge said. Takes all the pressure off me. Let me see you, Roulette said. She made Mira, Dalton, Jace, and Cole line up. Then she paced the line, inspecting them. Yeah, okay. I see possibilities. I can make you guys look local. You're not bad-looking youngsters. With the right clothes and some color in your hair, you could look tidy. More importantly, Forge said, you'll look different from your original ID photos. When we take pictures, I'll want you to make faces. Nothing too drastic or the ID will look bogus. But scowl a little, or smile really big. If we get it right, these new cards will let you start over. And he can load up a bunch of credits, Trickster said. We don't want to get carried away, Forge said. Let's just say you won't be poor. Will we get nifty names like you guys have? Jace asked. Can I be Wolfmaster? You aren't Crystal Keepers, Trickster said. And we don't put our code names on IDs, Roulette added. I'll handle the names, Forge said. You want some of the most common names in Zeropolis. Not the very most common. That can look like you're hiding. 15th to 40th most popular is about right. Your original ID cards are compromised. Changing your looks and taking on common names will make it harder for the City Patrol to connect you to those original identities. Try to make the new ones last a little longer, Trickster said. It was out of our control, Mira said. Joe didn't know his fake ID had been flagged. That's our other big challenge tonight, Forge said, finding the best way to bust out Joe. Do you know him? Mira asked. He's a good man, Forge said. We'll find a way. You mentioned you have access to through ports, Dalton said. Right, Forge replied. You want to kidnap an old girlfriend too? Dalton blushed. No, but it would be interesting to check my email, poke around a little. As long as you don't get your hopes up, Forge said. I've seen it 1,000 times. Nobody you really want to contact will respond. We've heard, Cole said. I'll set you up with through ports in the morning, Forge said. We'll take care of the IDs then, too. Tonight I have to help plan a jailbreak. Scandal will show you around. We have food and hammocks. Is this place safer than the other base? Jace asked. Fair question, Forge said. Short answer, yes. A lot less people know about my lair. Of the Crystal Keepers, only Trickster, Roulette, Duckling, and Jetstream know. Not many of the unseen know either. Most of my forgeries are carried out remotely. Very few people come and go. The fact that Google had you come here shows how highly he values you. Which is what makes us so curious, Trickster said. It also helps that we're under a virtually abandoned storehouse, Forge went on. I have access to lots of weird spare parts when I need them, and nobody is ever around. What about all the crystals you have? Cole asked. You're connected to a lot of information. Could they trace those connections back to you? Nice, Forge said. You're thinking like a technomancer. Sure, there are ways, but I take lots of precautions. It wouldn't be easy for them to figure out they could spy on me, and one of my alarms would almost certainly give them away if they tried. Come on, Scandal said. Let's get you some food. Cole and the others followed her through a tunnel to a low table. Dinner awaited them. Cubes of meat, mashed potatoes, green beans, and cups of pale green liquid. 6 settings, Trickster said. You didn't think any of us would be captured. I try to stay optimistic, Scandal said. They sat down on the benches on either side of the table. Cole skewered a meat cube with a fork, then sniffed it. Any guesses? Dalton asked. Beef? Cole tried. It's kind of a mix, Trickster said. Don't think of it as a certain type of meat or it seems gross. Consider it a highly processed celebration of all meat. Cole tried a bite. It was more tender and juicy than he expected, tasting more like sausage than steak. Not bad. If you want food fresh from a farm, Zeropolis is the wrong place to find it, Scandal said. But we have abundant food, it doesn't cost much, it tastes pretty good, and unlike a lot of the processed food in your world, it's highly nutritious. Cole sampled the potatoes. They didn't quite taste real, but they had a nice buttery, cheesy flavor. He'd never been a fan of green beans, but he tried to eat some, to be polite. I like the drink, Dalton said, taking a long sip. Me too, Roulette said. Lime-licious, sweet, but not too sweet. And lots of vitamins, Scandal said. As the food began to settle, Cole could feel the busy day catching up with him. Had he woken up today at that inn in Outpost 121? It felt like that had happened in another lifetime. His eyes were droopy. Let me take care of the plates, Scandal said. You guys must be exhausted. We're not fancy here, but a good hammock can be pretty comfy. Cole followed her down a hall to a room with several hammocks at different heights. The room was kind of dumpy, the paint on the wooden walls stained and peeling, but the hammocks looked clean. We have several guest rooms, Scandal said. Take your pick. Mind if I join you, Trickster? Jace asked. Not a bit, he said. Dalton and I will take this one, Cole said. Sleep well, Scandal said. You'll be safe here. Let me know if you need anything. Cole and Dalton went into their room. Dalton closed the door. Tired? Cole asked. I feel like I just stumbled away from a plane crash, Dalton said. Me too, Cole said, flopping into a hammock. It swayed and creaked. He stared at the ceiling. How do we take off our exo-rigs? Dalton asked. Cole laughed sleepily. I have no idea. Hopefully I don't do karate moves in my sleep. Or jump. Maybe the gear will help us sleep extra well. Enhanced sleeping, why not? The rigs improve everything else. Don't you want to see how high we can jump in them? Cole asked. No way, Dalton said. I'd rather keep both my feet. Cole winced. Can you imagine having part of your leg ripped off? Roulette is hardcore. They all are, Dalton said. It's like we joined up with organized crime. When the government is crooked, the outlaws can be the good guys, like Robin Hood. Dalton sighed. Are we going to be outlaws the rest of our lives? Depends if the revolution succeeds. Is it really our revolution? You tell me, you're the slave. I'm serious, Dalton said. Me too. As long as we can't get home, it's our revolution. And I may have an important part to play. Dalton snorted. According to the evil creature from another world who got locked up for trying to take over the Outskirts. Right, Cole said drowsily. According to him. Did you notice that hanging out with Mira got us in trouble again? It also helped us find people to get us out of trouble. Do you think the Unseen would have done all this for us without Mira? Probably not, Dalton said, but we might not have been in trouble in the first place. With all we've learned, we might get chased just as much with or without her, Cole said. We're in pretty deep. Do you really want to leave her? Dalton paused. I don't think so. I just don't want to forget our real goal, to find our friends and get home. Cole stared hard at the ceiling, mapping the discolorations. Helping Mira is part of my goal now, Dalton. Trillian thinks I'm key to her winning. He's creepy, but he supposedly can't lie. Think about it. If Mira defeats her dad, we'll be able to free all the kids who got taken and actually keep them safe. And we'll have major resources to maybe find a way home. Sounds like we spend most of our time running, Dalton said. Is beating her father even possible? If not, we at least try to save Mira. Maybe one of these days it will make sense to take off on our own. Until then, we help however we can, or at least I will. What about you? It's all good, as long as we stay free and can keep fighting. But what if we get captured? We came pretty close today to spending the rest of our lives imprisoned. It's not a game, Cole agreed. We could get killed. We could become prisoners, but they already took away our lives and our families. They already made us slaves. If we have a chance to fix things, I'm going to take it. That's why I'm here, Dalton said. Maybe we'll get some answers tomorrow, Cole said. Maybe we'll even find Jenna. You sound sleepy. I'm pretty far gone. You're mostly talking to my subconscious. See you tomorrow. If I ever wake up. Sleep came almost instantly. Chapter 14. Substitutes. Subject, life and death. Dear Mom, Dad, and Chelsea, please read this. I'm sending it from our family account, so maybe you'll open it. Or maybe nobody pays much attention to the family account anymore, since you all have your own email addresses. You mainly had the family one for me because you didn't want me to have my own address yet. You're probably wondering who I am. I'm your lost son, Cole Randolph. You don't remember me, but I used to live with you up until last Halloween. I got kidnapped with a bunch of other kids in the neighborhood, and we were all forgotten. I used to be in the room by the bathroom, across from the spare bedroom. I don't know if you use my room for something else now, or if you just never go in there. A bunch of my stuff should be around if you haven't thrown it out. Pay attention and you might notice my soccer things, uniform, cleats, shin guards, trophies, or my school books, or maybe my video games. Anyhow, that stuff is around because you used to have a son named Cole, a 6th grader. Me. I was taken to a world in another universe called the Outskirts. That's why I didn't take out the trash on Halloween. I really meant to, but I got kidnapped. I love you, and I'm sorry about all the times I made you mad or did dumb stuff. I even love Chelsea. You probably won't read this. And if you do, you probably won't understand or will think it sounds crazy. But you have a kid or brother named Cole. I'm in a bunch of the family photos. If you focus, maybe you'll notice me. I'm trying to get home. I miss you. Love, Cole. After reading the email for the 10th time, Cole felt he had rid it of typos and expressed what he wanted to say. Arrow hovering over the send button, Cole checked the email addresses one more time. It would send to his dad, his mom, his sister, and also back to the family account. He clicked send. A long examination of the family account inbox had shown no mention of him after Halloween. The days following the holiday had only routine messages. There was nothing in social media about his disappearance, nothing in the news. The mass kidnapping had gone unnoticed, all of the kids forgotten. Would somebody open his email? His family had forgotten about him, but the email wasn't coming from him. They should each think it came from some other member of the family. He also sent the email to the family account, even though the inbox had many unopened emails. Based on what Joe had told him, his would join the disregarded spam, but he had to try. Cole wondered if it would help to send the email 100 times. Could they ignore 100 of the same email? Or would that make it seem even more like spam? Has the email ever looked so good? Dalton asked, surprising Cole. Cole turned. Dalton smiled awkwardly and waved. He wore a weathered green denim jacket, black trousers, and cowboy boots. His hair was buzz short. It had simple images engraved in it. Are you filming a music video? Cole asked. Dalton rubbed his head self-consciously. I've never had my hair this short. I like how it feels. Turn around, Cole said. Dalton complied. He had what looked like a sun on one side of the back of his head and an anchor on the other. Your head is all marked up. Did Roulette do that, or were you mugged? Ha ha, Dalton said. You're next. I thought they might be scars from this morning, Cole said. Dalton's face got angry. Not long after daybreak, when he had rolled out of his hammock, Dalton had flopped headfirst to the floor. Somebody had tied his shoelaces to the netting of the hammock. Jace was the natural suspect. I'll get him back. Might be smarter to call it even. I'll get him back, Dalton said with increased determination. Did you email your family? I had to try. I'll try too, just in case. Did you find any info about us? Any news about a kidnapping? None, Cole said. As far as the internet knows, we never disappeared. It's just like we were warned. Nobody misses us. Isn't it weird to see a computer here? Dalton asked. It's too much like home, Cole said. I don't really envision the rogue knight on a PC. Forge said the throughport machines especially are modeled after the computers in our world so they can run the same software. He said some of our designs influence their designs here, like mouses. They had great tech here, but no mouses until they saw us using them. Don't think you can hide, Roulette said, entering the room with scissors in hand. Doesn't Dalton look tidy? He definitely looks different, Cole said. Are you going to shave my head and graffiti my scalp too? Don't mock it, Roulette said. Dalton looks like a real Zeropolite. You will too, but I'll take your look in a different direction. Come on. Good luck, Dalton said. Cole rubbed Dalton's bristly head with both hands, then followed Roulette into another room where a chair awaited. Hair clippings littered the floor. Jace walked in and Cole reflexively laughed. Jace's hair had been bleached blonde and spiked up with styling gel. Symbols were sloppily painted on his brown leather jacket, and he wore safety pins in his earlobes. His jeans had several patches, and his eyes were now blue. "Yuck it up," Jay said. "You're next." "Are the pins real?" Cole asked, reaching to touch one. "Trickster dared me," Jace said, swatting his hand away. "Dalton looks cool," Roulette said. "Jace looks hot." "Okay, now I feel awkward," Jace said, turning around and leaving. "What do you say, Cole?" Roulette asked. "Want to top his ear pins? How about a bolt through your nostrils?" "No new holes in my body," Cole said. "Okay," Roulette said. "I can probably still give you some style." "I guess I could use a haircut," Cole admitted. "And I need to look different." "Have a seat," Roulette said, her grin somewhere between delighted and predatory. Cole proceeded through a long, mirrorless process of Roulette washing his hair, cutting it, putting chemicals on it, and covering it in a plastic sack. When he grew fidgety, Roulette ordered him to sit still. When he complained about odd smells, she shushed him. He had never loved getting his hair cut, and this was taking much longer than usual. In the end, Roulette gave him a hand mirror. His hair was now pure black and neatly trimmed. "The black is different, but it's not bad. I kind of like it." "You have the kindest face, so I made you our pretty boy," Roulette said. Cole squirmed. "Don't repeat that in front of Jace. Names like that can stick." "I'll get you some clothes," she said. As Roulette left the room, Mira entered. Her hair was longer and a rich shade of lavender. She wore tights under a mid-length skirt. Her short black leather jacket fit snugly. "You look good," Mira said. "So do you," Cole replied. "A little like an anime character, but not in a bad way." "That's what I was going for," Roulette announced, returning to the room. "I love anime. Watching shows from your world is the best use of throughports." "Anime?" Mira asked. "Japanese cartoons," Cole said. "Like moving pictures. A lot of the characters in them have colorful hair." "I'll take your word for it," Mira said. "Did Forge snap your photo?" Roulette asked. "He made me squint and squish my lips together," Mira said. "He checked the photo on my old ID and wanted the opposite expression. Jason and Dalton are done too." "Then they're waiting for Cole," Roulette said. She waved a hand. "Shoe secret, so he can change. I'll clear out too." Roulette gave Cole the clothes she had collected. "Come join us when you're ready." Left alone with his new clothes, Cole changed quickly. His new outfit included black jeans, a white shirt, a black denim vest, and gray shoes. Using the hand mirror and looking down at himself, Cole thought he looked less weird than Dalton or Jace. It was a fairly cool outfit. The others were waiting when he emerged. Jace looked especially disappointed. "He looks too normal," Jace complained. "He looks different," Roulette said. "That's the point. I didn't have to make all of you equally edgy." "You promised to talk to him about a nose bolt," Jace grumbled. "I did," Roulette said. "He vetoed it, so I went more conservative." "He had veto power?" Dalton asked. "He looked nice, Cole," Mira said. The comment pleased Cole more than he wanted anyone to know. "I'm supposed to take an ID photo?" "Over here," Forge said. "Stand there." Cole had handed over his ID card in the morning, so Forge could study it. Forge picked it up and took one more look. "You have a very normal smile here," Forge said. "The image is framed tight on your face, so I'll give your head some room in this new one. Let's go serious. Frown a little. Scowl. Lower your eyebrows. A bit. Huh. Keep the frown, but raise your eyebrows. Okay, good. Think of something that disgusts you, or something that makes you angry. Turn your head a little to the left. Good. Drop your chin a little. Remember, eyebrows up. Don't frown too deep. It has to be subtle. Good. Got it." "I'm done?" Cole asked. "Success," Forge said. "You're now Steve Rigby. It's your face, but it'll be a chore to match this to your old photo. You guys owe Roulette. She did great work." "Almost a changing," Dalton said. "Not far off," Forge replied with a chuckle. "All right, getting these IDs printed up won't take long. While I have you four gathered together, I better mention something. Joe is being transferred this evening to Holden Area 11. If they get him in there, I'm not sure we can get him out, so we have to intercept him today. But there's a problem. What? Mira asked, anxious. A lot of our communications network is down right now, Forge said. Several people got caught fleeing the raid yesterday, which means we lost crystals, including some that are linked to crucial networks. We need to make a big new batch of communicators using different harmonics. Until then, Google and I don't know where most of our people who escaped are hiding. We can't contact the personnel needed to carry off the rescue. If that holds true, until this evening, we're going to need Roulette, Trickster, and a pair of substitutes to carry it off. You know I'm in for whatever Google wants, Roulette said. Same, Trickster agreed. You need some of us? Jace asked hopefully. Not secret, Forge clarified, but we'll need... Yes, Jace said. Me. Absolutely. I like the passion, Forge said. I was going to say, we need 2 people to fill support roles. These positions are somewhat removed from actually taking Joe from his vehicle, but will be necessary to ensure success. You'll be exposed to capture. The danger is real. You'll need full battle suits and war boards. If we can find somebody else with more experience between now and this evening, we won't use you. I'm one for sure, Jace said. Cole looked at Dalton. His friend appeared uncertain. Do the battle suits jump like the exo-rigs? Cole asked. Better, Forge said. The battle suits do everything the rigs can and more. I'm your other volunteer, Cole said. He couldn't let Joe remain a prisoner. Thanks to his experiences with the jumping sword, he felt confident he could at least master jumping effectively with a battle suit. Can I help too? Dalton asked. You'll stay here with me in secret, Forge said. I may need some support once the operation kicks into gear. Google and I will both lend help remotely. They're doing important stuff, Trickster clarified. They'll be messing with the mag roads. And the emergency response systems, Forge said. We're going to go big. Google really wants Joe back, and I think he's kind of angry about the loss of Zero Base. But first, Trickster should get Cole and Jace suited up. At a minimum, make sure they can handle the basics enough to do their parts and get away. What if we can't? Cole asked. Forge shrugged. If nobody else can fill in, we'll have to scrap the mission. We'll figure it out, Jace said confidently. I'll try, Cole said. He wanted to help Joe, but he could also picture himself running from hordes of angry patrolmen in an unfamiliar city using unfamiliar gear. What if he made a fatal mistake that ruined the mission? If he couldn't get comfortable with the equipment, he had no business helping out. Failing wouldn't benefit Joe. From what I've seen, I bet I can get you 2 up to speed, Trickster said. Your duties will be to hide, use trap guns, and get away. The tech is awesome. You'll feel better once you get the hang of it. When can we start? Jace asked. Trickster folded his arms. Since the ambush needs to happen in about 6 hours, now would be good. The battle suit was like a finished version of the exo-rig. More extensive braces supported the joints, and a full vest hugged the torso. A greater number of metallic strips and cords connected the vest and braces, along with boots, gloves, and a snug helmet. A black unitard underneath it all covered Cole from the neck to the wrists and ankles. The armor's the best part, Trickster said, pinching the sleeve of Jace's unitard. Does it feel rugged? Feels like long underwear, Jace said. Cole plucked at his unitard. The silky material felt fairly thin. Trickster grinned. That material is probably Google's most impressive creation. It's a wonder of tinkering. He calls it guard cloth. Other tinkers have developed similar materials, but nobody can match the quality. Guard cloth is smooth and comfortable, but hardens against sharp impact. Jace scrunched his face. It can stop a punch? It can stop a knife, Trickster said, or an arrow. Feel your sleeve. Rub it. Cole and Jace both complied. Notice anything unusual? Trickster asked. No, Cole said. Exactly, Trickster emphasized. Now make a fist and give your arm a good chop. Not too hard, but solid. Cole complied. Against his half-hearted blow, the previously soft material felt rigid. He tried hitting it harder, and the material felt hard as steel, hurting his fist, though the arm below the guard cloth barely felt it. "No way," Jace said. "I told you," Trickster said. "And it gets better. Aside from hardening against direct impact, guard cloth also works with battlesuit. For example, parts will go rigid to help reduce damage from a fall. It complements the support you get from the suit." They stood in the widest aisle of the storehouse above Forge's lair. Daylight streamed through the high windows, spotlighting the covered mounds of derelict machines. Sidekick was patrolling outside the storehouse to make sure they wouldn't be disturbed. Cole glanced at the distant ceiling. "Can I jump my highest?" he asked. "In here, sure," Trickster said. "That ceiling is over 6 stories above us. Even with the battlesuit, your best jump won't get you that high, but watch where you land. The guard cloth and the battlesuit aren't indestructible. Fall far enough, land on something sharp enough, take a strong enough blow, and the suit will crumple. If it does, you crumple too." "So, is it safe to jump my highest?" Cole asked. "The rule of thumb is don't fall farther than you can jump," Trickster said. "The battlesuit won't let you jump so high that it can't handle the landing. But if you jump your highest and sail off an edge, you can get into trouble fast. Same if you jump your highest and land on a jagged piece of machinery." Trickster sprang high into the air, getting 2/3 of the way to the ceiling, then came straight down and landed in a crouch. "Take small jumps at first. You need to get a feel for it so you can control where you land." Cole took a small leap and barely jumped higher than normal. A bigger jump sent him 10 or 15 feet into the air. He felt wobbly for a moment, but stabilized himself before the ground rushed up to greet him. The jumping sword would help slow his fall before landing. The battlesuit did no such thing, but when he landed, it squeezed and supported him in such a way that the impact wasn't too jarring. Jace tried to jump as well, straight up and down, going a little higher than Cole reached before landing in a crouch. "I like this," he said. Cole gauged the aisle. Long and straight, it ran the length of the storehouse, crossed by narrower aisles. It had to be almost 15 feet wide. Springing forward, Cole rocketed up through the air and along the aisle. At the apex of his leap, he was almost halfway to the ceiling, and he traveled maybe 1/8 of the length of the storehouse. He approached the ground at a speed that seemed like it could be a problem, his insides tingling as they would during a big drop on a roller coaster. But the suit performed marvelously, supporting him and cushioning the landing more than he could have hoped. "This really works," Cole called down the aisle. "Did you think I was trying to kill you?" Trickster asked. "My brain didn't," Cole replied. "My instincts weren't sure." Giving the jump everything he had, Cole leaped forward down the aisle again. He got over 2/3 of the way to the ceiling and extended his distance half again as far. The landing was more jarring, but still manageable. He stayed on his feet. Cole dashed to the end of the aisle, taking long leaping strides that didn't send him too high but made each step cover about 20 feet. Exhilarated, he turned and started racing back, but tried a running jump this time. It didn't carry him nearly as high as his earlier jumps, but he sailed farther, covering 1/4 of the length of the massive storehouse in a single bound. He didn't try to land at a standstill. Instead, he kept running and slowed to a stop near Trickster. "Who are you?" Trickster said. "That was incredible. Nobody gets that good that fast. In fact, most people never get that good, period." "I have practiced jumping," Cole said. "I like the feel of the suit. It works. I get it." Jace came soaring toward them from the other direction. After a towering leap, he landed beside them in a crouch. "Next lesson?" he asked. Though Jace hadn't used a jumping sword, Cole realized that his golden rope had probably given him just as much experience launching himself through the air. "You two are fast learners," Trickster said. "I'll give you a few more physical challenges to try, then we'll cover weapon systems and get you acquainted with the war boards." "What are the chances somebody else calls in and takes our place?" Cole asked. "Fairly slim at this point," Trickster said. "Replacements might turn up, but we're running out of time. We'd be dumb to bet on it happening.
Let's get to work.
Chapter 15. Rescue. 4 hours later, Cole sat alone atop a 3-story building, dressed in full battle gear, a war board at his side. Replacements hadn't turned up. He had reached the building, a food processing plant, with help from Roulette, traveling through a network of underground tunnels. After coming to the surface not far from the building, it only took a jump for them to reach the top, war boards tucked under their arms. She had positioned him, made sure he grasped the plan, and slipped away. Over his battlesuit, he wore gray coveralls. Trickster had explained that the outfit was the type worn by maintenance workers. Cole sat on the flat roof beside the ventilation system with a toolbox handy, in case anybody noticed him from some of the taller buildings in the vicinity. For now, his assignment was to lay low, stay quiet, and await the signal. To his right sat a large canister full of quick-hardening freeze foam, attached to a gun by a pliable hose. On the other side, beneath the toolbox, the warboard waited for action. Roughly the size of a snowboard, the warboard qualified as the most exciting piece of equipment Cole had used so far in this kingdom. Its complicated magnetic system enabled the board to hover just above any metallic surface, which included most of Zeropolis, since through the years tinkers had used metal alloys in the underpinnings of almost every part of the city. The warboard looked simple, with no evidence of electronics, but Cole knew the board linked to the battlesuit in such a way that enabled it to use momentum and magnetics to actively keep the rider aboard. The test runs had gone really well. Cole had hardly believed how easy the warboard was to ride. Invisible magnetics kept his feet affixed to the surface and helped his body remain upright and centered even through complex maneuvers. Since the propulsion was also magnetic, all he had to do was point the warboard in the direction he wanted to go and adjust the speed with buttons built into his left glove. Of course, the test runs had occurred in a controlled environment. This afternoon it would be a different kind of ride, trying to evade patrolmen down alleys and streets with his freedom and maybe his life on the line. Roulette had taught Cole several places where he could get underground. Much of the escape plan depended on using the abandoned tunnels under Zeropolis. Access to those tunnels was the main reason this site had been selected to rescue Joe. Cole hated the suspense of waiting for the signal. At any moment, his communicator could come to life, and he would have to start blocking off the street with freeze foam. Although the rescue was a team effort, Cole's part in it would leave him alone throughout. His part wasn't too hard, but he had no backup. Whether he succeeded or failed was up to him. Relatively large, low buildings dominated this area. Cole knew his fellow Sky Raider was stationed alone on a nearby building, a beverage canning facility that also stood 3 stories tall, about a block up Flag Street on the other side. The communicator strapped to Cole's forearm could put him in touch with Jace instantly, but he had been warned to keep silent unless there was an emergency. He wondered how Jace was handling the solitude. As the minutes passed, Cole grappled with a mix of boredom and anxiety. There was no way to know how long they would wait for the transfer vehicle. They'd gotten into position well ahead of schedule in case it came early. If the vehicle showed up late, the wait could drag on for hours. And of course, if the patrolmen transferring Joe took another route, there would be no rescue attempt. Everything depended on the vehicle coming down this section of Flag Street on the way to the holding area. After some time, a fly started buzzing around near him. Cole swatted at it, but the tiny insect dodged his swings. The communicator came to life without warning. "It's a go," a hushed voice said. "Target confirmed. It's a go." Flustered, Cole grabbed the canister of freeze foam and ran the few steps to the edge of the roof overlooking the mag road. Below him, traffic flowed along like normal, lev cars darting and weaving. Cole released the safety on the foam gun. Suddenly, all the lev cars along one section of the street dropped to the mag road in a grating discord of metallic screeches. Sparks flew, and undercarriages howled as the wheelless cars ground to a halt, jostling against one another before groaning to a stop. Forge had come through as planned. An entire block of the mag road had been deactivated. Cole squeezed the trigger, and the foam gun bucked in his hands as a high-pressure jet of freeze foam streaked down to the road. Upon striking the surface of the mag road, the focus stream swelled into smooth drifts of foam. Cole kept his finger on the trigger, pouring on more foam until a white, puffy wall took shape. From the top of the building, Cole felt somewhat removed from the chaos below. People down on the street were pointing and shouting to each other. To the left of his wall, where the mag road remained functional, lev cars coasted to a halt. That section of the road swiftly became a tightly packed parking lot, creating an enormous backdrop as new lev cars continued to arrive. Within seconds of Cole starting to form his wall, Trickster and Roulette shot into view on their warboards, weaving between the grounded lev cars. The wall of foam took shape quickly. Not more than 15 seconds could have passed before the foamy barricade was complete, perhaps a little sloppier and wider than necessary. Looking up Flag Street, Cole could see the second barrier Jace had created swelling above the grounded lev cars like heaps of whipped cream. Checking the gauge on his canister, Cole found he had used a little more than 60% of the freeze foam. Not bad since the big job was done. Next, he had to protect the area from incoming patrolmen. A hasty survey up and down the street revealed no threats at the moment. Nobody was exiting the grounded lev cars. Along with taking out the mag road, Forge had promised that he would lock down all of the affected vehicles. Cole noticed that none of the grounded vehicles had overturned or flipped onto their sides. Apparently, they were designed to fall flat in emergencies. Trickster and Roulette stopped at a black vehicle in the midst of the other grounded lev cars. It looked a little larger than the other cars. Forge had wondered whether City Patrol would use an official prison transport vehicle or hide Joe inside an ordinary lev car. Apparently, they had opted for the armored version. Trickster hopped down from his warboard and used a handheld canister to spray a side window. Roulette stayed on her warboard, trap gun ready. Trickster repeatedly banged a short black rod against the window he had sprayed. "It's not working," Trickster said over the communicator. "This is some kind of high-grade crystal." "Outlaw, move in," Google's voice ordered. "So soon?" Forge's voice asked. "Speed is everything today," Google answered. The yellow robot rushed into view, dashing between the grounded lev cars like a running back. Remembering to check the area, Cole saw a pair of patrolmen racing down the far side of Flag Street on foot, trap guns in hand. His attention had been on Outlaw and the others, so the patrolmen were already closer than he should have allowed. As they neared the creamy barrier Cole had raised, he fired freeze foam, shooting a little ahead of them at first, but guiding the stream into them. Google had assured him that although freeze foam became solid when it hardened, the porous substance allowed enough airflow for those trapped inside of it to breathe. Cole piled a generous mound over his targets. They flailed a bit, but the foam soon hardened, ending their movements. Cole checked the gauge on the canister and found he hadn't quite used 70% of the freeze foam yet. Scanning the street, he saw no other patrolmen approaching. Outlaw reached Joe's transport vehicle and started pounding one of the darkly tinted windows with a large drill attached to his arm. The drill whined, the pitch changing with each impact. With every blow, the black vehicle slid sideways until it pressed up against a neighboring lev car. "The window keeps holding," Trickster said over the communicator. "It's weakening," Outlaw said. "Almost there." His blows sped up, the drill screaming as his robotic arm worked like a piston. Finally, the window shattered. Google whistled softly over the communicator. "I'd like to know how they bonded that crystal." Outlaw staggered back, coated in black sludge. Trickster fired his trap gun into the car and then flopped backward to the street, his entire upper body sheathed in quick tar as well. It looked like he had been dipped into molten chocolate. His legs jerked and kicked. Wherever the black covered, Trickster remained still as a statue. Roulette sprang past the broken window, firing into the car. She leaped by it a second time, shooting again. Then she peered into the window. Nobody returned fire. Extending one arm, Roulette sprayed Outlaw with a pinkish mist, and the tar-like sludge melted off the robot. Outlaw then bathed Trickster with a similar mist, and the black stuff drained away from him as well. Outlaw approached the lev car again and reached through the broken window. After a moment grasping and wrangling, the robot reached deeper and then pulled Joe out of the window. Dressed all in pale blue denim, Joe had some freeze foam clinging to him and appeared to be unconscious. Outlaw sprayed him with lavender mist and the foam dissipated. More patrolmen were coming, not just along Flag Street, but down some of the alleys across the way. Cole shot freeze foam at the patrolmen on Flag Street, but they did a better job this time diving for cover among the many Lev cars stuck at a standstill. Changing tactics, Cole sealed up the mouths of the alleys across the way before the oncoming patrolmen could emerge. If he couldn't trap them, at least he could slow them. Target acquired, Roulette said over the communicator. Our stun gas knocked him out, but Outlaw is reviving him. Good work, Google said. Get out of there. Abandon all posts. City patrol is closing in from all quarters. Local building security is being notified as well. Move, people! The gauge showed that Cole had used more than 90% of his freeze foam. Down below, Outlaw had draped Joe over one shoulder and was running away. Roulette and Trickster fled in opposite directions on their warboards. Patrolmen were climbing the barriers in the alleys and approaching the larger barricade on Flag Street. Jace, drop off the south side of your building and head east, Forge said over the communicator. Cole, your best bet is to go west off the back of your building and keep heading west. Hurry. A rooftop hatch opened 40 feet away from Cole, and a man with a trap gun hurried out. By his uniform, he appeared to be a security guard rather than a member of City Patrol. When the man spotted Cole, he raised his trap gun to fire, but Cole let loose a long burst of freeze foam. At the relatively close range, the high-pressure stream knocked the guard off his feet. Cole buried the men beneath a creamy mass of foam, feeling a little like he was using a fire hose to snuff out a candle. Then he covered up the 3 nearest hatches as well, using up the last of the foam. Crouching, Cole hit the self-destruct button on the freeze foam canister, as he had been instructed to do, and picked up the warboard. He sprinted across the roof of the food processing plant to the side opposite the street, the battlesuit allowing him to move in swift, bounding strides. He paused at the edge of the roof. A narrow green belt with a walkway separated this building from the next one. Thanks to the availability of Lev cars, Cole had yet to see a building in Zeropolis with a parking lot. Only the green spaces and walkways throughout the city kept the buildings from being constructed directly adjacent to one another. Cole had accessed the roof of the plant from back here, and knew the short route to the point where he and Roulette had come above ground. The green belt looked clear, so he jumped down, his battlesuit helping him land on the lawn without difficulty, though his boots left impressions an inch or two deep. Tapping a button on his wrist, Cole issued the command, "Board on," and dropped the warboard. Instead of landing on the grass, it hovered just over a foot in the air, still and stable. There had to be metal under the turf somewhere. Stepping onto the board, Cole felt the magnetics take hold of him, sealing his feet in place and stabilizing his posture. He tilted forward and used his forefinger to press the accelerator built into the palm of his glove. The warboard surged forward, and magnetics kept Cole in a comfortable forward crouch. Air rushed over him as he leaned forward a little more, his finger firmly on the accelerator. Cole tilted to one side, and the warboard banked, turning onto a walkway heading west. A good distance down the walkway, 3 men dressed in black gear tromped around a corner. Their outfits were similar to what the patrolmen wore, but with more padding and armor, as if they might be members of an elite unit. Did City Patrol have a SWAT team? As the men knelt and raised trap guns, Cole slowed and leaned hard to the side, U-turning abruptly to head back toward the greenbelt. Something whizzed past him close enough for the wind of it to tickle his cheek. Up ahead, a sticky mass of gray webs appeared where the projectile landed. Crouching low, Cole avoided the webs and turned hard at the end of the walkway to zoom along the greenbelt. The elite patrolmen had been pretty far away and on foot. It would take them some time to get into position for another shot. Jace, veer north. Patrolmen are cutting off your eastward escape, Forge advised over the communicator. Cole pressed the button to talk. Where were you for me? I told you to go west, Forge said. I did, and 3 guys almost took me out, Cole complained, glancing over his shoulder. He guided his warboard to keep trees between himself and the mouth of the walkway. I don't have City Patrol west of you for some distance, Forge said. How do you know? Cole asked. We're overhearing their comms and I hacked into their tracking program, Forge replied. These guys looked a little different, Cole said. All in black, extra armor. You may have run into enforcers, Google said urgently. Stay well away from them. Jace, head west up the next walkway, Forge said. It's getting ugly north and east of you. Looks like you'll have to cross Flag. Cole, try the next westward walkway. If those enforcers saw you head north, you need to take some turns. Cole fought the temptation to panic. It sounded like lots of patrolmen were converging on the area. Forge and Google both had a flustered edge to their voices. He was going fast on the warboard, but knew that wouldn't help him if he got hit by a bunch of webs or drenched in quick tar. He had a couple of the smaller freeze foam tubes, but those were only for emergencies. If he resorted to fighting, he was going to get caught. His best chance was to run. Heeding Forge's advice, Cole started to turn onto the next westward walkway, but pulled out when he saw another trio of enforcers running toward him. He left the walkway behind before they could shoot at him, continuing north along the greenbelt. "More enforcers on that walkway," Cole reported into his communicator. "You've seen too many," Google said. "That means there are many more enforcers that you haven't seen. It's a major operation." "Slow down, Cole," Forge said. "If you keep going north, you'll reach a big mob of patrolmen." "I'm running out of options," Cole said. "I'm clear," Trickster reported, underground and unfollowed. "Me too," Roulette said. "Need me to go back for them?" "Negative, Roulette," Forge said. "By the time you found them, it would be over. Cole, Trickster said you're good with the battle suit. It opens up options you can take to the rooftops and escape by jumping. If you ditch the warboard, I can destroy it remotely. Your call." Cole decelerated. The building to his west had a low enough roof to jump up to. The battlesuit wouldn't let him travel as quickly as with the warboard, but it would enable him to move like he used to with the jumping sword. If the walkways were getting sealed off, it might be his best option. "I'm in trouble," Jace said. "Enforcers." "He's just east of you, Cole," Forge said. "With enforcers on both sides and behind you, now might be a good time to hit the rooftops." Jace screamed briefly and went silent. "Jace?" Cole asked. "Jace!" Speeding up, Cole peered down the next eastward walkway. It ran between two buildings on the way to Flag Street. About 100 yards down the walkway, a figure leaned against a wall encased in freeze foam. Two enforcers approached Jace, who lay motionless on the ground, looking like a statue of himself dipped in dark chocolate. His warboard idled nearby. Cole hesitated. For his own survival, the safest bet was to jump onto the roof of the nearest building and run like mad. Even then, his odds of escape might not be great. If he tried to help Jace, they would both probably end up imprisoned. But no way could he leave Jace behind. The enforcers were facing away from him as they approached his friend. After readying a freeze foam tube in one hand, Cole leaned forward on his warboard and hit the accelerator. Chapter 16. Drone. By the time the enforcers turned to face Cole, it was too late for them to act. Approaching them rapidly, he pressed the button on the silver tube, and freeze foam enveloped one and then the next. He emptied the tube onto them to make sure they were both totally stuck. "Jace got hit by quick tar," Cole said into the communicator. "Use the mister on your left arm," Forge responded. Cole knew he had antidotes to quick tar, the fake webs, and the freeze foam, but wasn't sure which button to press. "How?" "Hold out your arm," Forge said. Cole did, and pink spray spurted from the brace of his wrist. The black tar smeared off of Jace wherever the mist touched him. "It was faster to trigger it remotely," Forge explained. "You had to hit 3 buttons in sequence to activate the mist." Jace gasped and slapped at the tar over his face. Cole soaked his face with the mist. Still blind from the tar and the antidote, Jace reached for his own silver tube. "No!" Cole shouted. "It's Cole!" Jace looked up at him, and the rage left his eyes. "What are you doing?" "You needed help," Cole said. "Could you breathe?" "Barely," Jace said. "That goop got up my nose. A little air seeped through." "Get to the rooftops," Forge urged. "Patrolmen are closing in, probably more enforcers, too." Cole stopped spraying Jace. Tapping a button on his wrist, he commanded, "Board off." The warboard dropped to the ground, and the magnetic connection disappeared. Cole stepped away from the warboard as patrolmen appeared at one end of the walkway and enforcers at the other. "Jump," Cole told Jace. The building on one side was 8 stories tall, the other 4. Cole sprang with all his might and soared up past the 4-story roof. He was aware of the trap guns firing below him, but nothing hit him, and he landed comfortably atop the building. Jace arrived beside him. "We left the boards," Cole said into his communicator. "I'll destroy them the noisiest way possible," Forge said. "Add a little confusion." Cole heard explosions down below but didn't risk glancing over the side. A glimpse of his warboard going up in smoke wasn't worth a face full of tar. "We have to split up," Jace said. "2 targets will be harder to track. Go like mad, Cole. Get reckless. It's do or die." "What directions?" Cole asked. "The east is flooded with patrolmen," Jace said, talking into his communicator. "I'll go northwest. Cole will go southwest." "Sounds like your best bet," Forge answered. "Hurry." Cole took off running toward the southwest corner of the building, his speed augmented by the battlesuit. Jace ran for the northwest corner. "Thanks, Cole," Jace said over the communicator, his tone a little shy. "Anytime," Cole replied. He felt like he did a good job making the response sound casual and brave. The corner of the building came up fast. Since he was already 4 floors up, Cole didn't want to jump up too much, or the battlesuit might not be able to handle the landing. Plus, if he jumped high, he might make himself more of a target. Focusing on distance, Cole leaped outward from the edge of the roof. He launched forward, rising only slightly, the green belt blurring by below. He began to lose altitude gradually at first, then quickly, as his forward momentum failed. The grass came up to meet him. Off to both sides, Cole saw enforcers and patrolmen. They were all looking north, trap guns raised. Apparently Jace had come into view first. Cole landed in a stumble, and then jumped for the building on the far side of the greenbelt, a 3-story structure. He soared upward with plenty of power to make it. Nobody even fired at him until he had almost landed on the flat roof. But then a brusque, blunt force hit his legs, whipping them out from under him and causing him to collapse in a wild roll, the guard cloth in his battlesuit stiffening against the impacts. Rattled by the jarring impact, Cole tried to scramble to his feet but found his legs immobile below the waist. A hasty glance revealed that they were bound together by quick tar, down to the tips of his boots. "My legs got hit with quick tar," Cole said into the communicator. "Do I have more pink mist?" "Be glad the goo missed your arm," Forge said. "The misters don't work so well after a direct hit. Point the mister at your legs." Cole obeyed. "Okay." The pink spray showered his legs, and he could move again. Cole hopped to his feet and started running southwest, ignoring where he felt sore from the tumble. He had to keep going. His one hope now was to outpace the patrolmen and enforcers and get underground. The longer he stayed out of sight on rooftops and the faster he moved, the more chance he had of slipping through their net. As the corner of the roof drew near, he saw that the walkway to the west was too wide to jump across, but the walkway to the south was narrower, and the next building was only 1 story taller. Whether he could make the jump was questionable, but there wasn't time for second thoughts. Racing to the edge, Cole put everything he had into the leap. His stomach dropped as he reached the apex of his flight. Given that he had started 3 floors up, he had probably sprung too high. If he missed the next roof, it would be a serious drop to the walkway below, even with the battlesuit. As the next roof came closer, Cole realized he would fall just short, so he leaned forward and stretched out his arms. His hands barely caught hold of the rooftop's edge. Without the battlesuit, he wouldn't have had a prayer of holding on, but with the added strength the suit provided, he got a good enough grip to resist his momentum. For a moment, he dangled, legs swinging, and then Cole heaved himself up. He wanted to roll over onto his back and recuperate. That had been close. He wouldn't try another leap quite that far. He couldn't afford a fall. And he couldn't afford to pause. Back on his feet, Cole dashed across the flat rooftop. His heart was beating hard, even with the help his muscles were getting from the battlesuit. "Looking good, Jace," Forge said over the communicator. "Keep going north. They came south too eagerly. Cole, head west as soon as you can. You're slipping through their net as well." Cole swerved west. The little bit of encouragement lifted his spirits. It sounded like now was the time to chance crossing the wider walkway to the west. He wondered how Trickster and Roulette had gotten away so smoothly. Was it just a matter of experience paying off? Or did they have better exit routes planned because they had been more exposed? He was glad they were safe, but a little jealous at the same time. He didn't want to give the enforcers or the patrolmen any more target practice. Since he was up pretty high, Cole jumped straight out when he sprang to the west. The entire area below is paved, and when he landed, he fell to his knees and slid several feet, the shock of impact making his teeth clack. Without the padding on the braces, his knees would have been mangled, but instead he lunged to his feet and kept running. For the moment, no patrolmen or enforcers were visible. The nearest buildings to the west were too high to reach, at least 10 stories. Cole didn't think the buildings at either hand were near enough to each other for him to scale them by jumping back and forth off the walls. He took the nearest westward walkway. "Well done, Cole," Forge said. "That way looks open. You'll cross one wide plaza and keep going west. Then if you turn south at the next walkway, you'll reach a place to go underground." "What about me?" Jace asked, breathing hard. "Keep running north," Forge said. "I'll tell you when to cut west." Cole took long, bounding strides, flinging himself forward with all his might. His lungs ached, sweat greased his body, and a steady pain began to bore into his side. Enhanced or not, there was only so long a person could maintain a full sprint. But Cole refused to slow down. He raced across the plaza Forge had described, earning stares from the people walking there but not seeing any patrolmen or enforcers. Cole entered the walkway at the far side of the plaza and could see up ahead where the next walkway crossed it. He was almost there. "South on the next walkway?" Cole asked into the communicator. He had studied a map of the area, but his desperate run had completely disoriented him. He didn't want to get this wrong. "Yep, Cole, south, meaning your next left turn," Forge confirmed. "And Jace, you want to turn west at the next walkway." "Finally," Jace replied. Cole reached the walkway and turned south, then skidded to a halt. Blocking his path was a lean, tall robot that looked like a high-tech cross between a human and a praying mantis. Made entirely of shiny black metal, the robot sank into a crouch, long limbs bent and ready. The building on one side was low enough to reach. Cole sprang, but the robot uncoiled with the sudden speed of a mousetrap, and a weighted net slammed against him, interrupting his trajectory. Pulled by the net, Cole tucked his head and crashed into the side of the building and then fell to the walkway. Even though his guard cloth had hardened against the impact, Cole lay on his side, shaken and dazed. The lanky robot sprang forward, landing beside him, and held up an extra-long trap gun. "Don't move," the robot said. "This chase is over." The voice sounded younger than Cole expected, and so human that he could have sworn there had to be a person inside. Cole held down the button on his communicator to help the others catch on to what had happened. "Who are you?" Cole asked. "I'm your best chance," the robot said. "If City Patrol takes you in, you're finished." "You're not with them?" Cole asked. "I've helped them," the robot said. "And they think I'm with them, but I'm really working for myself here. You really can't guess who I am? I've been chasing you for some time. Who else did you think would catch you?" "Wait," Cole said, chills tingling through him. "You're the hunter?" "People call me that," the robot replied. "You're a robot?" The robot laughed. "I'm no bot. This is a drone I'm controlling." "You're not here?" Cole asked. "I can see you," the hunter said. "I'm free to act. That's good enough. I'm actually in a lab." "I'm going back for him," Jace said over the communicator. "Where is he?" "Negative," Forge answered. "Stop talking." "I'm not letting him." Cole felt a hot flash on his forearm and smelled smoke. "And there you have the loyalty of the unseen," the hunter said. "What?" Cole asked. "They torched your communicator," he said. "Fried the crystal. They didn't want me getting it. I can probably still figure out the harmonics from what's left, but don't tell them." "Why are you after us?" Cole asked. "I bring in criminals," the hunter said. "It's a talent." "You sound young."